There was a loud cry, which told Cho Yufeng to avoid someone if he was a man. Our main character at this time was sleeping in his own liquid, snoring loudly. Alcoholic drinks were scattered around, and screams were heard nearby. The girl, sitting on the ground, continued to scream in tears. The house around her was in complete chaos. Dirt, broken bottles were scattered around the room. Our main character's hands suddenly began to shake. Some sounds began to be heard coming from the sleeping guy. His face became covered in sweat. Before he could open his eyes, he began to spew a huge amount of green liquid from his mouth. Opening his eyes, he began to scream, wriggling around on the bed, twisting in different directions. In the noisy city, the streets were illuminated by bright buildings, and shouts and laughter could be heard from every corner. 3 guys were banging glasses, they were drinking to their bosses, loudly discussing it. Suddenly, one of their glasses fell to the floor, breaking, and its contents scattered in all directions. The guy started to choke, and drool started to flow from his mouth. He started to grab his chest. He couldn't utter a sound. Having fallen to the ground from the movements, he did not move. The people standing around began to shout to call an ambulance as soon as possible because he did not move. At this time, the guy who had recently been spewing liquid from his mouth woke up, opening his eyes in fright. He screamed. His body was covered in sweat and his face was terrified. He didn't understand what had happened. There was a draft in the room, which blew into all parts of the room. Our main character tried to catch his breath, because now as he suddenly noticed around him, he could not understand where he was. Starting to get off the bed, he walked over to the things lying nearby. While buttoning his shirt, he looked in the mirror, asking if it was really him. He couldn't believe his eyes. His face was horrified, but a second later, some memories began to pour into his head. They loaded his head. He remembered that this body was named Cho Yufeng and was 22 years old. Married to Jiang Xiaodo for 2 years, both parents died as a result of improper handling of work equipment. The memories plunged him into fear. He screamed in pain. His head was splitting. He saw himself beating his wife, gambling and drinking excessively. Looking at his trembling hands, he thought that he remembered everything. But it wasn't him. He couldn't believe that he had been reborn. His face still remained in horror. He tried to make sense of everything, to collect his thoughts in order to understand what was really happening. He began to think that he was sleeping. Suddenly he heard someone's whimper, which sounded quite loud. Not far from him, a girl was sitting on the floor, crying and quietly saying that her husband was a goat. Turning to her, our main character greeted her loudly, and she immediately raised her head, trembling. Looking at the guy who had turned her, she continued to cry. Her whole face was red, covered in tears. Our main character, blushing, began to tell her to forgive him, nervously turning his head from side to side. She was so surprised that she almost fainted. She couldn't believe what she heard, and she remained silent. But their silence was interrupted by a loud knock on the front door. Approaching the door, our main character reached out to the handle, slowly beginning to open it. Opening it, he saw a woman with a huge bruise on her cheek, as well as little Zheng. Our hero greeted them. Immediately noticing the bruise, he began to angrily ask who dared to hit her. He began to ask where she got the bruise from. Suddenly, he fell silent. A cold drop of blood ran down his face. He remembered how he hit her, saying that it was because of her that his ancestors died. The girl with a trembling voice told him that he had asked a very stupid question, and also added that they had run out of food. Her baby had not eaten for a day. She had come to get some money. Our hero told them to pass, asking Xiaodo how much money they had left, to which she replied that they only had 5 yuan, but they had 10 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of flour. Coming close to his wife, he asked her to do him a favor by giving all their money and rice to Yuna, since it would be enough flour for them to eat for a while, and he was going to figure out what they would eat after that. The girl looked at her husband with a tense face, not trusting his actions. He handed the girl the money, and she even shuddered at his actions. And then the guy immediately turned around, heading towards the door. Both women were surprised by these actions. The yellow-haired girl with a trembling voice began to ask the departing guy where he was going, to which he, opening the door, replied that he was going to talk to Juan. Walking down the street, our main character looked around. There were many office supply stores and household tool stores around him. There were many people moving around him with black faces, and shouts were heard around him about hot buns being sold. The guy continued walking, looking around. These streets seemed very familiar to him. He remembered them. Approaching one of the buildings, he stood up, Focusing his attention upward, he peered into the windows. Walking in and standing on the landing, he thought that this was all strange. Because Cho Yufeng's parents had worked in the steel factory for almost 20 years, how could it happen that they died? Juan, being the director of the factory, would gain fame and a good name if he paid him compensation for the death of his parents at work. So he had no reason to refuse him, our protagonist continued to think. Night had already fallen, and our main character continued to wait for his old acquaintance. Suddenly, two men in blue uniforms appeared, moving towards the green door. They yawned, moved slowly. One of them took out a key. After inserting it, he turned it, opening the locked door. Suddenly, someone called out from behind them, which made them very scared. Turning sharply, they began to shout, asking who was there and what he was doing there. The guy standing in front of them with a smile on his face asked them if they had just arrived, since he had been waiting for them here for a long time. One of the men began to reach out to our main character, asking him if he had gone crazy. Our main character, folding his hands, began to say that he came to Uncle Juan with a request. He became wary and asked the guy standing opposite him what request he had come to him with. He, with an awkward smile on his face, told him that his parents were really to blame for not being able to handle the device, and he also wanted to apologize on behalf of his sister for her recklessness. He stood in a stupor. He clearly didn't expect such an answer from the guy. And then, clutching his chest and squeezing out tears, he began to talk about how the guy was so caring. He also felt very sorry for his parents, and this Yuna constantly blamed him for their death. It was such a horror for him. He, awkwardly scratching his head, said that he was absolutely right. He came to ask them for compensation for the death of his parents, because they were very tight on money. The man, who had recently been bursting into tears, became wary and made an angry face. The guy raised his hands and immediately started shouting at his uncle that if the factory didn't pay him, he would start a riot. He had nothing to lose, the money, because if they didn't pay him, he would die of hunger. The man began to ask him to calm down, because either the security or the police would arrest him if he seriously rebelled. He began to ask him if he thought about his family. But the guy continued to shout insistently that he didn't care, because he had no choice but to start rebelling, because he was going to find out who was really to blame for the death of his parents. The man calmed down and answered that he could not help him, since his parents themselves were to blame for the accident, but he asked him not to worry. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he knew his parents very well, so he was going to pay the amount instead of the plant, to which the young guy began to say that he did not need pennies. Uncle said that the usual compensation for work-related death is 600 yuan, but he was only willing to give him 500 because he also had money problems. And after starting to move away, he asked our main character to wait a little because he would bring the money now. Entering the room, our hero stood at the door watching the bald man, who was nervously sorting through each book. Holding out the money, he asked to take it because he did not want to create problems for anyone. Our departing hero counted the money, but his face was angry because he was still going to avenge his parents on Huanu. Walking along a night alley, he noticed a man who was carrying some kind of long stick in his hands. Looking closer, he saw a very familiar sweet that his wife loves. Some time passed, and our hero was lost in his thoughts the whole way home. The girl who was at home noticed the sounds and realized that her husband had returned home. But he immediately began loudly congratulating her on the new year, holding out the candy. The girl was surprised by this action of the guy, because she had not seen anything like this for a long time. She was simply in shock. Smiling, our hero asked forgiveness for such a meager gift, trying to justify himself by saying that there was little that could be found at such a late hour. The girl, embarrassed and blushing, began to quickly eat her favorite sweet. The girl, smiling, shouted that it was very tasty. Holding it out, she offered the guy to try it, but he told her that he was already full and he was bringing it especially for her. He thought that when he left, the real Cho Yufeng would treat her well. Looking at the girl, he smiled. The clock was already 10 o'clock. Time passed very quickly. It was approaching bedtime. Suddenly, from another room, a question was heard about whether the guy was going to go to bed, which left our main character very confused. Some time passed. The hero took a long time to collect his thoughts in order to lie down in the same bed with the girl. Lying in bed, he turned away from her, not even covering himself with a blanket. He felt every action of the girl, how she breathed and her heartbeat. His face was all red. He thought that this was someone's wife, but not his. Morning came and the rooster began to crow loudly. This made our hero suddenly jump up and feel much better than yesterday. But he didn't get enough sleep, because he couldn't fall asleep because of the girl lying next to him. He thought about how he would kill this rooster someday. After some time, The girl also woke up. Leaving the room, she felt a delicious smell that was emitted from the next room. When she came out, she saw a plate that beckoned her with its delicious smell. Our hero stood with another plate, holding chopsticks in his hands. He told her that he had prepared shomian and it was better to celebrate a birthday late than never. He asked to eat it whole, thinking that he had borrowed it from Aunt Wang, but it was better for her not to know about it. The girl couldn't tear herself away from her food, but she screamed and asked him if he had stolen it, to which he said that he had borrowed it and also asked her not to worry about her. He placed a huge sum of money on the table, chuckling a little. This surprised the girl, because she had not seen such a sum for a long time, especially for her husband to share it with her. She started screaming and asking him where he got so much money, and then she started asking who he could borrow it from. He waved them and said that this was compensation for the death of his parents. The girl could not understand what kind of compensation, because the factory did not say that they went through their own fault. She could not understand why they would give them money. But the guy immediately answered her that Juan gave them to him because he was afraid that he would start a riot at the factory. So he paid him instead of the boss. The girl was surprised by such actions of the guy, asking him what he would do next. He, getting up, said that he was going to collect evidence. Juan would not be able to hide everything from them because he had probably already relaxed, thinking that he had calmed down since he gave him the money. The guy answered the girl. Smiling, he said that with this money he would be able to live peacefully for some time. Walking away with the plate, the girl could not believe what she heard. And then she screamed at the guy who was leaving that he didn't look like himself. He, trembling, turned towards her and asked her what she was talking about. He told her that they would split the money. He was going to take 100 yuan for himself, give 100 to Yuna, buy food with 100, and give 200 to the girl. Going outside and walking, our hero met Aunt Wang, who was feeding her pets. She asked Cho Yufeng if he knew where her eggs had gone, to which he replied that he had borrowed them while she was away. The woman's expression immediately changed after these words, frowning. And then, pointing her finger, she began to shout loudly at him, asking him if she had allowed him to take them. He took out a banknote and started waving it. And then he told her to take 2 yuan for the eggs he borrowed from her, making the woman surprised. She, having picked up the bird, began to joyfully tell him that next time he could take as many eggs as he wanted. Our hero continued on his way, walking immersed in his thoughts about his further actions. As he passed, he noticed Nike Lu standing there, who, as soon as he noticed our main character, asked him where he was going. Yufei stopped after greeting Liu, waiting for further dialogue from him. He said with a smile on his face that there would be a game of chance with Chen of the Year tonight, and they could team up and win his money. Our hero cautiously asked if his father was the former director of the Linshui steel plant. The red-haired man, with a smile on his face, replied that he would drop by to see our main character today, asking if Jiang Xiaodo would be at home. The guy told him that he needed to meet Chen, and after leaving, he added that he would come up to him himself, waving his hand and saying goodbye to him. Watching our main character walk away, Nike Lu thought that he was a coward, and then, making an envious face, he thought about Yufen's wife. After some time, our hero reached his destination. She pushed the door and it opened. Looking in, he asked why their door was not closed. Suddenly, a kid appeared from around the corner, looking warily in the hero's direction. And then he joyfully shouted, calling his sister. He shouted that his older brother had arrived. After some time, the girl looked out from around the corner, approaching the door. She asked little Jung what happened to make him scream so much. Pointing his finger to the side, he shouted that their older brother had arrived. Sweat ran down the girl's face and she glanced towards Yufen. Our hero, approaching the girl, rolled up his sleeves, saying that he was going to help her, causing the girl to be quite surprised. With a man's hands, he was much better at kneading tightly. The girl silently watched the guy, expecting a catch due to his unusual actions. Suddenly, she began to open the door, and a scream followed. The girl who came in asked if the noodles were ready yet. The guy replied with a smile on his face that everything would be ready soon. The girl, seeing the guy, was very surprised, asking him what he was doing there. From behind him, a delicious smell was coming from the stove and spread throughout their entire house. He waved his hands, playing with the dough. Answering her that he was cooking now, he asked her to talk later because he did not want to be distracted from cooking. The girl noticed the bowl, seeing the remains of flour in it. Grabbing it, she began to angrily ask why Cho Yufen was so wasteful with flour. But he smiled, showing his finger up, explaining that he could because they had money. Cho Yue asked where they could get the money from. And then she started getting angry, asking how else he makes money besides moving, selling things, gambling, and beating his wife. The guy couldn't answer right away. He stood there in shock and listened to every word the girl said. And then, still silently, he put his hands in the pockets of his pants. Taking out a wad of money, he waved it in front of the girl's face, making her even more surprised than she had been before. He handed them to her, telling her to take them because she had exams coming up and she needed to eat more because it was very good for her head. She started screaming, asking where he got this money from, but he avoided the conversation, saying that he had prepared some meat and asked them to talk after eating. The table was set. Our heroes had not eaten so much meat and variety for a long time. The delicious smell made them drool. Our hero, while eating, said that he took this money from Huang. They, hearing this name, were surprised and loudly said Huan. Time passed. Our hero continued his story. He said that their parents could not have died from their own carelessness. It was all Huang's fault. He was sure that he knew that he had purchased faulty equipment. The girl began to feel sad. After these words, her eyes began to water. Standing up, he said that this is why this old dog was involved in the death of their parents. He did not want to check the equipment, so first he would collect evidence. To buy equipment, documents are needed. He was going to find them. Contact the seller and he, Huan, will have nowhere to run. Our main character continued to tell his plan. And then, hitting his chest, he angrily shouted that they wouldn't have to worry about all this, because he himself would handle it and prove the innocence of their parents. The girls were silent, looking at the guy in surprise. He handed the money to the little boy and told him to take the change for candy, wished Yuna good luck on the exam, and also added that she should not worry about tuition fees, because her older brother would take care of everything. As he walked down the street, he heard someone shouting about delicious ice cream. He wanted it, came up and asked to give him one. The seller immediately reached for the ice cream, talking about its delicious taste. Handing it to the guy with a smile on his face, he told him that it was too finya. After taking a bite, he thought that it had been a long time since he had eaten ice cream. He couldn't even remember when the last time was. And then I thought that it's not for nothing that everyone says that each era has its own characteristics. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and called out loudly. While chewing his ice cream, he turned around, noticing several standing silhouettes. A girl greeted him joyfully, waving at him as she stood surrounded by a crowd. Our hero's face changed. He recognized them. It was Fu Dahai and Zhang Jiarui. And then, with a smile on his face, he waved to her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In front of him stood Shen Jiaran. She was Jiao Xiaodo's best friend, our hero thought. He also thought that usually in any group, the richest are the ones who dress well. The guy standing behind him started to point his finger and loudly shout, asking if he was crazy and why was he staring at the girl. They began to calm her down, asking him why he was so upset because everything was fine. The man, nervously scratching his hands, shouted that he still did not understand how Jiang Xiaodo fell in love with him, to which the girl standing next to her giggled, saying that maybe she just liked hooligans. Our main character put the whole ice cream in his mouth, and then he bit it off without even making a face from the cold. He waved his arms in different directions and said that Xiao Shan had misunderstood everything. Xiaodo Yizhan was friends. Couldn't he act like a hooligan in front of his wife's friends? The girl watched this whole situation silently and then asked everyone to calm down. She justified this by saying that they were in the same class and then added that they were leaving right now. Our main character looked at the backs of the departing company with a disdainful gaze. He thought that Xiao Shan's carefree life would not last long. After some time, he already went into the store, and with these bags, he returned home. On the way, he met his wife, who was also walking home. Noticing her husband, she was surprised, because our main character had never walked this road before. A second later, surprise gave way to fear. With a smile on his face, he asked the girl if she had also eaten ice cream. At first, she was so afraid that she couldn't even put two words together. And then, nervously, in a trembling voice, she said that she hadn't eaten it for a long time, so she decided to try it. And at the end, she added that she had bought him a watermelon especially for him. He just smiled. He was glad that the girl did not spare money for the sweets and pleased herself. With a light movement of his hand, he placed his hand on her head and began to stroke it. He told her that they had enough money and she could buy whatever she wanted, and also promised that in the future they would have even more. The girl smiled shyly. He extended his hand and told her to give him the watermelon, arguing that it was heavy. At first, the girl didn't want to give it to him, but our hero insisted on it. The main character's wife looked at his back with a surprised face. She stopped shaking. And then her face turned red and she went into her thoughts. Closing her eyes, she began to remember those very colorful days, when they both spent their time in a completely different way than they do now. All the wonderful memories associated with her husband came flooding back to her. The guy noticed that the girl was standing in one place with her eyes closed. He turned to her, asking her why she was flying in the clouds, and then suggested that they quickly go home. These words pulled the girls out of their memories. "Running," she said joyfully. "Let's go, let's go." Both of our heroes headed home. The girl was in seventh heaven. It was already late at night when cries were heard near our hero's house asking for someone to die right on the street and as quickly as possible. In between, a very loud knock on the door was added. Our main character, opening the door, noticed his friend, who in the morning offered him to play gambling. He asked him what happened, to which he asked him to move a little further away. He immediately began to explain quickly, shouting that he had lost some money in the morning. This guy had already been pestering him. Didn't she understand that casinos both win and lose? The red-haired man's speech was strange. He jumped from topic to topic. Our hero wasn't really interested in this, and he was about to go home, when suddenly he asked with a dirty smile whether he knew Director Chen's son. He quickly began telling the guy that he was very rich, so it would be easy to get him hooked on casinos if they both teamed up. Removing the man's hand with a small grin, the guy asked him how much money he brought. He explained that he had not yet received his salary from his wife, but he could borrow money from our protagonist, saying that he would pay it back when he got his money back. Yufeng scratched his head and told him that he was owed 3 yuan, but the guy only had 1 on him. He immediately started yelling at him, asking how he only had 1 yuan, and our hero told him that he didn't have any at all, forcing him to shut up with these words. Our hero began to say goodbye to the man, telling him that they would play perhaps another time. But he stopped him, telling him that if they were already going, he would lend him some money. He began to jump from foot to foot, lifting one and starting to take off his shoes. The guy stood in bewilderment at the actions of his friend, and then he took out some bills from his shoe, which greatly surprised our main character. After some time, they approached a building near which the barking of dogs was heard quite loudly, but then it stopped. And then a young man appeared, asking Nike if it was he who had come to see him. He invited them into the house, elegantly smoking a cigarette. Neki asked Chen where he brought them, to which he replied that they could only play here. With a smile on his face, he began asking the young man what this new game was, and then added that he should teach them how to play. The guy with a cigarette in his teeth, still smiling, answered him that he would teach them everything now. Taking out a card, he began to talk about how a standard deck of cards is used. 3 cards are placed face down on the table. The rest are dealt equally to 3 players. The first player to bet is the one who receives a card first in the deal. The player who placed the highest bet takes the cards from the table and becomes the landowner. Chung explained the rules of the game, and then laughingly said that it was a very cool game, because the others both play as peasants against the landowner. As he exhaled smoke, he also added that both peasants win, even if one of them wins. The combinations are simple, as usual, like 3s, pairs of 3s, and so on. Our main character, having listened carefully to the rules, was disappointed because it was a game familiar to him, Do Diju. He began to quickly sort through the cards and said that he would be a farmer. Joyful cries came from the house that someone had won again. One of the guys was holding cards in his hands. His hands started to shake. Throwing them off, he happily said that he had a pair of 7s. Our hero responded by throwing down 2 cards, saying that he had 2 pairs of 8s. Nike started fidgeting, telling the guy he was lucky he passed. In the next game, Chen had a pair of 10s, and he won again. Our hero began to collect cards. Chen was unstoppable. Fortune was clearly on his side today, as he once again had 2 pair. It was a combination of a pair of 6s, which he safely threw down on the table, to which our hero responded by giving 2 pairs of kings. The red-haired man with a joyful face shouted that it was now his turn, throwing his cards on the table. He had a pair of aces, which, when dropped, covered the kings. Our main character with an angry face began to look towards the man, who was covered in sweat, because he had to go to work as a farmer. Chung, smoking a cigarette, answered the guys that they were cool enough they were able to quickly figure out the game. In the next game, Nike said that he had nothing else to move, he could only play high cards. To which, with a smile and the eyes of a winner, Chung replied that he should take the jack, asking if he was passing since he had won again. The man praised the smoking young man, telling him that he was very cool. Our hero carefully watched everything that was happening around him. And then, looking at his cards, he exhaled heavily. After all, now his cards are in complete disarray again. The games continued, one after another, and all three heroes got into the swing of things. With smiles on their faces, they continued to throw around the cards. This time, our main character was quite lucky because he had a bomb of twos. As they were thrown onto the table, screams were heard. Both guys were surprised by this, because it takes a lot of luck to pull out all four identical cards. The games went on, and it seemed like they were playing forever. Laughing, the hero asked Nike where his money was, and he fell into despair upon hearing this. From the house came shouts of joy and cries of despair. None of them wanted to stop. The games continued one after another. Chung spoke with a proud face about how he had won again, laughing a little at the other two heroes. Nike, in that moment, lost his mind, starting to slam the table, blaming the cards for his loss because he already owed our main character a whole 100 yuan. But he wasn't going to stop. He was shouting that in a couple more games he would definitely win back. The guy, playing cards, said that the red-haired man had nothing more to bet, giggling a little as he asked him if he had hidden any more money in his socks. But the man wasn't going to give up. He got excited, shouting that our hero shouldn't talk to him like he was cheap, because they weren't done yet. The main character threw the cards on the table with a sharp movement and stood up, answering that he would talk to him the way he wanted, demanding that he pull out the money if he was going to continue playing, but if not, then he could get lost. And then, in a creepy voice, he added that if he pestered his wife even once more, then he will bury him alive. Judging by the face of our hero, he was not joking. And then, suddenly making a sweet face, he looked towards Chen, thanking him for the game, suggesting that they stop there since he was going to treat him tomorrow at his own expense. He looked at the guy in surprise without answering him. The games lasted so long that it was already morning. On his way home, the hero thought about the fact that Chen's father was a former factory director and had quite a few connections. Our hero was confident that he could help him. When he got home, he was glad that it was all finally over. Falling onto the bed, he thought that he was very tired. He began to hear some screams about losing money, but he no longer had the strength. Some strange sounds were heard in the next room, but our hero could no longer get up. He quickly fell asleep. After some time, our hero came to the Wuvet tea house. "Come in," he asked to make tea, to which he was told that he owed 5 fens. While they were pouring him tea, our main character became interested in the conversation at the next table. He heard something about Sungwoo Liu. He listened to their conversation. The guys were discussing how he just up and quit. While drinking tea, our hero thought that the 80s were difficult. Many millionaires started their business around this time. He thought about what if he could go back to 2020. It would be very stupid to miss such a wonderful opportunity. Our hero has already spent enough time in the tea house. He grabbed his head and began to hit himself on it, thinking about the hard-earned career he had. And then, suddenly changing his gaze, he thought that he had already decided everything for himself. He was going to go back to where he came from after he dealt with Huanan. Suddenly, he heard a loud exhaust sound from the window, and turning around, he saw a motorcycle. Looking away, he thought that their main hero had arrived. As he came out, he started waving, shouting to Chen that he was there. The two heroes got into an awkward conversation for both of them. Chung talking about how tired he was of helping his grandfather. But our hero was going to act. He invited his brother to lunch, arguing that this would be compensation for yesterday. But he laughed and said that it was all nonsense, but our guy insisted on it. Once in the restaurant, our heroes were brought the menu, which quite a bit shocked our main character. After all, the prices there were simply astronomical. The guy's soul was pouring out from greed. Chung thanked the guy for his generosity, asking him if it was too much for him. But he, pouring wine, replied that everything was fine because he was lucky to have lunch with him. So he asked Chen not to deny himself anything. An acquaintance of the main character came into the restaurant. The guys discussed among themselves that this restaurant sells very tasty food and they definitely need to try it. As he passed by, he noticed our main character, who was already having lunch. He started pointing his finger and loudly asked if he had really allowed himself to spend money here. But Yufeng didn't react to these words in any way, continuing to eat. And then he started shouting loudly, asking what his wife was eating now or if she was eating at all. The girl walking in front of the guy turned towards him, telling him that she had lost her appetite and that they were leaving. The guy was bursting with anger. His friend pulled him aside. Chung, lighting a cigarette, asked Chow if he had any problems with Huan's son, to which he replied that they were in the same class. Lighting a cigarette, he laughed, and the smoke began to spread throughout the restaurant. Exhaling, he said that he noticed yesterday that he was giving in to it. But our hero immediately got down to business, initially apologizing for the counter-question, but he was interested in what kind of relationship he had with Huang. Chung took the glass of wine and drank it without answering at first. And then, with an angry face, raising his finger, he began to talk about how when they were choosing the director of the plant, he gave his vote to Shu Changjiang, which is why he did not become the director. He was one vote short. But before him, his father was a director until he retired. He struck the pillar and shouted loudly that he was a traitor. Our hero, pouring him some wine, asked him not to get so excited. With a smile on his face, he asked who Shu Changjiang was, asking if he was the son of the director of the Linshe steel factory. He took the glass and drank it down to the very bottom. He replied that this was not true, because he was just a guy who had a good relationship with a foreign supplier. The guy asked him why he was bothering. He would have been better off going to the sea, but he answered that his father was against it. He began to tell him that one of his friends made electrical appliances in Shanghai last year and earned more than 100,000 at a time. And then he added that he meant dollars, if anything, and became a millionaire, and then asked the guy how long he thought it would take him to run out of money. Yufeng, with a smile on his face, replied that it was very cool. And then he added that the plant will soon be paying a fee for preventing heat strokes. If he were to supply the fruits picked by his family to the factory workers, wouldn't they pay him the same money for it? Our hero asked his interlocutor. But he immediately began to deny it, waving his arms wildly. After all, if he does this, he will get into trouble if his grandfather finds out about it. But our drunken hero, jumping up and hitting himself on the chest, replied that he was the one stepping in, because his grandfather would be his grandfather. He became dumbfounded, looking in the direction of our main character with a questioning face and a surprised expression. He explained to him that he would be the middleman delivering the fruit. He suggested that they simply use his name. He also jumped up and started hitting the guy on the shoulder, telling him that he was a genius because he himself hadn't thought of this before. It's already late at night, leaving the building, our hero, who walks him home. Chung asked Yufen, barely able to put his words together, if he knew how to ride a motorcycle, to which he replied that it was not that difficult. Already riding the motorcycle, the guy praised our hero because he controlled it well. It was already 12:30 at night, and our hero was still not home. Entering the house as quietly as possible, he thought that Xiaodo was probably already asleep. But to his surprise, the girl was sitting on a chair and looking straight at him. It was already late at night. Our heroes were having a dialogue. The guy asked the girl why she wasn't asleep yet, but the only response was silence. He immediately began to awkwardly apologize because he returned home late. But the girl remained silent, lost in her thoughts. She recalled how her friend yelled at her, asking who was more important to her family or her unhappy husband. Because Aunt Jiang was hospitalized, she was still in a coma. The girl thought about how her husband had improved so much in such a short period of time. But the girl continued that it would be more likely for a cancer to fly than for a moral monster to improve. Because what else could you expect from a player who only knows how to beat women? Xiaodo's friend continued to shout. Our hero had already begun to worry, because the girl did not answer him. He asked her what happened. The girl's face began to be covered in tears and her face began to turn red. She began to rise slowly from the chair, and then she suddenly rushed to hug her husband, which surprised the guy. Embarrassed, she told him that today he could do whatever he wanted with her. The guy felt the girl pressing her chest against him. It made him excited. His face turned red because of it. Some time passed, and there was complete silence in the house. Our hero lay on the sofa, lost in his thoughts. He recalled telling the girl that he felt unwell. He was going to go for a walk, telling her to go to bed without him. He quickly washed his face, thinking that he needed to calm down as soon as possible. After all, he was going to come back. He doesn't need to do anything that isn't asked. Morning came, and as usual, the rooster began to crow with the first rays of the sun. The girl left the house, slowly moving away from him. Turning around, she mentally said goodbye to our main character. Thinking about what if he had changed a little earlier, she wouldn't have to wait. The girl was moving further and further away from home. Our main character's wife was dialing some phone number. Her hands were shaking. A voice came from the phone asking who was calling on the line. The girl said Dad. The man immediately started asking Xiaodo what happened, because her daddy was always ready to help her. The girl quietly, with the same trembling voice, said that she was fine. She just missed him very much. The man immediately told the girl not to go anywhere and to wait for him. He was going to bring her home. At this time, our main character was talking to some man who said that he had told his father everything about the plan and, surprisingly, he was not outraged and even agreed with him. The guy replied that he was very lucky that brother Chen had such connections, and he responded that if things went well, he would pay him 100 yuan. The guy smiled and told him not to worry, because everything would be as great as possible. On his way home, an aunt he knew told him that some relatives had come to visit him at home. The main character almost immediately understood which relatives the woman was talking about, because the Xiaodo family had arrived. Opening the doors, our hero thought about how he should behave. 2 girls and a man were immediately introduced to him. They were Jiang Xing, Zhang Yongguang, and the protagonist's wife. The guy began to greet them happily, considering that this was the best option, asking them with the same satisfied face when they managed to arrive, because if he knew, he would have prepared for their arrival. But they didn't answer. The girl's father looked at the guy with a serious face. Our hero continued, asking if they were hungry from the road because he wanted to cook something tasty especially for them. The man standing in front of the boy walked up to him and swung. He hit our main character, shouting that this was for his beloved daughter. He screamed for him to look at his daughter, what he had done to her. The girl who was watching asked her father with a trembling voice to stop. At this time, the guy stood with a depressed face, not answering anything in response. The girl screamed for her dad to stop, but the man was not going to stop, shouting that it was from him personally. He swung again. The girl quickly began to approach Yufan, shouting at her father. She asked the standing guy if he was okay, but the guy answered her that he got what he deserved, because he had been a disappointment to her in the past. He apologized to the girl, which left his wife very surprised. But the man was not going to stop everything there. He shouted that the guy should not talk to her. He demanded a divorce between them. There was silence in the house, and one could hear the breeze blowing. Both of our heroes looked at each other without any words. After a period of silence, a woman joined the conversation and asked for mercy for her daughter, and then she started coughing painfully. It seemed like she couldn't get enough air. The man began to ask his wife not to be angry, running tremblingly towards her. Yufan asked Xiaodo what she thought about this matter because her opinion was important to him. The girl looked sadly at him. Her gaze was empty. And then she turned around, stood with her back to him and began to walk away. Moving away from our protagonist, she stopped and turned to him. With a sad and cold voice, he told her that they needed to get a divorce. After some time, our heroes silently arrived at the government building. They stood silently in front of the counter, where the man said that he would just put the seal and everything would be done. Neither the girl nor the boy looked at each other, their heads down, both looking at the floor. The man told them that he didn't understand the younger generation, no matter what. By making a sharp movement of the hand with sufficient force, he sealed the divorce between the man and the girl. Some time passed. All the documentation was given to our heroes. "Come out!" The father and mother immediately ran to their daughter, hugging her and starting to lead her away. But the girl stopped, saying that she needed to talk to Cho Yufan alone. She was going to give the guy the 285 yuan that he had ever given her. But the guy began to let go of her hand with a gentle movement, stroking it a little. He told the girl that he owed her too much because he was ashamed to take anything from her. He also asked that if he returned to his old way of life, the girl would break off all possible ties with him. The girl looked at her ex-husband in surprise. The guy started to turn the girl around, telling her that her parents were waiting for her and she understood him correctly. Looking at the back of the girl as she walked away, he waved to her, asking her to take care of herself. The girl who was leaving was crying. Her face was all covered in tears. Some time passed, the guy was returning home, when suddenly someone started calling him. It was Chung who was shouting that they had succeeded. The factory had sent a notice that the heat warning fee would be replaced with fruit. His face was on cloud 9. He continued to talk about how they promised 1,500 yuan for each payment. He hoped for further cooperation. He was going to personally pay our main character when everything was done. Our heroes were going to buy bags. Both guys got on a motorcycle and went to the nearest plastic factory. Our hero replied that he had no acquaintances, to which Chung was quite surprised, because he thought that Yufan had acquaintances there. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's face because he was worried that if they didn't find the packages, they would open them. After some time, they arrived at a factory producing high-quality, environmentally friendly plastic. Chung asked our hero how they were going to get in there, but without thinking twice, he started to accelerate, immediately driving into the territory. A guard ran out of the security building, shouting at them to stop. Our heroes stopped, having revved the engine several times before doing so. Yufan started talking about how he called his boss here because they had a serious matter for him, arguing that the hotline was unavailable as usual. He immediately understood. asking them if they were by any chance looking for Mr. Lee. The guy sitting behind the wheel of the motorcycle, what office are they sitting in? He answered that it is on the 3rd floor, the first room to the left of the stairs. They left immediately after these words, expressing words of gratitude. Chen was surprised by the guy's actions, asking what they were going to do next. The guy answered him that he would have to keep quiet today. After some time, there was a loud and persistent knock on the door of Mr. Lee's office, and he allowed entry. Our heroes entered the office, and he immediately asked the guys who they were. The guy immediately began to respond in a friendly manner that he was the director of the company and was very glad to meet them. A man standing with a cup of hot coffee asked him how they got there. The guy replied that they warned the security and also added that, to be honest, he was passing by on his way to Shanghai to buy a batch of plastic bags. But he stopped because he heard that they also had good bags, and he also added that they were engaged in the export of fruits. He, sipping coffee, was silent, thinking, because he understood what our hero was leading to. And then he waved it off, saying that their bags definitely wouldn't suit them. Taking 2 cigarettes out of the pack, he asked Lee how they wouldn't work. And after holding them out, he said that this can't be, everything will be absolutely fine. And then he started lighting a lighter and said that the thing is that they didn't calculate the cost of transportation, so they went to them. He began to talk excitedly about how quality assurance is their priority, because they are a big company. Lee began to ask Yufen whether it was a state-owned or private enterprise. Yufen began to offer tea because he would gladly drink it. Lee immediately began to apologize, saying that he had completely forgotten to offer to pour them some tea. After a while, he poured some tea, offering it to our heroes. He said that this tea was bought in a store and hoped that they would not object. The guy said they had a pretty big order, asking him if they could make them a ton of bags in half a month. He almost dropped the mugs from his hands, asking how much, to which our hero replied that he heard everything correctly. They needed a ton. The man with a cigarette in his teeth began to answer that if they worked overtime, they would have to meet the deadline, and the heroes went to check the packages. Entering the workshop, the man said that these were examples of plastic bags, adding that they could inspect them to check the quality. Shaking hands, Yufen replied that they would send their man to report the results of the inspection. Lee immediately began to suggest to our heroes that they go to a restaurant and discuss everything. But the guys replied that they were in a hurry, wriggling. Waving, they said that they would see each other next time. The heroes parted. Chung was screaming with joy, saying that they didn't spend a single yuan on these packages. He said that his friend was just awesome. Our hero told him to call Director Lee tomorrow and say that the bags had not passed quality control, so the deal would not take place. After some time, the heroes returned home, and cries of joy were heard from the house. These were cries of joy, because you could have carried off even a cow in these bags. They were very dense. Yufen asked Chen if he hadn't promised to take him to a city restaurant, and he happily said that he hadn't tried his grandfather's rice yet. At this point, the boy thought that he was missing something. He needed Liu Nike. The guy, approaching his new friend, suggested that he ask Liu Nike for help, who began to tell the guy that he cheated last time. Yufen began to ask Chen, because they live close to him, but they see each other very rarely. Already in the restaurant, all 3 heroes were eating. Yufen and Chen could not believe their eyes that an ordinary person could eat food so greedily. Leaving the restaurant, our heroes said goodbye to Chen Yam. He was happily returning home. The red-haired man began to ask our main character what he was doing with this weirdo, but Yufen completely refused. Nike the guy began to shout that he should not lie because he wanted to take him into some kind of deal. He was ready, continued to shout at the top of his lungs, trying to convey his confidence to our main character. He scratched his head and began to slowly change the subject. The man continued to press the guy, telling him that they had known each other for 100 years. Our hero exhaled and began to tell everything to his old friend. At the end of the story, he couldn't close his mouth from surprise, shouting 200 yuan for some fruit delivery. He continued to say that he was in no way jealous. He just wanted to remind him that the last time they played, he forced him to cheat. Yufeng began to thank Nike for reminding him. Because he was so stupid and naive, our hero was going to give him 50 yuan for this if he would go with him. Nike immediately agreed. The man invited Yufen to come to his house for a short while, and the guy agreed. Our hero was surprised by the house of his old friend, asking whether he bought it or rented it. He, pouring milk, answered him that he was renting, of course, since he had no money. The guy asked how this was possible, since he was the only mechanic in the area and he had no competition and there was a high demand. But he asked him with a smile on his face what he was talking about, because he had stopped doing that a long time ago. He was caught picking a lock when the neighbors didn't know what he was doing. The guy was happy because his friend could pick locks. He asked to show him how he did it. He started showing and talking about how this kind of tool is usually used to open doors. With a smile on his face, he told the boy to look carefully, because he wouldn't see a beautiful piece of work. Having inserted a paperclip into the side hole, he began to quickly turn it. And just a couple of seconds later, the lock opened and the red-haired man screamed. And after him, our main character shouted, asking him to teach him too. But he refused, because it was not entirely legal, and he did not intend to set Yufen up. But the guy with the smart face said that he was paying 100 and he would give it to him tomorrow after the deal with the fruit. The man's eyes lit up with happiness and he agreed. The very next day, our heroes arrived at the Lunshai steel plant. Yufeng started calling out to Chen as he approached, and he noticed him almost immediately. He immediately began asking why he took Nike with him. The guy explained that he took him so that he could help. Already inside the building, our guy was thinking about what he couldn't afford to do too early. The relationship between Huang and Shu wasn't the easiest. He was sure that some kind of machinations were going on between suppliers behind their backs. Suddenly, our main character turned his gaze to the side. He began to approach the man, who stood in surprise. Brother Chung began to ask his friend what kind of clothes he was wearing, what this was all about. He, adjusting his hat, said that he was a farmer, smiling and adding that he was wearing a hat. The guy laughed happily, showing his finger, saying how thoughtful he was, adding that the fruit was in the warehouse. The rest is up to you. Time passed, and our heroes discussed their plan of action. When they entered the coffee shop, they saw quite a lot of people. Our hero explained to Nike that workers usually have lunch and go to cafes at this time, which allows them to gain strength. Our heroes began loading boxes, stacking them against the wall. Suddenly, the hero screamed and began to cough, his face covered in sweat. The red-haired man began to ask what happened, and he answered that he had a very bad stomachache. Having said that he needed to leave immediately, he began to run away, shouting that he trusted him to finish the job. As he ran away, the guy thought he needed to hurry while he was still in the cafe. Running to the doors, he thought that these were the long-awaited doors of Huang's office. He immediately grabbed the handle, trying to open it. But the door didn't open. The guy thought that this parasite closes the office when he goes to lunch. Yufeng was prepared for this. With a smile on his face, he took out a paperclip, thinking that he was prepared for this. He inserted it into the lock, starting to twist it in different directions several times. Opening the doors, he looked around the office, and then he immediately ran up to the bookshelf and began to look at the books, looking for that one. Opening one of them, he thought he had finally found it. It was a sales contract. After reading it, he thought that it was strange, because there was no seal, but there was an already signed agreement. His face was covered in sweat from nerves. As he looked at the rest of the books, he thought that he doubted that Huan could even read enough to keep them. Time passed. Our hero was still in the office. He looked through one book after another, holding a folder with contracts in his hands. Taking up another book, she slipped out of his hands. When it fell, there was a loud sound that echoed throughout the room. Looking around nervously, our hero wonders if this is really a book, and if so, why did it fall loudly, as if it had broken? The book was called Journey Back, and it opened and began to turn the pages quickly. The hero looked at it, thinking that it was not a book, but a box. He began to review it in the hope of finding important documents that would help in his investigation. As he reviewed one document after another, he continued to look around nervously because time was running out. Suddenly, he joyfully said, "I found it." He found what he had been looking for so long. He glanced back with an evil smile, thinking that this was the end of Huang. As soon as our hero returned to Nike, he started yelling at him. Because he had been gone for so long, he asked what he had been doing, because while Yufen was gone, he had almost finished everything. Our hero hit him on the shoulder, stuck 100 wen into him, and told him to hold on. He began to thank him in response, telling him words of gratitude, and also added that he would take care of the rest. The guy, walking, thought about how the director of a small factory had put an official seal and received 2.5 million yuan for it. Looking at the document, he continued to think, thinking that it was suicide. Walking further along the streets, our hero heard a familiar voice. They greeted Tsuyu. Our hero looked in their direction. Those who were there to see her, one of the guys said that she looked better today than usual. Suddenly, the girl stopped, noticing our main character. Peering out from the crowd, she turned to him, asking what he was doing there. The man turned around and mockingly asked the man why he was walking around here. And then, with a dirty face, He began to say that divorced people are lucky because they have so much free time that they can finally devote to themselves. The girl standing next to her added that poor Xiaodo, it is not easy for a woman who has already been married to get married again. The guy agreed with her, saying that the girl had finally divorced him because it should have been done a long time ago. The guy walked past the crowd, not paying any attention to them, turning to Tsuyu. The guy was angry because our hero didn't pay any attention to him. Out of anger, he grabbed his hand and started shouting at him to look at him. The guy turned around, glaring sharply at the man who had grabbed him. Grabbing him in response, he shouted at him not to be rude to him. The guy did not expect such a reaction from the harmless Yufin. And then he began to twist and turn, and cries of pain were heard. Our hero broke the guy's arm, but the guy kept silent about letting him go, shouting that he was going to break it now. The girl ran up to him, also shouting at Yufin that he had gone crazy and to let him go immediately. Our guy let go of the guy's hand and then gave him a light push. The guy awkwardly walked towards the approaching girl. They collided. Because of this, the boy and girl fell off their feet and fell to the ground. Our hero, scratching his fists, told them that if they weren't ashamed to talk behind his back, then let them try to say everything to his face, comparing his words to the barking of a dog. The guy stood up and began to shout angrily towards our main character, asking him what he was carrying. With folded hands, Yufeng responded to what he was saying about him and thereby translated it into himself. He continued to shout, asking why he was constantly showing off because he received money from his father. He asked why he was pretending to be God knows what. The hero, throwing up his hands, said that his father had 2 Mondays left to live, and the guy replied with displeasure that he would give it to him now. But our hero was not going to stop. Bending down, he asked the guy sitting on the ground if his father had really not changed anything since April. He asked in surprise what he was supposed to change since April. Having started to go over the options in his head, he began to remember all the moments. Who could somehow annoy him? And then, sadly, lowering his head, he uttered negative words. The guy turned around and started to move away, asking the guy, he knew everything, right? The guy started to approach the girl who had recently called out to him. The whole crowd was silent, which was extremely unusual for them. The guy approached her and asked if he could make a call from her, adding that he would pay the bill for the call. The girl did not object, and the heroes went into the house. Standing by the phone, the girl asked where he was going to call, asking him to dictate the phone number to her. The hero told her that he was going to call Shinen Hardware Factory, and also asked her to ask for Qinbao Ma, and then dictated the number. As soon as they answered the phone, the hero began to ask for Qinbao Ma on the phone, and they asked him on the phone who was calling them. The guy replied that the director of the Lingshui steel plant was calling them. Qinbao answered with a trembling voice that he did not recognize the number, continuing with a trembling voice to ask if this was their new work number, to which our hero replied that it was new, and also added that he had important business. He started yelling and told him that the goods that Huan had purchased from them in April, May, and June did not pass quality control, adding that due to your low-quality equipment, a fatal incident occurred at their factory, continuing to shout that because of this they will bear all the responsibility. On the phone, the man started shouting back, asking what he was talking about. Huang had called him at that particular time, and he said that no further details were needed, loudly hitting the table. Qinbao began to demand that manager Kang Jinzhang be called to the phone. The guy replied that the manager was in the reception room now, so if he wanted to talk to him, he should call his phone. The receiver was hung up, monotonous signals were heard, and our hero's face was satisfied. At this time, in the office, the director of the steel factory was sipping coffee and smiling. Suddenly, the telephone rang, interrupting his lunch. When they picked up the phone, they heard words on the other end of the line saying that there were no contracts between them and Huang. The factory director became wary and asked him to speak more slowly and explain everything in detail. Ma continued to shout, saying that their company did not sign any contracts with their company in April, May, and June. The man asked again. He did not understand what they were talking about because Huan had not signed any contracts with them for 3 whole months. But he continued to shout. Because someone had just called him because of them, these words horrified the director. The man began asking his interlocutor what phone number he was being called from, and he dictated the number. The factory director was thinking that the call was clearly not from the factory, which meant that someone from outside had called him, which meant that they already knew something and most likely had evidence. They have the biggest sales at the factory in April, May, and June. They earn more than 3 million during these periods. The man continued to reflect. If Huang didn't sign the contracts, then what he spent the company's funds on interested the man. Suddenly it dawned on him. He remembered that they had an accident in which a married couple died due to improper operation, and suddenly he thought that maybe it wasn't because of that. He quickly ran towards the phone. He screamed, because having put everything together, he realized that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Taking the phone, he called. He shouted for you to stop all the cars in the second department right now and not to say anything to Huang. And then immediately, in a hurry, he began to dial a phone number. At this time, the hero stood next to the girl, who did not understand what they were waiting for. But the guy told her that everything would happen now. When suddenly the phone rang, our hero looked towards it with a smile. Raising it, a trembling voice was heard, speaking in a hurry, that this is the director of the Linshui Steel Factory, Kang Jinzhong. The guy replied that he had all the evidence on Huang, which alerted the director. The guy continued to talk about how Huan had forged a contract with Shinan Hardware Factory and had gotten more than 3 million yuan as a result of the fraud, adding that he later signed a contract with the Seek Company and purchased the same number of spare parts. These words knocked the factory director out of his mind. The man asked if the guy had all the evidence. He replied that they were with him now. The man added that he was leaving right now. The guy asked if it wouldn't have been better if they had gone to the police on their own behalf, since the director didn't want to be punished. As soon as he heard the words of agreement, he immediately put the phone down. The director could not understand who was talking to him, because it was a fairly young voice, but he was too smart. The guy thought that in his place, he would have immediately contacted the police because he had done a great favor. The girl silently looked towards the guy with an interested face. The girl thought that he had called the director of the factory, because it seemed to her that they had talked about something important. The man ran out into the street, stopped one of the employees, told him that he urgently needed his car, and he immediately gave it to him. Having got into the car, he began to accelerate, breaking the rules. He tried to get there as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, there was a loud knock at the door. Our hero slowly began to approach the door, trying to maintain a short pause. Opening it, he saw a bald, sulky man standing in front of him, who asked if he had called him. Looking at the guy, the man wondered if it was this guy whose father died in that very incident. The guy told the man to go through. As soon as he entered, the guy handed him a paper, which was evidence. He immediately began to read those very evidences as carefully as possible. After reading it, she expressed fear, because these contracts had his signature and this would be enough to prove his guilt. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder, speaking to him. That he was a real hero, he began to ask his name. Our hero introduced himself as Cho Yufeng. He spread his arms out to the sides and began to say with joy on his face that they themselves had found evidence against Huang, and he had done nothing for it. At this time, loud footsteps were heard in the building, which were quite loud. The fleeing men were police officers who had come in response to a call from Mr. Jinzhou. They immediately started asking what happened, who they were talking to on the phone while they were running somewhere. The man glanced in the direction of our main character, who immediately turned his face away. The factory director thought that it seemed he had immediately decided to arrange everything in such a way as to protect him from responsibility. The bald man began handing the documents to the officers, asking them to look at them. He explained to the officers that he had found them in Huang's office, and that this was direct evidence of his fraudulent scheme. And looking towards the guy, he added that because of this scam, 2 people died. He was going to tell everything in detail. Approaching the guy, he put his hand on his shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Time passed. The officers questioned everyone, and after some time, it reached our hero. He was furiously telling the officers something, adding at the end that he wanted a fair punishment. The officer asked the director if everything Yufen said was true, and he replied that everything he said was the pure truth. The policeman asked the guy if Huang knew that all his schemes had been exposed, to which our hero replied that he didn't think so. He also added that right now he could be at home or in his office at work. He assumed that it would be easy to find him through his immediate family. The officer looked at the guy in surprise, wondering if he really knew that he was going to catch him. And then, switching to the director, he added that they would immediately send a detachment. They asked the director to go with them. At this time, loud sounds were heard in the factory. Everyone was at work. The man poured himself coffee, not even suspecting what was happening. Suddenly, he heard something that made him look away. His gaze changed abruptly. His whole face was covered with horror. He noticed that the books on his shelf were not in the order they usually were. He dropped the cup of coffee from his hands, and it fell apart. Looking into that very box, he screamed. These screams were of hopelessness. He asked where he could have gone. Suddenly, he began to remember that recently there had been a farmer working there who seemed familiar to him. But he was definitely not a factory worker, the man thought, trying to remember who he looked like. How did it dawn on him? Because he looked like that same guy, Cho Yufin. Arriving at the house, he knocked, and the door was opened by a little boy who was happy to see his older brother. Entering the house, he saw Yuna's classmates sitting at the table. They were surprised when they saw Yufin. The girls asked how he came to them, to which the guy replied that he was just passing by. He turned to Yuna, telling the girl that she had exams soon. The girl became serious and answered him that it would be very soon. To which the guy smiled, telling her that he had a few words he would like to say to her. The girl's classmates began to stand up, telling her that they would see each other tomorrow. The guy told the girl to leave quickly, but she grabbed him by the jacket. They were discussing quite loudly that their brother had come to sell something as usual, because he had lost everything again. The guy asked to let the girl go, saying that suddenly he really had come to say something important. As soon as they left, our hero turned seriously to Yuna, Yu Yue, and Yu Zheng. With a smile on his face, he said that he had dealt with Huang, and after these words there was silence. And then the guy added that they shouldn't worry about him. The girl's expression changed, raising her finger and pointing towards our main character. Our hero realized what the girl had. He began to turn around. There was a silhouette standing in the doorway. It was Huang, his face simply screaming anger. The guy invited the man in, telling him that he could come in with his back to the girls in order to protect them from any unexpected antics. The man with an angry face looking at the guy said that it really was him. He did something that cannot be forgiven. He rushed away from the guy, shouting for him to give everything back to him. But Yufin, without any sudden movements, took a step to the side. The man was unable to react to the guy because of his awkward body. At that moment, the guy, with a sharp movement of his hand, sent her towards the attacker. And then he grabbed her, twisting his arm. There were cries of pain. The men groaned and screamed. With a smile on his face, the guy asked what he wanted back. He asked him to be more specific. Was he really asking for a contract with the Xinjiang company or the Sikh one? The man continued to shout with the same anger, asking where he was, ordering him to be given to him right now. Our main character's face changed, and he said in a menacing voice that he should give it to him because he didn't seem to understand what he had gotten himself into. The guy squeezed the man's hand even tighter, causing him to scream in pain throughout the house. And then, raising his leg, he hit the man on the back with all the force he could. Slamming him into the floor with a loud bang, tremors ran through the entire room. The man reached for the bottle standing on the table with a cold-blooded face. And then he smashed it on the table. The contents of the bottle spilled out and the shards scattered. The girl screamed at her brother not to do this. The second girl stood silently and shocked and watched what was happening. The guy lifted the man up and pressed the broken bottle to the man's neck, asking him if he now understood what he had gotten himself into. The man remained silent, beginning to tremble with fear. He began to realize the seriousness of the situation. The man screamed that he understood everything, his face covered in sweat. Our hero asked him if he understood exactly, and then punched him in the face, knocking out several teeth. The man fell to the ground, screaming in pain. He did not understand how he could have ended up in such a situation. Blood poured from his nose. He said what he said. Rising trembling, he said that he had already understood everything, that he was aware of everything. Wiping the blood from his face, he asked the boy what he wanted. The guy with a scary face replied that this was revenge for his parents who died. Our protagonist's hands began to tremble even more from anger towards Huang. One of the girls angrily and tremblingly began to walk towards Huang, raising her fist, but the second girl stopped her. The fat man started shouting at Yufin that he had nothing to do with their deaths, since they had known each other for years, and he was truly sorry that this had happened. Suddenly, the guy's face changed, saying that he understood everything, absolutely everything. The man picked up on the situation, saying, he said, that everything is exactly like that. He added by shouting for him to give him the contract because it was state property, and if everyone found out about it, he would be arrested. Our hero asked if this was true, to which the man replied that it was. The main character said that then they needed to go so that he could give them the contract. Hugging him, he told his uncle that he had hidden him so as not to have to carry him around, and the men headed towards the door. The girls did not understand what was happening and what their brother was trying to achieve. But the guy, leaving, turned in their direction with a smile on his face, showing with this look that everything would be fine. Both men walked along the streets of their hometown. The man asked the guy where they were going, where he hid the contract. The guy turned to him and told him to be quiet, adding that they needed to discuss how they would divide the money between themselves. Uncle, making a stupid face, asked how the money was since he didn't have any money. After these words, With words about him not lying, our hero hit him in the face with his elbow, adding that he would take the contract to his boss. The man screamed in pain. Yufen asked the man lying on the ground where he hid the 2.5 million yuan. Spreading his arms, our hero with a smirk on his face told him to stop pretending. The man couldn't put words together. The guy continued to tell him not to worry, since he was on his side. He didn't think that he would abandon him, arguing that he would get into trouble with him. Our hero, making a sullen face, added that when he buys new equipment in June, he needs to replace the low-quality equipment with high-quality equipment. Then no one will notice anything. He stood up, trembling, and agreed, exhaling heavily. He understood that he had no other choice. Some time passed. Our heroes went out of town, having taken a shovel before that. Our hero watched the digging man, who groaned from fatigue and pain. After some time, he took out a bag, approached our main character and told him that it was 100,000, asking him not to forget about their agreement. Our hero looked into the bag, wanting to make sure there was money. A sinister smile appeared on the guy's face, which spoke for itself about his thoughts. Our heroes came to the Tianjin clothing store. The guy asked his uncle not to go anywhere. The guy was going to buy something. He explained that he needed to buy new clothes because his torn suit would raise a lot of questions. The man agreed with the guy's words. The man, taking off his shirt, asked Yufen where that very contract was. The guy with a satisfied face answered him that he was under the red brick near the trash can near his house. The man angrily began to shout at the young man, asking why he was keeping such an important document in such a place. Turning around, he shouted at the guy to hurry up and get to his house. After some time, our heroes reached the man's house. All the way, Juan thought about the red brick where the document that could ruin his whole life lay. Near the house, he saw a man standing right at the gate, which made the man surprised. It was Mr. Yu. Uncle asked him what he was doing here, at which the man looked towards Huang with a smile. The man, pointing his finger at him, cried out that here he is, he has come. Han couldn't understand these words. He couldn't even guess what he meant. Loud sounds of running began to be heard, echoing throughout the entire alley. The man, noticing this, wanted to start running away from them, realizing the situation. Having twisted the man, he began to shout why they were arresting him because he had done nothing illegal. The officer shouted at the man not to resist. Looking towards Cho Yufen with an angry face, he began to put all the puzzles together in his head. The boy looked towards Huang with a smile on his face, showing his joy. The man began to realize what was going on, and his face was one of complete horror. He recalled the boy telling the man not to forget to wash his hands after changing. He understood why he bought him a new suit and began to avoid him, because he wanted to prove his innocence, because now no one knows. That they went for the buried money because his hands were clean, so he couldn't drag it to prison with him. He thought about how the young man had been pretending since he asked him for money, and lost his mind out of anger. He began to resist, screaming to be let go. He understood that his life was ruined. At this time, our hero began to move away. The crowd that had gathered began to shout that the man had lost consciousness and they were trying to help him. At this time, the walking hero was thinking that it was a pity that Xiaodo was not there, with a smile on his face, thinking that he had figured everything out. After some time, the man returned to his younger ones late at night. They sat at the table in complete silence, waiting for words from their older brother. Suddenly, the guy started talking about how tomorrow they would all find out that Huanya was caught red-handed. He also added that he would show them something now, but he asked them not to scream or shout. These words made everyone surprised, because why should they scream? Taking out a green bag, he began to slowly untie it. And after lifting it, a huge number of stacks of money began to fall onto the table. The girls, despite the guy's request, began to squeal and scream. They couldn't believe their eyes that there was such a huge amount of money in front of them. The boy asked them to be quiet, putting his finger to his mouth. One of the girls asked her older brother where he got such a huge amount of money. She was even at a loss for words from surprise. The guy, looking at them sadly, explained that this was the money for which their parents sacrificed themselves. Yufen began to tell them everything in great detail, what had happened and how it had happened in the last few days. He added that he was going to give all this money to Yuna for safekeeping, and also added that if she wanted to spend it on something expensive, then she should discuss it with Yu Yue. Our hero sat at the table with a sad face, talking about what if he returned to his past life again and came to ask for money. And then, making a very serious face, he said in a rude voice that they should not give him anything, not even a single finya. They didn't understand what was happening or what their older brother was saying, looking at him with an incomprehensible face. Standing up and banging on the table, He said that it was time for him to go. He asked them not to forget to hide the money somewhere far away. The girl stopped the guy who was leaving, shouting at him to wait. He turned around and with the sweetest voice and look asked her what she wanted to tell him. The girl offered him to stay for dinner since it was already getting dark, but the guy refused, arguing that he still had a lot of things to do, and then added that thanks to this money they would no longer have problems with clothes and food. As he started to walk away, he stopped, deliberately looking at the wall for a few seconds, and then turned towards Yuna. With a smile on his face, he asked to be called brother again, laughing a little. These words made the girl's whole face turn red, and she couldn't come to her senses for several minutes. At this time, Yuna remembered the past, where Yufan only did nasty things, taking things and yelling at them. The girl could not forget the past. Realizing that the girl found it unpleasant to say this, our hero apologized, saying that he had to go, awkwardly scratching his voice. He went outside, and then he slammed the door behind him, and there was silence all around. The girls stood in a stupor, not understanding how their brother had changed so quickly. They couldn't believe that it was him at all. Walking along the alleys, the guy exhaled heavily, remembering all the moments that happened to him during this short period. As he walked, he said out loud, "Maybe not until later," because it was already time for him to go. It was time to return to his real body, since he had spent enough time here cleaning up everything. As he left the store, he said goodbye to the owner, shouting words of gratitude to him for the good service, holding 2 bottles in his hands. Joyfully carrying the alcohol home, he thought that if he had been just a little bit late, the store would have closed, and he would have had to wait until tomorrow. With a smile on his face, he thought that 2 bottles of high-proof rice wine were just what he needed, and that should be enough. Arriving home without changing clothes, he lay down on the sofa, opened the alcohol, looking in its direction for several minutes, and then, having taken an appetizer, he began to drink wine in large gulps, snacking periodically. There was a glass on the table, but the hero did not use it, deciding that drinking beer straight from the bottle would get him drunk faster and allow him to return home. Having almost finished the bottle, his mood improved, and he occasionally cried out that his mouth was burning, eating it away. Glancing to the side at the sofa, he felt sad, because there was now such silence in the house. He missed it. He missed Xiaodo. His wife always encouraged him and tolerated his every antics. He felt sad, and then, starting to laugh loudly and slapping the sofa, he began to say goodbye, saying words of forgiveness out loud to Yuna, Yu Yue, and little Zhen. Laughing, he began to drink alcohol excessively, and because of his desire to get drunk faster until he passed out, it even began to pour out of his mouth. Suddenly, he was struck by hellish pain, and his thoughts began to seem to be transported to the side, showing what had happened in his past life. And at the very end, he saw a funeral where a coffin stood, and later he noticed his photograph tied with a black ribbon. In the morning, loud snoring could be heard, which could even be heard on the street. Our main character was sleeping soundly on the couch, but at night he simply passed out due to an alcohol overdose, dropping one of the bottles on the couch. Saliva was flowing from his mouth and his eyes were darting furiously from side to side. A loud noise began to be heard in the street, which began to wake up our hero. After some time had passed, he began to wake up, making more heart-rending sounds. He felt bad. He had a hangover. With each passing second, his eyes opened wider and wider, and his head began to ring louder and louder. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, shouting all sorts of swear words throughout the entire house. He jumped up from the couch in tears, starting to scream why he couldn't do it. He couldn't believe he was still here. Starting to jump, he screamed that he was buried in his past life, not believing when they had time. He ran around the whole house, along the way shedding tears and thinking about why he couldn't return to his old life, because he liked it. Tired, he stopped, thinking that all his attempts to return would be useless, because he was dead. He lowered his head and began to calm down, trying to catch his breath. He understood that he would not be able to return. After some time, our hero completely came to his senses, and as he began to put on his shirt, he looked in the mirror, thinking that if he knew that he wouldn't come back, he wouldn't have let Xiaodu leave. At least he wouldn't have let her go so easily. He felt sad. Taking the photo of them both smiling, he felt even sadder and thought about getting the girl back. After thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion that if Zhang Zirui could contact Shenyu Ziran, then that meant that she would be able to contact Jiang Xiaodu. After thinking about this, a smile briefly flashed across his face. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the front door, forcing our hero to quickly approach it. Opening it, he saw familiar faces. He asked the girls what brought them here. And then he immediately invited them to come inside and have lunch together, because he was just about to cook noodles. One of the girls, looking away with embarrassment and a red face, said, "Brother, you can come to us for lunch. I bought some meat." The guy just smiled, saying that he would definitely come, continuing to smile and look in her direction. Our heroes went out into the street, walking along the alleys of their hometown. They were passionately discussing something. They were all happy that they could return to their old life where everyone was happy. The boy, with a smile on his face, asked his older brother if he could stay with them forever. He smiled and thought, looking at the baby. Our hero went through all the possible answer options, and then, bending down, he began to stroke the younger one on the head, asking him to be patient, because when the month ended, he would be with them. The girl also turned to the guy, forcing the main character to switch his attention to her. She said that all of Lin Shui now knows about the incident with Huang, and besides him, several of his relatives who were also involved in the incident were arrested. The guy was smiling at that moment because he thought so, and also said that he hoped that Huang would be given the death sentence. The girl and the boy began to shout words of agreement. They also hoped for this. Continuing on their way, the family began to discuss other topics, occasionally laughing loudly, but the smiles did not disappear from their faces. At this time, in a fairly large house, shouts were heard, loudly calling for Zirui. The girl, opening the doors, saw a couple in front of her. She asked them what was the matter, because she did not understand what was wrong with them and why they were so worried. The girl immediately started shouting for Zirui to help them. She asked her if she was friends with Yufin. She asked him to help dissuade her, periodically choking with hysteria. A guy also came out of the house and asked what all the loud screams were about. He was interested in what had happened. The girl began to thank God that Dahai was nearby. The girl's friend in the dress tried to calm her down, saying that he would explain everything himself. He took the initiative, starting to talk about what he thought, that they had already heard about the incident with Xiaoshan's father and that he himself had also been taken to the police, the guy said, adding that one of the accusers was Yu Feng. The fat man began to ask them what they were afraid of because it was their fault. It was not their war, the bald guy agreed. But he added, that day he and Man had a fight with Yufin, recalling how the boy accused them of stealing evidence from him. The girl started screaming hysterically that because they were close friends, they would be arrested for hanging out. Cries for help continued to be heard from the windows of the house for almost an hour. The fat man said that he didn't think it was Yu Fei who reported everything to the police, suggesting that they go and ask him personally. The bald guy started shouting that then they needed to leave right now because time might be limited. At this time, everyone in the house was busy with something. The girl was reading, the second was cleaning, tidying up the house, and the guy was playing with toys. Our main character, holding a tray of food, shouted to his people not to forget to wash their hands before eating. And then, putting the food on the table, he made everyone squeal with joy because everything looked extremely appetizing. The guy asked his younger brother how he liked the food, to which he joyfully shouted that everything was very tasty. The meal was interrupted by a knock on the door. The knock was quite forceful, which made our hero wary. He told everyone to sit down. He was going to open the door himself, standing up and walking towards it. Having opened it, he continued to eat the meat, asking why the fat man had come to see them. Making a dissatisfied face, he asked him if he had really come for the smell of food. From behind the guy, another group of people appeared who greeted our hero with a smile on their faces. This situation caught the hero by surprise. He did not expect to see the others on the doorstep of his house. Turning away, he thought that they had come to invite him to play Dota. And then he invited everyone into the house, asking them if they were hungry, and they began to slowly enter the house. Turning to little Zhen, he asked him to bring plates and forks for their guests, smiling occasionally. The bald guy awkwardly began to talk about how they had recently eaten, so they didn't want to eat. And then he added that they had come to discuss a small misunderstanding with him, moving awkwardly and looking away from the direct contract with our main character. Our hero, continuing to eat meat, asked him what misunderstanding he was talking about, causing the guys to become stupefied and silent. The bald guy, having run up, looked towards the fat man, indicating with his whole appearance that he should start the story. The young man, having become overheated and taking all his will into a fist, began to address Yufin, telling him not to report Tian Man and Liu Liang to the police. He, chewing, told them that he had not done it yet, but was going to do it today, right now, as soon as he finished eating. They immediately started screaming. Their faces became extremely frightened. They didn't know what to do. The The girl, squealing, pinched the fat man on the back, telling him with this action to act. The guy felt sick and began to awkwardly say that they had nothing to do with Huang's case, asking them to forgive him. The persuasion continued for several minutes. It was already getting dark. The guy looked at them with an incomprehensible face, continuing to eat. They showed with all their appearance that they were begging him not to do this. The guy, having chewed, said that this was indeed fair, looking towards the girl and the guy. They began to smile in tears, asking him if this really meant that he would not report them. He agreed, exhaling heavily. The joy of the girl and the guy knew no bounds. They screamed with joy. The fat man began to pat the guy on the back contentedly, telling him that he believed that he was kind and fair. Some time passed. The heroes were busy with their own affairs. Yuna was persistently writing something, making puffing sounds. This interested our hero. He approached her to see what the girl was doing. After looking through the entire sheet, Yufen told the girl that she had made the wrong decision, and she asked him where exactly. Sitting down at the table, he picked up a pen and then began to tell her that for such examples she used this formula, poking at the piece of paper. And just a few minutes later, everything was ready. The hero decided everything, explaining it to the girl. She couldn't believe her eyes, looking first at the leaf, then at the guy. The main character himself stood with a satisfied face and looked in her direction. Night fell. The girl asked the guy if he was staying the night with them since it was already quite late to go home. The young man answered the girl with consent because he had to help her with the preparations, so he was going to stay. The boy looked at his little sister with a smile, thinking that he had plans to start his own business in Zhehai, where Xiaodo currently lived. But that could wait until Yuna passed her exams. Our hero continued to play with toys with the boy. Their games were interrupted by Yuna, who asked the boy if he would wash his feet. She needed to know this in order to understand whether to fill a basin with water or not. Some more time passed. The hero was sitting by a basin of water from which thick steam was coming. He squealed with joy as he sank his feet in, loving the feeling. He looked at the walls with a satisfied face, thinking that this is what is called home. At home, our hero cooked food for the whole family, helped Yuna with her studies, explaining everything to her, correcting mistakes. I did household chores, cleaning the house, washing clothes, and hanging them up. Enough time has passed. It's time for Yuna's exams. It was pouring rain, and most people were heading to the exam center with their children. The girl waved at the boy with a smile, telling him to run home because he would get wet. The guy, in response, with a smile on his face, shouted back to her, wishing her good luck. She began to feel shy, waving her arms. She asked him not to shout because everyone around was looking. The guy only smiled furiously in response, showing his most satisfied face. Watching the girl run away, the guy thought that the time had finally come when Yuna went to take her exams. And then, making a serious face and turning away, the guy thought that it was time for him to prepare for moving to Zhehai. The clouds cleared, the rain stopped, and our hero decided to take a walk along the city streets. Walking down one street, he noticed the fruits and vegetables being sold and looked at them closely. He thought that there was still some meat left at home, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to buy some noodles for dinner. His gaze darted to the men, who were discussing heatedly that the police had found not only buried money, but also money that relatives had hidden, and they were discussing Huang's arrest. Our hero came closer to them, examining the vegetables. They continued to discuss the arrest of the man, insulting the authorities with every word, who so much let down the common people. One of the men added that he had not spent a single yuan of the government money, and they began to discuss what Huan had saved up for, and these words excited our main character. Out of nerves, our hero even squeezed the vegetable he was holding in his hands, making a hole in it. The man, hearing the vegetable make a sound, began to shout at the guy not to spoil his vegetables. Yufen immediately began to justify himself, saying that he would definitely buy it. Our hero immediately started running somewhere in the direction of his house. Trying to get home as quickly as possible, our hero thought about how he could forget that everything here is not like in his time, because you can't just go and quickly spend all the money, especially in such a small town. The protagonist's face began to sweat. He continued to think that if everyone found out that they had not found all the money, they would begin to investigate even more, and Huan would 100% turn him in. Even though our hero helped the case a lot, if they have even the slightest reason to suspect him, they will not leave the guy alone. Running home, out of breath, he shouted at Yu Yue to quickly bring back all the money he had given them. The girl, holding a plate in her hands, looked at the guy with an uncomprehending look. asking her little brother what had happened that had scared him. The guy, trying to catch his breath, explained to the girl that he had not thought everything through. They would have to return the money, and very urgently, asking her not to worry, he promised them that they would be able to provide for themselves. Some time passed. The hero managed to return to the very place where his uncle had recently dug up a huge amount of money. Carrying a bag in his hands, our hero looked around because he couldn't let anyone notice him. As he made his way through the gravestones, his only thought was to get everything done here as quickly as possible and get as far away from here as possible. Approaching that very grave, he was glad because they had not yet dug this grave, and this meant that the hero still had a chance to get out of it dry. He thanked everyone he could for not knowing about this place yet, screaming in his head that he was saved. At this time, the officer silently walked up to Huang. Without turning in his direction, he tried to pause as long as possible. The bald man asked the policeman how the situation was, to which he replied that 100,000 yuan was missing, and then added that according to Huan, Yufei had stolen them. The officer was interested in the old man's opinion. He immediately started shouting that this couldn't be happening, because the guy himself had helped the matter so much. He didn't understand why he should expose himself so much. The officer said in a rough voice that we were talking about a whole 100,000 yuan. Time passed. The heroes continued to discuss our main character, trying to understand how the guy did it. The man in the police uniform explained that Huang's testimony matched reality. Before Huang's capture, Yufeng really was with him, because further investigation confirmed this. Turning around and starting to walk away, he continued that the guy was too suspicious. They needed to call him in for questioning. The bald man grabbed the departing policeman with a quick movement of his hand, asking him to let him meet the guy first and talk. But the officer was not going to let himself be restrained. He knocked the man's hands away, looking in his direction with a bold glance, telling him that if they hadn't been friends for so many years, he would have begun to suspect him. And then, continuing to move away, he shouted that this matter must be resolved to the end. The bald man looked in the direction of the departing policeman. He had nothing to object to him with. The grate closed and silence fell in the room. Mr. Khan looked away silently. He had nothing to say. He was not going to believe that the young man could do such a thing. At the police station, everyone started to bustle about. They were going to keep an eye on Kang Jinzhong and not let him out of the station until Cho Yufeng was arrested. At this time, our hero was eating ice cream, sweating profusely, thinking that he had rejoiced too soon when, because it would be so easy to leave this world, he almost made a terrible mistake. Looking at the game, he continued to think. At this time, the men were playing quite seriously. They were not interested in anything that was happening around them. One of them told the other that he had checkmated him because he had not kept an eye on his knight. Shouts began to be heard that he was here, mixed with running, which carried quite loudly along the alley. Our hero, chewing ice cream, began to turn towards the police officers running towards him. And after putting the ice cream down entirely, he understood that since they had come here, it was now his turn to checkmate. Sometime later, the hero was taken to the police station, to the interrogation room, where the first question was where the 100,000 were. Our hero pretended not to know what kind of money they were talking about, and the officer explained to him that he was asking about the 100,000 that he had blackmailed into taking from Huan. The guy asked the officer in response whether Huan himself had told him this. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table and shouting that he was the one asking the questions here and that the guy shouldn't answer a question with a question. The guy, spreading his arms, said that he hadn't taken anything, asking to see the evidence that proved that he was the one who had stolen it, and the officer asked why he had taken Huan to his place, adding and asking why he threatened to inform on him and thus forced him to give him 100,000 yuan. The guy, shaking, repeated that he hadn't taken anything, and there was no reason for him to expose himself so badly. The policeman, with his head down, asked if everything Yufeng said was true. The young man responded that everything he said was true, and that Mr. Kan was watching all of this through the window. The officer continued, asking, at that moment Huan did not yet know that he was wanted, why he went with him. Yufeng, lowering his head, began his story by saying that because of this damn man, his parents died. He made a face and clenched his teeth, adding through them that he wanted to personally see how he would be arrested. And then, suddenly jumping up from his chair, he screamed throughout the interrogation room. Raising his fist that he deserved life in prison, he asked to be locked up as quickly as possible. The man who had recently interrogated the guy was stunned by such exclamations. He had nothing to say to the guy in response. And then, standing up, he asked the young man to be quieter, telling him that Huan said that he buried 100,000 and then dug it up and gave it to our protagonist?" The guy asked in response. "That is, Juan brought you to dig into his ancestors." Mr. Khan, listening at this time, closed his mouth because he found what was happening very funny. The young man responded by telling Officer Zhao that he had a few doubts, explaining everything by the fact that, firstly, Juan said that he was digging but his clothes were clean, and secondly, suddenly he was trying to leave some of the money for his son. Zhao thought for a moment, silently listening to the boy's suggestion, unconsciously scratching his chin. And then he rose from his chair, still silent, not answering Yufen. We walked around the room for a few minutes. He headed towards the door, forcing our hero to look in his direction, not quite understanding what was happening. There was a loud sound of iron doors closing. Our hero smiled. Everything went exactly as he planned. He was happy about it. At this time, Officer Zhao approached one of his subordinates and told him to check Juan's testimony. He ordered them to find out where he went with Yufen and check. Time passed. Mr. Khan was restless, pacing around the officer standing in one place, who was also standing in anticipation, thinking about different options for how this situation might develop. Suddenly a noise began to be heard, and behind him appeared a running officer, shouting that they had found 100,000. They were right there. Mr. Khan shouted joyfully, "Did they really find the money?" His face began to sparkle with joy. The junior officer explained that they found them exactly where Juan said he and Yufen had dug them up. Time passed. Everyone was busy with work. There was no sign of silence. Mr. Kang handed Officer Zhao a pack of coins, thanking him for his help. But Officer Zhao replied that he didn't need the formalities. As he walked away, waving, he told the old man that he was free to go. Our heroes came out to the station quite late. It was late at night outside. The man asked the guy if he was hungry. Supplementing his question with an offer to go to a restaurant, he was going to pay the bill as a token of gratitude. The guy told the mister that they could go next time, explaining that the family was probably already worried about him. He needed to get home as soon as possible. The man supported this idea. And then, awkwardly looking towards the bald old man, he asked him what was wrong with him. But Khan didn't let him finish, telling him not to worry, because he had sent a letter to the relevant authorities, promising that the answer would come in a couple of days. The guy explained his impudence by the fact that they had no money at all. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said that he was also unemployed, still giggling a little awkwardly. He, smiling, said that there was no need for all these formalities, because he was going to send another letter anyway, and the answer would be sent to him within a week. The old man also suggested that the young man take Huang's place, adding that it was currently empty anyway. The guy awkwardly turned away, thinking that he wouldn't earn much at the factory. He was still planning to go to Zheihai. He began to thank Khan for the offer, but he refused, leaving the man stunned by his answer. And then he immediately began to say goodbye. Mr. Khan didn't understand. He needed a job, and he was offering him such a good place. The very next day, joyful children's cries could be heard near the house. The girl played with the children, praising them and stroking their heads along the way. She jumped over the taut thread, shouting 2 chickens, 2 geese. Continuing to jump, she shouted some incomprehensible words. It seemed that she was on her own wave. Our main character slowly approached her, looking with interest in Zhang Zirui's direction. He felt awkward seeing the girl playing such childish games in her free time. She continued to shout the words from the game, laughing happily. She liked it. Suddenly, someone addressed her by name, causing the girls to be distracted from their game. Noticing our main character, the girl was shocked because Yufeng was waving at her. The guy immediately told the girl that he came here to ask her for something. He asked her if he could call on her behalf, to which the girl responded positively. Taking the phone in his hand, he asked Zirui if she had Xiaodo's number, asking her to dial the phone number, which greatly confused the girl. There was silence. The girl looked at the guy without any movements. Remembering how she was under a heavy ton, they told her not to give Xiaodo's number to our main character under any circumstances. The guy asked the girl again if she would dial the phone number, tearing her away from her memories. She started waving awkwardly, saying that she didn't know the phone number, repeating the phrase that she didn't know several times. The guy thought that the girl was lying unconvincingly. He nodded back at her, then asked her to call Shen Ziran. The girl answered awkwardly and tremblingly that she would not give him Xiaodo's number either. He made a face and asked her if she really did know the number, if she had just lied to him, and she was dumbfounded in response, covering her mouth with her hand. He began to stroke his head, raising his voice, saying that he understood her because he was a scumbag, but he had known her for so many years. And then, Lowering his head with a sad voice, he said that he just wanted to see her again. She was silent, looking at the floor. Without raising her head, the house was filled with silence. She was interrupted by the hero who was saying goodbye, who said that if that was the case, then he was leaving. Perhaps next time he would be luckier. She, clasping her hands to her chest, looked at the guy leaving. She felt sorry for him. A whole week passed while the hero was waiting for an answer from Mr. Khan. He was busy with household chores. Cooking was, of course, a priority, because eating delicious food was one of his activities. He tried to improve his culinary skills by trying different cooking methods. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the doors, and the main character's friend appeared from them, shouting to him that money had arrived for the death of his parents, and the director was going to personally bring him the money that evening. Yufeng was a little dumbfounded in response, and then asked Chen why he was happier than he was. He didn't answer. When I asked him what he was cooking, our hero was cooking ordinary noodles. But its appearance and smell did not resemble ordinary noodles in any way. Chen felt like he had entered one of the expensive restaurants. Bending down and examining it closely, he asked his friend why he hadn't added an egg since the guy was rich. He said that the director would bring him a whole 4,000 yuan today, asking him to add an egg to celebrate. But Yufeng responded by saying that Auntie Wang's chicken had run away, so there was nowhere to get eggs now. The heroes began to eat. Chung was pleased because the food was very tasty. He praised the protagonist's cooking, asking him to call him next time he cooks it again. The guy responded to his friend with a slightly sad face, saying that he was leaving for Zhahai tomorrow. He started yelling at the whole house, asking where, why, he had a million questions. Continuing to shout, he asked what he was going to do there, adding his own questions about whether they had really given him a job there. But the guy, throwing up his hands, replied that he was going there himself because there was nothing for him to catch here, so he would go look for something better than what he had now. It was evening. Chen had already gone home, and our hero was waiting for Mr. Khan. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door, and the hero realized that the director had arrived and brought the money. Our hero greeted the director because he was truly glad to see him. He immediately began asking him if it was true, since he had heard that he was leaving for Zhahai tomorrow. Our heroes entered the house after some time. The main character poured hot tea. The old man menacingly told the boy that he had tried to slip away without telling him anything, and Chung had told him all about it. The boy answered the director that he was going to tell him as soon as he arrived. He told him with a smile on his face not to lie to him, adding that he now understood why he had turned down that job offer, since he had found something that worked in Zhahai. The guy answered negatively, saying that he was not going there to work. He was going to open a small business there. These words surprised the man, and he asked again if he really wanted to open his own business there. This delight in the director's eyes embarrassed the guy. He answered him, because he thought that he was slightly exaggerating. He was going there to open his own small establishment and live on it. The men's conversation continued. The heroes had already finished their second cup of tea. The man told the boy that he was a genius and too modest, because he had already agreed on everything, asking how he managed to do it. The guy thought that Kang, the director of Lin Shui Steel Factory, was 40 years old, had a bright future, an ideal characteristic for a partner. The boy asked Mr. Khan to promise him that he would not tell anyone, and he promised him in return. The protagonist's hero lasted long enough, and cries of surprise were occasionally heard from the house. The bald man listened to everything with the utmost interest without interrupting Yufeng. He thought about how incredible this story was. If he had such a chance, he would have simply lost it. More time passed. The heroes finished their tea party. The departing director of the factory told the young man that if he had any difficulties, he could write to him and he would definitely help him. The guy looked at the back of the departing director silently, following him with his eyes. The guy began to smile contentedly because there was nothing left to do. He now had the money. All that was left for him to do was pack his suitcase and go. Suddenly he remembered that if he left, no one would buy these devices except him. Some more time passed. It was already dark outside. Our hero, standing at the door, shouted, asking Yuna to open the door for him. She opened the door and was surprised because she noticed a box in her brother's hands, asking if it was really a color TV. The guy, entering the house, thought about why color TVs were so heavy at this time. He asked Yuna to help him. Having put it on the table, he exhaled, saying that just a little more and he would have definitely dropped it. Yuna, smiling happily, handed her little brother water. He told the girl that the compensation had been paid, a total of 3,980 yuan, adding that she could count it. And then he added, reminding the girls that he was leaving tomorrow. Yuna sadly asked her brother if it was really for good. The guy answered positively, adding that he would take 500 yuan with him and he would leave the rest for them. The girls asked if 500 would be enough for him, since he was leaving for such a big city. Stroking his little sister on the head, he said that he had enough. He was going to earn money there, so he only needed it at the beginning. He asked Yuna if little Jung was sleeping, and the girl told him that because he had overdone it with the games, he had fallen asleep early. The second sister asked if she should wake him up, to which the guy awkwardly began to say that it was not necessary, adding that he would go to him himself. Entering the room, he was touched, because the little boy was sleeping very nicely. He said goodbye to his little brother, waving to him and saying that they would definitely see each other again. Morning came. The rooster crowed as usual, waking up our main character with the first rays of the sun. Having stood up, he immediately began to pack his suitcase, taking all the things. Taking the photo in his hands, he looked at how great he would be spending time with Xiao Duo right now, thinking that he would also take this photo with him. As he left the house, he heard a motorcycle and then a familiar voice calling him. When he came out, he saw Brother Chen, who was waiting for him right next to the exit from the courtyard. The man told Yufen that he had a bus coming soon, so he came to give him a ride. The guy sitting down said that if they left now, then he would reach Zhihai by noon and have time to find a place to spend the night. Our heroes raced along the empty roads of their hometown. The main character looked at the beauty, saying goodbye to it all. The heroes began to say goodbye to each other. The guy ran to the bus, and Chung could barely hold back his tears. He shouted to him that he wished him luck in all his new endeavors. After some time, the main character arrived in Zhihai. The city, compared to the main character's hometown, was very noisy. People's shouts, conversations, and the noise of cars could be heard from every corner. Our hero thought that Zhihai was more prosperous than El Shui, glad that he had come to a big city. Suddenly, our hero was approached and asked if he would like to stay the night at the hotel. The woman called out to him again, causing the protagonist to turn around, pointing back to where the large hotel sign was. She handed him a map. On it was written, Heart to Heart Hotel. The guy asked her, embarrassed, if this was all legal. The woman responded by saying that there are official hotels, and if there are unofficial ones, the guy understood everything correctly. Clutching her chest, her eyes began to sparkle. She furiously tried to explain to the young man that here was everything he was looking for. He began to awkwardly deny such pressure, refusing. But she was not going to let him go. She grabbed his hand, saying that now they would look at the cozy rooms, because there was cleanliness and comfort there. Suddenly, the guy noticed the bus from which the words were coming, that now it was Xiaoying Chao Station. The guy looked at him happily, seeing him as his salvation. Yufeng immediately rushed towards him, shouting for him to take him as far away as possible. The woman shouted back that she had not yet told him everything. Sitting on the bus, our hero thought that he was very lucky, and after moving away from this situation, he took out a map. Looking at her, he thought that the primary task was to find inexpensive housing. Otherwise, he would eventually run out of money and would not have time to open his own business, the hero thought, exhaling heavily. At this time, a girl we knew was talking to someone on the phone. The person she was talking to was asking her if she needed a taxi. The girl answered with a little arrogance that she wanted to be driven to Jiadian Garden, but the taxi had to be number 411. After some time, she went outside and saw a taxi approaching. From the salon, a man greeted the miss, shouting to her that her personal taxi had arrived. After getting into the car, Zirin asked the man how he would thank her. He responded with embarrassment that the girl was very cute, but he was already married. She, in turn, explained that Xiaodo had been married to an asshole in the past, and to change the subject, she persistently asked if the guy liked her friend. He began to ask with an awkward expression how he couldn't like the girl that Miss Shen praised so much. He asked if they would pick up Xiaodu near the library, to which the woman nodded. The guy immediately put the car into gear and pressed the gas to the floor. The car suddenly took off, because these heroes needed to get to the library before the end of the working day. A few minutes later, the heroes arrived at the Zhihai Library. They made it before it closed. At this time, Xiaodo was slowly and carefully putting away the books, not paying much attention to those around her. Suddenly she was called out, which tore her away from her tedious work and also pulled her out of her own thoughts. Turning towards the voice, she saw Shen Ziran walking with a guy, waving at her. Xiaodo asked them to wait for her a little while after she finished work, and of course they agreed. As soon as they left, the girl sighed heavily, thinking that her family had once again set her up on a blind date, and now they had also asked Zijan to help with this. A little time passed. Our heroine finished her work. At this time, a fascinating dialogue began between the man and the girl who was waiting for Xiaodo. They were cheerfully discussing something. The guy decided to look at the door. It seemed to him that someone was looking at him intently. He cast his gaze to the side and was about to look back. But he couldn't tear his eyes away. His face turned red and his mouth opened in surprise. He saw the stunning Xiaodu approaching them. The guy couldn't even say a word. The girl immediately greeted her friend, joyfully shouting to her. As soon as the guy came to his senses, he immediately greeted the girl, making an embarrassed face. Xiaodo's friend took her arm, saying, "Why don't they go to the cinema? There was an interesting movie there that she wanted to see." After getting into the car, Xiaodo was told to sit in the front. She didn't quite understand what was going on, so she agreed without any objections. Miss Shen led the way, talking and showing them where to go. The girls looked out the windows, examining the city. They were about to reach their destination. Suddenly, Shen noticed Ju Jun, causing her mouth to drop open in surprise. She immediately shouted at the guy to stop the car immediately because Ju Jun was standing there. Opening the window, she began calling the guy, screaming his name several times. What made the guy turn towards the car, he immediately recognized Shen and Jiang. Miss Shen immediately began telling the guy that if he was not busy, he could go to the cinema with them right now. He didn't give an answer right away since he wasn't really eager to go, but the girl's pressure made him, and the guy agreed. It was clear from him that he was not particularly eager. Having got into the car and slammed the doors behind them, the heroes set off on their way. Shen introduced the men to each other, saying that Shijiang was her friend and colleague. The guys greeted each other. The guys looked at each other a little suspiciously. The man in glasses turned to the girl, telling her that he had not been paid yet this month. They said that they would only pay him next month. The driver of the car heard the awkward conversation, turned around and said he would pay for it, asking how much the ticket cost. He was silent, awkwardly looking towards the driver, looking away. But the guy behind the wheel started telling him not to worry and not to be embarrassed, because he didn't owe him anything. He was just giving him a ride, laughing at the fact that he knew how expensive taxis were these days. He clenched his fist and shouted throughout the car that as soon as he got his salary, he would definitely treat everyone. At this time, our main character was looking for a place to live, and when he entered another hotel, he shouted to the whole building that 35 yuan a month was quite a lot. The smoking girl at the reception answered him that it was not expensive yet, but since it was a large sum for a guy, he should go to a hostel because a night there costs 50 cents. The guy's eyes lit up and he asked her at the top of his voice where it was. She explained it to him, and an hour later, our hero reached his destination. The man showed the boy his room. Yufeng, seeing it, thought that in fact he was not paying for the room but for the bed. The lying man immediately noticed him and glared menacingly in his direction. The other inhabitants of these chambers also began to look at her in turn, because he was new to them. The bald man explained to the boy that they collected 50 cents every night, Yufeng agreed, asking where he could wash his face. He explained to him that there would be a wash basin on the left side of the corridor, and after a while our hero was already washing his face. And then, drying himself with a towel, he looked around, thinking that even though it wasn't all that cozy here, he could save some good money. When he entered, he heard a loud noise, snoring, and an unpleasant smell. Walking further, he looked to the side and then froze in place. He awkwardly rushed from side to side, looking for his bag because he had hung it right here. His thoughts were bursting with anger because someone had just stolen his bag. The man smoking on the second tier of the bed addressed the hero with the words that in future he needs to be more careful when going somewhere. He needs to hide things, because what is lost here is never found again. The guy stood there dumbfounded and listened to the man, thinking that he was very lucky that he took the money with him, because his life would have ended right now. From afar, he heard a familiar voice asking Uncle Yu about a free bed. Our hero turned towards the voice. To his surprise, he recognized his elder saying it out loud. He turned around and was also surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes, both shouting in one voice what he was doing here. Yufeng immediately started talking about how they hadn't seen each other for a long time, since as soon as they graduated from high school, they stopped communicating. Pointing towards the bed with his finger, our main character said that she was free today and was opposite his bed. He was happy with this news. A long dialogue began between the characters, because they had not seen each other for so long, and much had changed in each of their lives. Our hero said that he didn't expect to see him here, because he was given a job after college. He explained that he was assigned to the tax department, but a place in a worker's dormitory would only be given to him in the middle of next month. The hero giggled and smiled, because now he understood why the elder decided to spend the night here with everyone. The headman asked the hero in response what brought him here, to which the young man replied that he had come here to open his own business, and after a short pause added that he wanted to visit Xiaodo. He turned away from Yufen and thought that all his former classmates knew what he had done, and yet he still pretended that he had become much better. Having fallen onto the bed, the main character asked the guy why he didn't come to their wedding. He replied that he had much more important things to do. The guy's answer stumped Yufen, spreading his arms. He replied that he understood everything. The very next morning, the guy was walking along the streets of a city that was new to him. Holding a bun in his hands, he was looking for a clothing store since his previous clothes had been successfully stolen. Stopping in front of a large building, he looked up to see a large sign, Clothing Empire. As he chewed on his bun, he thought that today he would go out and look around for potential business. Entering the building, he looked around, examining every nook and cranny of the building. He saw different things, different signs and promotions that made him want to die at times. He thought that he looked at it. Although Zhahai was quite a big city, it was still behind the capital Mo. As his eyes ran over the top shelves where the clothes hung, he thought about that. That clothes that become popular in the capital only reach here after some time. But despite this, the demand for clothes in this city does not differ much from the capital. Smiling, he thought that he could make some good money from this. Stars appeared in his eyes. He began to think about leather jackets, skirts, oversized trousers, flared jeans. Starting to breathe heavily, he was going to start with flared jeans, as they were just starting to gain popularity at this time, and he would be able to easily break them into the masses. It was already dark outside. He still had a little time left, so he was going to look around a little more. As he walked further, he realized that many popular items had their origins in the night markets. At this time, Xiaodo was also walking through the city's night alleys. Our hero, walking happily, heard a familiar smell that made him turn around. He saw a girl who was so familiar to him. She was so beautiful that he couldn't take his eyes off her. He looked in her direction without moving. His eyes widened. It was Xiaodo. It didn't dawn on him right away. The girl was also surprised in response, because Yufen should not be here. He should not have come to this city. The guy immediately turned to the girl because he was going to meet her anyway. She was silent. The guy with a smile on his face shouted her name again because he missed her so much. The main character immediately greeted the girl joyfully, his eyes shining. Xiaodo was awkwardly silent, looking away. Behind her, the guy who was on a date with her started calling out to the heroine's friend, and our main character continued, telling her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yufeng didn't intend to stop, asking the girl if she was hungry, offering to eat with her, to which Xiaodo replied that she was full. The guy continued to push her with a smile on his face, offering her to go for a walk because he wanted to tell her a lot of things. The friend, who had recently been chatting carefree with her former classmate, began to quickly and intimidatingly approach the girl. Standing right in front of the protagonist's ex-wife, covering her with her hand, she began to speak loudly about how if he wanted to tell her something, then he should say it now, because Xiaodo was no longer his wife, so he couldn't have any secrets with her. Xiaodo herself looked sadly at the ground, not saying anything in response to the guy. The guy's expression changed and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He asked the girl to give him a chance, saying please several times. She agreed with a sad face and without any emotion, giving a positive answer to Yufen's requests. Turning to her friend, she said with a smile on her face that she would talk to Yufen for a short time because she wanted to clarify some points with him, but it had to be in private. Her friend wanted to object, but Xiaodo insisted on it, not giving Ziran a chance to dissuade her. Looking towards the guy, she saw sadness on his face because he did not expect that the girl would agree reluctantly. Looking at the departing heroes, the hands of the recently cheerful taxi driver were shaking. He was angry. He angrily shouted that Jiang Xiaodo had gone and left for her ex-husband right on the date with him, which made the second guy standing behind him surprised. He had never expected such a reaction. Zizhan exhaled heavily. She could not go against her friend's will. Turning around, she said that it was already quite late and it was time for them all to go home, causing the recently screaming guy to be surprised. He tried to object to the girl because he didn't intend to share with Xiaodo, but he couldn't. His eyes were filled with anger, and his whole body seemed to be burning with rage. At this time, the former spouses walking along were awkwardly silent. But Yufeng collected his thoughts and began to speak first. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and since then the girl's shape had become much better, concluding that he had fed her very poorly. The girl, looking sadly at the ground, turned to our main character, who looked in her direction with a smile on his face. She continued, saying that her family had recently started setting her up on blind dates, and her mother constantly loses consciousness, and the girl herself worries about her health. Therefore, she can only listen to her so that she does not worsen her own health with her experiences. The girl continued to say. The guy's face changed. The smile on his face disappeared. Xiaodo guessed that she would most likely get married this year. These words seemed to finish off the guy. His mouth even opened in surprise, and beads of sweat began to appear on his face. The protagonist's ex-wife turned around. Slowly, it seemed she didn't want to leave. Yufeng stood silently, his head lowered to the ground, unable to find any words. But as soon as he came to his senses, he quickly turned around because the girl was leaving, and this was his chance. He loudly shouted the girl's name, quickly starting to close the distance with her, catching up with her. At that moment, the girl tried to move as far away from the guy as possible. Her face was all in tears. She was in pain. The guy was catching up with his ex-wife, thinking about what the best thing he could do was. With a sad face, he tormented himself, remembering all the bad moments that hurt Xiaoda. He reached out his hand, trying to grab the girl. She screamed in surprise. She did not expect such assertive actions from her ex-husband. Our main character turned her around, then hugged her and pressed her tightly to himself, which made the girl surprised and at the same time embarrassed. He didn't hesitate. Quickly kissing her forehead, he missed her so much. Tears began to appear on Xiaoda's face, and her face began to turn red. Our protagonist gently said her name, starting to move his lips closer to hers, wanting to kiss her. Xiaodo herself was not against it. But suddenly the girl came to her senses and screamed. And then, shouting the guy's name, she pushed him away, not allowing herself to make a mistake. The guy, taking a step back, wanted to start talking to the girl. He took a long time to collect his thoughts, since there were millions of words in his head. But as soon as he started talking, the girl immediately interrupted her, asking her not to tell her anything, because it would be much better for both of them. She lowered her head and said that she hated him. She hated everything he did in the past, and she also hated that he started treating her so well all of a sudden, so because of that, she missed him now. She screamed the guy's name loudly, turning to him. She told him in a serious voice that over the past 2 years, he had almost killed her many times. He had beaten her for any reason. Even when it was someone else's fault, he would still take it out on the girl. These words touched the guy. He could not object to her. With his mouth open, he listened to her every word, not allowing himself to interrupt her. Suddenly, the guy tried to convey the truth to her, starting to shout throughout the entire alley. But his shout was not rude, but on the contrary, gentle. But she wasn't going to let him finish. She kept shouting that he had become completely different now. She became insecure because of this, telling the guy that with these actions, he was trying to fool her with his good attitude towards her. Her face turned red, and she continued to think that she didn't understand why he came here. She also didn't understand why she met at the market, because the city was so big, but they were able to meet. The guy began to explain to her, shouting that she didn't understand everything, but she covered her ears in response, starting to shout that she wasn't going to listen to him. She yelled at the guy that she didn't understand why he came here and she wasn't going to find out because she didn't need it. And then she started running away, screaming for Yufeng not to run after her and not to touch her anymore. The guy remained silent, looking at the running Xiaodo. He didn't know what the best thing to do in this situation was. With his eyes downcast, his thoughts were overwhelmed. He didn't know what to do. Clenching his fist in anger, he thought about how she hadn't even tried to listen to what the guy had to say. But he also understood. He understood that even if he told her and she believed him, if he wanted to get into conflict with her family again, he asked himself to stop hurting her. After all, he lives in a cheap hostel, takes care of his younger sisters, asking himself what he can give her. His face changed to a menacing one. He thought about the fact that he only needed to earn money for the startup capital, wondering where he could get the money. The very next day, our main character came to a noisy city street where shouts about some games could be heard. Walking past people sitting on the ground, our hero heard shouts that everything here was honest and there was no deception. As Yufeng passed by, his gaze fell on a ring. It was bright green in color, standing out from the other objects lying around. He bent down, picked it up, and began to examine it. the seller at this time asking him to be careful with the valuable artifact of the Ming dynasty. The main character asked how much it cost, to which the mustachioed man replied that he shouldn't even think about buying it because it was priceless, and even if it were for sale, he wouldn't have enough money. The guy grinned and replied, "Oh, come on, boss," asking how much you'd sell this adventurous jade for. He was surprised to hear these words. The seller thought that the young man was knowledgeable. Having answered the protagonist that he would give it to him for 2 yuan, since the payment was solely for the master's work, Yufeng replied that they were mass-produced, asking how they could be so expensive, adding that he should pay attention to this edge, to the material. He shouted across the entire alley, dropping the price for the ring to 1 yuan. After some time, the guy was already sitting on the bench, examining and cleaning his purchase. He was pleased with her, cleaning her from dirt on all sides, trying to give her a new look. Holding it up to the sun, he thought that it looked several times better now than it did when he sold it. A few more days passed and Yufeng became hungry, deciding to go in for a bite to eat. Having ordered himself a bowl of ramen and a glass of water, he ate while thinking about something. He heard some girl screaming for her darling to look somewhere, forcing our main character to pay attention. Yufeng decided to eavesdrop on what the couple standing behind him would be talking about. Putting down his chopsticks, he began to watch them and listen carefully. The woman approached the counter and pointed her finger somewhere, loudly asking her husband what year he thought it was made. The man himself, who had recently been sitting quite confidently, began to think that these foreigners knew their language well enough, so he most likely would not be able to fool them. The woman began to take some clay pottery, which made the man shout at her not to beat her, asking her to be careful. The man was surprised to see her and suggested adding her to their collection, and they agreed, saying that she looked very historical. The man asked the seller how much he would like for this clay vase. He, waving his fan, began to say hesitantly that it belonged to his ancestors, and therefore he did not want to sell it. But the man was not going to give in, saying that they would keep it carefully. The seller replied that in that case he would sell it for 1,000 foreign currency. Exhaling, the man took out his wallet and began to take out money. Our protagonist approached them, telling them in their language that he was trying to deceive them and that what they had in front of them was a fake, adding that if they wanted this trash for themselves, he could give it to them for free. They immediately turned their attention to the guy who had just told them this. He looked at them with a satisfied face, and there was not an ounce of doubt in his eyes. At that moment, the man, who had recently wanted to hand over the money, told the seller that they had changed their minds about buying it, and then they started to leave. Forcing the man to lower the price, he shouted to them that if the price was too high, he would sell it to them for much cheaper. But they did not turn around. The man dropped the price even more, which made the couple convinced that it was a fake. The man shouted that they were not interested in fakes. They headed towards the departing protagonist, wanting to catch up with her. They happily thanked him for his help, because he helped them now so that they would not be deceived. He turned to them and said, "You're always welcome, my foreign friends," and they asked the guy where he was from. He explained to them that he was a local. It was just that his father worked abroad and took him with him privately, so he knows English well. The foreigner was interested in how the young man determined that the item in front of them was a fake. Yufeng explained that these vases showed traces of paint and that archaeologists had not found vases of this shape, adding that he himself did not really understand this. The Englishman asked the guy standing opposite him if he was a collector, to which he replied that his father was in the business of similar things, so he knew a little about it. The foreigner's eyes and face lit up and he shouted that it was very cool, asking him if he could help them with a real antique. He responded with a smile on his face and said that he himself would be happy to buy such a thing. Walking along a noisy alley, our heroes met. The man was called Tom, and the woman Linda. Our main character introduced himself as Dafeng. The man who recently sold our hero a ring noticed them, thinking that he was leading foreigners. He started calling them, waving his arms, shouting for them to come to him, asking them to look at his goods. The guy approached him and told the man to get the real antiques. He began to fuss, asking them to wait a couple of seconds. He took out a comb, which was made of wood, and it even seemed to sparkle a little. The man began his story by saying that his great-grandmother had passed it on to him, and that several generations had passed it on before that, and that he himself was straight from the palace. This story intrigued the couple, and our hero began to carefully examine her from all sides. He thought that the paint on this comb was clearly not fake, and from its appearance one could tell that it had a long history. Although it was unusual, it did not have any special meaning. it was difficult for our main character to name its real price. In a foreign language, he told the couple that the thing was valuable, but don't let on that you wanted it. He was going to try to lower the price for them. Tom told the salesman that he wasn't particularly impressed, as he could find a comb like that anywhere, which left the man with the mustache quite surprised. The seller began to furiously tell about the long history of this comb, clearly trying to interest the man so that he would buy it. Our protagonist approached them and asked what the minimum price he would offer was, adding that if it was out of budget, they wouldn't buy it. He, no longer with such a furious face, replied that he would give it to her for 100 foreign currency, adding that she was really very valuable to him, and he would under no circumstances give it to her for less. They immediately agreed. Their faces showed that they were happy with the deal. The man silently looked at the backs of the heroes, who were leaving rather contentedly, exhaling heavily. His thoughts were that the amount needed to be raised a little. He was confident that they would definitely have bought it for more. Tom at this time thanked the guy, offering him lunch, adding that in this way he was going to express his gratitude to him. At that moment, our main character's expression changed to a sinister one. He thought that this was exactly what he was waiting for. After some time, the heroes came to the establishment to have a tasty meal. Tom told the boy to look carefully at the menu and order whatever he liked. The woman told her husband that she really liked the comb. These words made the husband smile because his wife was pleased. At this time, our hero thought that he was lucky, having told Miss Linda that he was worth at least 1,000 foreign currency. Tom, with a thumbs up, said that they only paid 100 for this thing, and it costs a whole 1,000. They were very lucky to meet our main character. He, putting the ring on his finger, began to talk about some kind of pity. These words confused the couple, making them wonder what had happened. The young man explained that if the comb had been made by a famous craftsman, it would have been worth much more. The man repeated his words of gratitude. At that moment, the man noticed the ring on Yufan's finger, asking him what era it was from and which famous craftsman made it. He, spreading his arms out to the sides with a smile on his face, replied that he didn't know. The guy said that he got it in the village. He can't say exactly what era it is from, but he bought it because it looked very beautiful. The man was surprised that such an expert could not say for sure, and when he asked immediately how much he had bought it for, Yufeng immediately and without any doubt answered that it cost him 1,000 yuan. Tom asked to take a closer look at it because it interested him. Taking it in their hands, the couple were surprised at how beautifully it shimmered under the rays, reflecting and beginning to sparkle. The main character, laughing, said that he planned to wear it for a while, and when he got tired of it, he would immediately sell it. Tom said with an excited face that his wife Linda liked it very much, asking if he would sell it to them now. The young man wondered if he was sure of this, since he himself did not know how old he was. Tom replied that the main thing for them was that they liked it, and the rest didn't matter. After these words, the guy waved his hand, saying that he would do a favor especially for them. As Tom handed the money to the guy, he thanked him, telling him that she was a real gentleman. Linda, with a surprised face, asked the guy if he was really selling it at the purchase price, and if he didn't want to get at least some benefit from this purchase. To which the guy, with a smile on his face, replied that he was ready to sell it for that much out of friendship, because it was important to have friends abroad, emphasizing that they were now friends. Night fell, the heroes went their separate ways, and the guy went to the hostel. Having arrived, our hero approached his former headman and asked if he was still reading. He began to slowly fold the newspaper in half, and then put it under the pillow. Turning to the wall, with his back to our hero, he began to snore. Yufeng asked him if he really wanted to sleep right away as soon as he arrived. Yufeng said that he would not keep him for long. He was curious about what kind of man was with Xiaoda yesterday, but he had no intention of answering him, continuing to snore. The protagonist turned away and thought that this was another person who thought that he was not suitable for Xiaoduo. But the hero was not going to back down and began to shake him, which made the headman's face tense with anger. Realizing that Yufeng wasn't going to stop, he suddenly jumped up from the bed. He started shouting about how it made no difference to him who the girl was with since he divorced her. The one with an awkward face asked his question again because he was interested in this. The headman replied that it was a taxi driver. His name was Shi Jiang. The guy's face was stunned. He couldn't believe it. It was really just a taxi driver. Turning back, he added that this taxi driver earned more in a day than he did in a month. Time passed. The hero was not going to go to bed. He thought that 1,000 yuan should be enough to buy a batch of good flared jeans from Guanghai. Arriving in the city, our hero looked at the signs, looking for that very street he needed. He made his way through the crowds of people with slow steps. Suddenly stopping in front of a huge building, he thought that he had finally arrived. Looking at this building, Yufeng thought that this building was 3 times bigger than the market itself in Zhehai. He began to quickly look around, turning his head in different directions. Sitting down on the asphalt, he said that usually people come to the market earlier to grab the best, but now it was only 2 o'clock in the morning, so he was going to lie down to sleep, and when he woke up, immediately go shopping. Some time passed. While sleeping, our hero began to have some strange thoughts, and then slowly opening his eyes, he heard screams about when this damn building would open. Beginning to open them more and more, he saw a huge sense of people. Seeing this picture, the hero's mouth opened and he screamed, asking them why the hell they showed up so early. Making his way through the crowd, the main character thought that he needed to hurry. If he got in the way, they would sell everything. As he ran, he noticed a man holding up 2 pairs of jeans and shouting that the regular ones cost 40 yuan and the skinny ones 55 yuan. Hearing this, the hero thought that they were very expensive, because if they were converted into a price at the rate of 2020, they would cost 3,000 yuan for 1 pair. Coming up close to the man, the hero asked him if he would give him a discount if he bought them in bulk, namely 50 pieces. The one with an angry face said that there was no bargaining, adding that the supplies were running out if he wanted to buy them. The hero thought and began to look at everything around him. The hero held up a sign that said that if anyone wanted to take the flared jeans with him. Continuing to wave it, he shouted for them to come to him. A man approached him and asked if he understood everything correctly, to which Yufeng replied with a smile on his face that he understood everything correctly. Another suitable man spoke of wanting to take several pairs. The hero asked him how many pairs he wanted to take, so that he could calculate the amount correctly before collecting the money. Everyone started naming their numbers, interrupting each other along the way. Our hero counted 105 pairs, including his, and that was enough. It made him smile. He collected the money, and they handed it over to him with a little trepidation. And then the whole crowd followed the main character, who pointed his finger to the side, saying that that was where the store sold the cheapest jeans of good quality. As he approached, he heard a man say that there were a couple of boxes left, and everyone around him started shouting that they would buy everything. This made our guy nervous, but then he suddenly had an idea. He shouted as loudly as he could that he was buying 105 pairs of narrow bell-bottoms, waving the money so that he would notice it. The man immediately paid attention because he saw foreign currency, which interested him. He immediately shouted to his assistant to pack 105 pairs and also added that he should not mix them up since they wanted the narrow ones. The woman picking up her shipment praised the guy, saying it was a great idea. Suddenly, a man standing nearby added that he needed another pair he had completely forgotten. Our hero asked him again. Yufeng thought, exhaling heavily and looking in his direction. Looking at himself, he saw some pretty bad things that it was time to throw away. He thought about it, wondering if maybe he should buy himself a couple of them too. It was late night in Zhehai. The noisy city had died down and it was time for silence. Our hero stood in front of a man, asking him if he could give him a good seat. While lighting a cigarette for Brother Chin, he continued to repeat his request for a good location for the counter. He, exhaling smoke, replied that he would think about it, adding to the main character that he should register and pay for everything. Enough time passed. Our heroes who had recently stood there at night were going somewhere. Brother Chin showed the place for the counter to our main character, who was quite happy with such a place. Adding to Yufeng that he should clean everything up himself since he himself had enough other work, the young man thanked the guy in return. Cleaning was in full swing because the main thing for the guy was to make a beautiful picture. Exhaling heavily, our hero looked at his counter, where a new page in his life was beginning. And then the first thing he did was hang up the jeans so that they could be seen even from afar. At this time, in the restaurant, Xiaodo was eating with some people. Her friend suggested introducing everyone to each other. Starting with Xu Jiang, she told him that he was her friend and worked as a taxi driver. The two men greeted each other, and the second man introduced himself as Tian Liang. The girl pointed towards Liang Liang and said that he was their former classmate from middle school, who had recently moved to Zhehai for work. The man asked Ziran if Brother Tian earned more than her, since the monthly salary at the factory was at least 100 yen, to which the girl replied that if he continued to tease her, she and Xiaoda would leave. Continuing that she was going to pay for dinner today, since this was Liang's first time in Zhehai. The guy started smiling, clasping his hands and saying that those were great words. Everyone around the table folded their hands and closed their eyes. At this time, our hero was completely at work. Waving his jeans, he shouted loudly that imported flared jeans of high quality were sold here. The girl who approached asked the guy if he could prove that they were indeed imported. He began speaking in English, telling her to pay attention to the material. The girl began to feel the jeans, looking at them carefully, and everyone around her paid attention to this. As the girl looked at them carefully, our hero asked her if this size would suit her. The girl asked how much they would cost. The guy raised his finger with the cutest face and started saying that they were straight from the factory, so they only cost 99 yuan. Leaning towards the girl, he told her that they also had a special offer. He said that if she changed into these jeans and walked around the market in them, they would give her back 5 yuan. These words surprised the girl, making her a little embarrassed. The guy continued, patting his chest. If she thought they didn't fit after she bought them, he would give her money back. She, without any doubt, asked the main character for size S, and he gave it to her. The girl went for a walk in new jeans, and she exuded contentment. And our main character stood with a satisfied face, thinking that this was the first successful sale. It was already late at night, and Xiaodo's group was walking outside the restaurant. They discussed how the idea of going for a walk after eating was great. Xiaoda lowered her head and said that she liked it. Jia Peipei suggested the girl to go to the night market because it was more fun there than on the street itself. At this time, a girl walking around the market charmed everyone around her, and all they did was look at her jeans. Coming back to our main character, he praised her. He handed her the 5 yuan back, saying that he always kept his promises. Her friend asked the girl what was wrong with her, to which she replied that her heart was fluttering. Our hero started shouting into the loudspeaker, screaming that he was the only one with imported jeans, adding to his offer that if they bought a pair today and walked around in them, he would give them back 5 yuan. And even louder, he added that this was not a deception. After some time, our hero was counting a huge pile of money. With a satisfied face, thinking that he had a great income today. One of the girls in Xiaoda's company noticed the girl walking in the protagonist's jeans. Zijan's friend noticed them and asked her if they were unusual, but she added that you can't buy them in the center. The girl suggested going to look at them, assuming that they were sold inside, since that was where people came out with their purchases. At this time, our hero was fully engaged in work, selling jeans. Then the number of people did not decrease, but on the contrary increased. Everyone wanted to grab at least one pair for themselves. The hero turned to the customers and said that he had run out of the small size, saying that he could buy them for 1 yuan as a reserve. Surprised, Zijan asked the guy what he was doing there. He turned around and immediately noticed his ex-wife saying her name. Xiaodo herself was also surprised by this coincidence and responded by saying her name. He awkwardly began to ask if she had really come to buy jeans, adding that this batch had already been sold, and he would prepare a pair especially for her next time. She didn't answer, sadly lowering her head to the ground. With an embarrassed face, he answered her that if she did not say anything in response, then he would take it as a positive answer. Xiaodo said with a sad voice that these pants were very expensive, asking if he thought about his sisters. The guy began to explain to the girl that now everything is not as before, and at this time the company began to call Xiaodo, telling her that it was time for them to go. One of the guys in the company turned to the main character, telling him to keep up the good work, and starting to giggle, he added that if he continued, he would become the richest of their class. The guy didn't pay attention to him, looking straight at his ex-wife. Recently, the giggling guy glanced at the guy, then at the girl. He began to get angry because Yufeng ignored him and did not respond to him in any way. He pushed the girl away with his elbow so that the guy would pay attention to him. The girl didn't expect this. She even screamed in surprise. At this time, another guy grabbed her hand and started pulling it away. These actions surprised the main character. After all, someone other than him took his Xiaodu by the hand. Xiaoda blushed in embarrassment when she realized that her hand had been grabbed. Coming to her senses, she immediately pulled her hand away, not giving him a chance to touch her. The girl's friend started calling everyone, saying that it was time for them to go. The guy clutched the documents in his hands in anger. He was overcome with rage. He shouted for them not to leave. There was anger in his voice. He said they were just chatting like classmates, asking if they could support their former classmates' business. The boy started shouting, saying that he was talking complete nonsense because Shijiang was not their classmate. The protagonist spread his arms out to the side and said with a dull face that Shijiang seemed to have the most ordinary relationship with others. After these words, the boy immediately began to make excuses. This made Yufen smile. He was pleased with these words. At this time, Jiang himself looked at the main character with a disdainful face. After standing and thinking for a while, He put his hand in his pocket, and then he took out some money, handed it over, saying that he would support him on behalf of all his former classmates. Yufeng immediately made notes in his notebook, asking him to name the size. The girl from the company immediately said that she needed a medium size, and they both needed a small one. The group began to leave. Shia continued to look in the direction of the protagonist, but her friend began to pull away, telling her to stop looking in his direction. The main character himself looked towards his departing classmates. He asked the girl to give him a chance to talk because they had so much to discuss. The girl walked silently, not looking in the hero's direction. The former headman looked at the guy and told him not to bother Xiaode, since they had already divorced a long time ago. The guy himself, with a menacing expression on his face, thanked him for the reminder. The company left silently, and Yufeng looked at their backs. The girl asked Xiaode why she didn't want to leave. She was wondering what else they could talk about with him. She explained that if she didn't clarify everything with him, he would continue to pester her. The guys from the company started telling her that she was too soft, adding that she still loved him. The taxi driver himself glanced to the side. He didn't like this. The friend herself started yelling at everyone, asking them to stop all this. Xiaode walked up to Yufeng, saying that they needed to step aside and talk about everything. After some time, the heroes moved away from the noisy place to a more secluded one. The girl stood silently, saying nothing. And then, turning to the side and starting to walk, she told Yufeng to start the conversation because he wanted to talk so much. The guy started the conversation by saying that a lot had happened since she left. Huang was arrested, his parents were buried, and compensation for their deaths had arrived. At that moment, the girl turned towards the guy. He offered to talk to her about today. He began to open his bag, asking her to look at how much he earned in one night. He opened the bag, revealing a huge amount of money. The girl with a sad face turned to the guy. He asked the girl with a smile on his face what she wanted to tell him. She continued with the same sad voice that they were already divorced, and she was going to marry another man, so she asked him to stop doing all this. These words seemed to break the guy. He began to be torn apart from all sides. Xiaoduo herself continued, saying that he could return to Ling Shui and they would never see each other again in their lives. The guy tried to object to her. He was tormented from the inside. Suddenly he stopped, bending down to the ground. And then he started laughing, giggling, without saying anything to the girl in response. These actions surprised the girl. She did not understand that a guy was doing this. He shouted her name loudly, pulling her towards him with his hands. He placed them on her shoulders, telling her to just try marrying someone. Tears began to appear in the girl's eyes after these words. She screamed, asking if he would haunt her until her death. He responded with the same cry that he had already allowed her to leave once. And he's not going to give it to her a second time. Nothing will work out for her, the guy continued shouting. He offered the girl to follow him, asking her to marry him again. The girl's face twisted and tears began to flow like a stream. The guy was silent, waiting for an answer from his beloved. Without waiting for an answer, he exhaled heavily, letting her go. He told the girl to forget what he had said by offering to walk her home. The girl still silently turned around and began to walk away. The guy remained silent. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, he thought that he knew what she was worried about. His thoughts bit him from all sides. It hurt him to understand that she was afraid of him. He was going to break down all the barriers between them, one by one. Returning to his shop, he looked around it. Taking one pair of jeans, he thought that the small and medium sizes were being snapped up like hotcakes, and he needed to replenish the stock while there was demand for them. Our hero returned to where he bought jeans. Having bought himself new clothes, he was pleased with himself. His life was improving, and he was not going to stop. Approaching the man who had recently sold him jeans, he recognized him, and the guy responded by saying that he needed 60 pairs. He said quite happily that the price per piece would be the same as if he had bought 100. Yufeng was happy about this. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him, which made him pay attention. The fat guy waved at him, greeting our hero. The guy, looking at him, wondered if he had bought jeans with him that time. Yufeng approached him and greeted him, and he said that he had come to see how things were going with fashion, since he had a special assignment from the company. The main character asked in response if he really worked for a trading company. The guy answered positively, saying that he worked for an international trading company. These words gave our hero the idea that this was his chance, because they started with small bags, and now they have permission to export and import any kind of goods. Yufeng, realizing this, immediately suggested that his new friend go for a walk. Walking along the alleys, the heroes discussed the successful sales of our main character. The boy told Yufeng that in such a profitable business, there would always be those who would also try their luck in it, which would undermine his income. The guy responded that he understood everything, so he was going to stay in business for a couple more days. These words surprised the young man, the hero continued, saying that in a war for a price, you need to be smart. At this time, loud screams were heard on the other side of the city. The man broke some bottle, shouting with displeasure and uttering all possible swear words. This man was Xiaoda's father, who shouted that this jerk had divorced her but still continued to hang around with her. Xiaoda herself opened the handle. She heard screams. She was a little scared. Opening the doors, she was surprised by the picture where her whole family was sitting. The father, seeing his daughter, turned to her with a serious face. He asked the girl when he arrived, adding that she understood who he was talking about. She replied that it was 2 days ago, lowering her head. These words angered the father. He began to shout, asking if he really came to ask for money, asking how much she gave him. Xiaoda answered that he did not ask for money, but only wanted to talk to her. Jiang Mingming began to ask the girl what he was talking about with her, because it made her father very angry. The girl immediately tried to justify herself by saying everything she was thinking. But she was interrupted by her mother, who began to say that they were ready to give him money and ask him to leave her alone. She said this with a trembling voice, putting her hands on her chest. The woman's words were immediately countered by the father, who began shouting that he would not give him a single kopeck, because if you give a beggar money once, he will constantly come until he sucks out all the money. The girl's mother, with a trembling voice, began to ask what they should do in such a case, because she did not know what they should do. Xiaoda ran up to her mother, grabbed her hand, and began telling her that she would solve everything, and she asked her not to worry about her. At this time, our main character continued to work tirelessly. A happy girl approached him, holding money in her hands. She asked him for 1 pair of those very fashionable jeans. Smiling, he thought that everything was fine with him. His sales were not falling. The girl asked the guy how much they cost, to which Yufeng replied that if she had pre-ordered them, the price would have been 100. But since she had not ordered them before, the price for a pair was 110 yuan. She was surprised by this, because recently the price had been much lower. Opening her mouth in surprise, she asked when the price had managed to rise so much. To which the guy explained to her that he had received the goods yesterday directly from the manufacturer, and there were already a few pairs left, and he had not been able to make any money last time. So now the circulation is limited. He cannot just go and sell them a pair that another customer had ordered in advance. The girl folded her arms and began to say that things weren't done that way and that prices didn't change. So if he didn't sell at yesterday's price, then she was leaving right now. The protagonist threw up his hands and began to apologize, saying that there was no way he could do this. He was already selling them for 20 yuan cheaper than they were selling in the capital. With an offended face, the girl turned towards the guy, telling him that he had persuaded her, adding that she needed size S. At this time, 2 girls approached the guy and said that yesterday they ordered 2 pairs of S and 1 pair of M. The guy held out the jeans with a smile on his face, thanking them for the purchase. After taking the money for them, he added that right in front of them, a girl had taken jeans for 110 yuan, since she had not ordered them yesterday and they were very lucky that they did. Otherwise, he would have charged them the same amount. As they left, they happily replied to him that they were very lucky that they did exactly that, because these jeans were very popular and they were lucky that they were able to buy them at all. Looking at the leaving clients, our protagonist was pleased. He thought that soon he would see the results of his strategy. Several days passed, and our main character's jeans continued to enjoy maximum popularity, with no end of customers. The approaching girl shouted something to Yufeng, but due to the shouts of the crowd, it was not immediately clear what she was shouting about. As soon as she came closer, the guy heard the girl telling him that his business was flourishing. She said that her friends were interested in his jeans, asking how much they cost, to which he replied that the stock straight from the factory had already been sold out, so he would not sell them for less than 110 yuan. She responded in surprise that it was cunning, adding that he ran his business very well. At this time, our main character's ex-wife finished her work. When she went outside, a guy called her and asked why she had finished work so late today, to which she replied that she had had a general cleaning today. Smiling, she suggested to the guy that he go with her to the market to pick up her new jeans. The girl walking next to her suggested that she go pick up the jeans herself since her nasty ex-husband was there. Xiaoda told her that it was okay since they could go together, adding that she needed to tell him something. She began to object, adding that he was truly sick and could not be trusted in any way. She lowered her head and said that she definitely needed to tell him something. Let's clarify a few points. Her friend had no choice but to agree with Xiaoda's stubbornness. Our main character at this time continued to engage in sales. There was no end to the number of clients. One after another, they came to order or buy jeans. Xiaoda's friend approached Yufeng and said that she had come to pick up her jeans, and he said with a smile on his face that he would pack everything now. Having packed everything into a bag, he handed it to the girl, saying that he had put 3 pairs in there as they had ordered, and she thanked the guy in return. Waving with a smile on his face, he shouted for her to come see him again. At this time, people passing by were discussing that if people buy 3 pairs at once, it is a good sign, because bad goods are not bought in such quantities. Approaching her friend, she handed her one of the pairs, to which Xiaoda began to wave it off, telling her to take them for herself since she didn't need them. She agreed with her friend's assertiveness, and as she left, she shouted at her to catch up with her as quickly as possible. Xiaoda herself began to walk slowly towards where Yufeng was working. Approaching him, she called out to him, which immediately made the guy pay attention to her. Turning towards the familiar voice, he saw his ex-wife, which made his face turn gray. She asked the guy if he had a couple of minutes because she wanted to talk to him right now. The guy, scratching the back of his head, began to apologize to the girl for yesterday, which made the girl surprised. His face began to sweat from embarrassment as he struggled to find the words. But he managed to say that he knew he had caused a lot of trouble before, but he was not going to do it anymore. His body began to tremble and he looked away. He tried to formulate a thought. There was mush in his head. Xiaoda herself opened her mouth and looked towards the guy. She was surprised to hear this from him. But when Yufeng suddenly spoke up, saying that he promised that he would not bother her anymore in the future, and then added that if she decided to marry him again, he would be happy and would wait for her. These words made the girl's mouth open in surprise, and then her face turned red. She couldn't hold her insistent gaze on the guy for literally a couple of minutes, immediately turning away. At first, the guy didn't know what to answer to the girl's silence, but later he said that he would consider this silence as a sign of consent. The guy went to see the girl off. She didn't mind. On the contrary, she was very pleased. A few minutes later, they stopped. Xiaoda thanked the guy for taking her home. After these words, she silently turned around, heading towards her house, and our hero continued to stand. He looked at the departing girl with an incomprehensible look. This feeling of the gaze ceasing made the girl turn around, and she asked what was going on. He answered her with a dull face that, in his opinion, no one but him deserved her. After these words, the girl went home. She felt awkward hearing this. Xiaoda began to enter the house as quietly as possible so as not to wake up her parents. Entering the house, she leaned against the front door, thinking about her ex-husband's words. But her parents were not sleeping. The mother immediately ran up to the girl, asking why she had returned so late, and seeing her eyes, she began to wonder what was wrong with them. At that very moment, the father of the family approached. The mother, with a trembling voice and a frightened face, began to ask her daughter if Yufeng had really offended her. To which she, rubbing her eyes, replied that a grain of sand that got into her eye was to blame for all this. From behind her father, Jiang Xiaohua appeared, asking her little sister if she had met him again, adding that she promised her mom and dad to avoid meeting him. She, with her head down, walked past her younger sister and replied that she had gone to talk to him, to which he said that they would never see each other again. The father responded to the departing girl by saying that he didn't really believe in it, because people like that don't let go so easily. And then he added that he had booked a table for 2 for her and Liu, so she needed to get ready. Xiaoda turned around with a scream and immediately started shouting that she would not go. She asked to be left alone. She did not want to go on dates. She wanted to be alone. The father also started yelling back, screaming at her to look at herself since she only graduated from high school and was now working part-time and was also divorced, adding that if she weren't his daughter, no one would want to date her. She responded with aggression by shouting that in that case he should go on dates and marry him himself. These words made the father hit the girl on the street. He was angry with her. Xiaoda immediately closed her mouth, turning away. She felt uncomfortable. She could hardly hold back her tears. At this moment, Xiaoda's mother grabbed her chest and then screamed that she had a very strong pain in her chest. The father immediately looked anxiously in the direction of the scream. He was scared. The younger sister also turned to this scream because she had never seen her mother in such a state before. The woman herself fell to the floor, holding her hand on her chest. Her body began to tremble with pain. Xiaoda immediately threw a scream towards her mother, asking her to calm down. The woman herself, with a trembling voice, said that the girl was also angry when they did not allow her to marry Cho Yu-fen, adding that this was what broke them down and that everything turned out very badly. She asked her daughter to listen to them at least once because they did not wish her harm. She tearfully agreed with her mother, adding that she would go on a date with Liu. She began to cry loudly, saying that she would obey her parents. The next day, from early morning, our hero set to work, continuing to sell jeans. The girl standing in front of him asked for size L. Our hero happily handed them to her. He was still pleased with himself. At this time, the former classmate was walking with his classmates and furiously discussing something. Suddenly, one of the girls glanced to the side, which interested her quite a lot. She saw Yufen and asked him what he was doing here. He turned in their direction and replied that he was selling his jeans here. He also noted that she looked good, giggling as he said that she was definitely much better than those standing next to them. These words angered the guy. He started shouting and asking what Cho Yufeng was hinting at. Pointing his finger at the girl's jeans, he continued to shout that just because she was wearing his shitty jeans, it didn't mean she was more fashionable than them. Yufeng asked his former classmate with a lewd smile how he could speak so negatively about his classmates. After these words, he immediately began to awkwardly apologize to the girl, telling her that he did not mean that at all. The protagonist was not going to stop, asking the bespectacled guy who he was to criticize his pants, which greatly surprised the recently screaming one. Yufeng continued, saying that poor vendors like him were barely making ends meet. He only made 2 yuan from each sale, but he still had the determination to judge him. These words made the village chief even more stupefied. Xiaoda's best friend, standing nearby, began asking the guy with an incomprehensible face if he had really said that he only earned 2 yuan per sale. What made the main character stop his ardor and step back, making an innocent face. And then he said goodbye to the girls and the guy, saying that he had no time to chat with them because he needed to go to the market. She, gritting her teeth, looked in the direction of the departing guy, mentally insulting him. Turning to her comrades, she said that they should not waste their time on him, much less fight over him, since they were not friends with him. It was already late in the evening. After sales, our main character decided to have a snack. While eating, a smoking guy sat next to him, who said that our hero had a talent for sales because he had the biggest sales at the night market. Yufeng responded that he actually didn't even know what his actual profit was because he worked to earn as much authority as possible. He asked in surprise who he was actually working for and whether it was true that his boss had contracts with foreign manufacturers. The protagonist replied to his elder brother Chin that he thought too highly of him because he was a simple worker, laughing at his small sales. He started screaming that he was lying to him, and from his screaming, he even dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Standing up and clenching his fist, he said that his share in this business was over. He asked the guy who he thought he was. The guy began to answer in an innocent voice that he would leave, but not today, because he had already paid the rent today. As Chin left, he shouted that he should finish today, but he didn't want him to see him here anymore. Yufeng, finishing his meal, thought that he had expected this, that this moment would come, but he had not thought that people's greed would force him to leave so early. Before selling, he needs to find out the demand, then purchase and then deliver. He still has time to save money for this to happen. The hero continued to think. After finishing, he went to the phone, throwing money into it. He laughed, and after dialing the number and waiting for an answer, he said that it was his older brother Shu calling. He asked his interlocutor if he could do him a favor, adding that he needed help buying a batch of flared jeans the following morning. The interlocutor asked the guys how many pairs he needed, to which the main character replied that he needed 110 pairs. And after putting the phone down, he laughed again. He had already thought everything through a long time ago. As he walked, he thought that including the remaining 8 pairs, there would be a total of 118 pairs. If he sold them all, he would earn more than 10,000 yuan. Loud shouts were heard at the night market, directed at our hero. Qin shouted at the guy that if he decided to cheat him here, then he would take revenge on him. The hero, smiling, walked away with the box without looking in his direction. Some time passed, and the hero with the clothes rack left the market. Carrying her, he walked along the street of the night city, which was full of nightlife. He noticed his ex-wife walking towards him, which made him surprised by such a coincidence. Xiaoda herself was also surprised by this because it is very difficult to meet in such a big city. The guy, passing by her with a smile on his face, only greeted her. He remembered the words that he would no longer bother her until she herself wanted it. This behavior raised many questions in the girl. She was surprised that the guy hardly paid attention to her. She even stopped and looked at the back of the guy who was leaving, from whom there was no reaction. Her face changed. She looked towards Yufen with a sad face. The main character's friend picked up the phone in the morning after chatting a bit. The guy said that he would wait for him at his house and then hung up. A few hours later, there was a knock at the door. Our main character had arrived. The heroes greeted each other. The plump guy told Yufen to make himself at home. Yufen himself was interested in whether he had bought flared jeans, to which he took him to the next room, where jeans were neatly folded. The main character thanked his comrade for his help. The guy suggested that the hero put things off until later, adding that he should try his cooking. He agreed with a smile on his face, replying that he would also have to try to cook something similar sometime. While eating, the boy asked Yufen why he wanted to buy so many jeans, to which the hero replied with a satisfied face that people had begun to envy his business. They had even begun to ask who his supplier was, to which the main character's friend replied that he had been expecting this, since his sales were going up, so it was obvious that people would want to grab a piece for themselves. The guy was interested in how much he had earned from selling these jeans, and his look of interest scared Yufen a little. He, with a cold, bloodshot face, answered worriedly that it was somewhere around plus or minus 10,000. He couldn't contain his surprise and screamed throughout the house. He immediately asked how much he charges for one pair, to which Yufeng replied that it was usually 110 yuan, which made him even more surprised, since they were bought at such a high price. The protagonist explained that now in Zheihai there is a moment of the most flourishing business, because people have a lot of money, so everyone wants to buy expensive things. Handing over some blue book, Yufeng said that it was the guy's money for the jeans. He opened it with a surprised look and looked into it. He saw a number in it that surprised him again, because there were as many as 5,000. The fat guy started to object, because he spent 50 yuan less than what he wrote on the check. Catching up with the guy who was leaving, he continued to tell him that he had written down extra money, but he turned towards him with a smile on his face, adding that this was for his help and delivery. Already in the evening, riding on the train, our hero was thinking. Looking towards the jeans lying there, he thought that now everything was just beginning. There were shouts in Jiadi Park, the shouts of our hero, who was shouting that this was the last batch of flared jeans for sale. These cries interested people because many of them had long wanted to buy them at the night market. But no matter how they came, they always had enough of them. They were interested in this. The main character told the girl that they were currently having a sale and that they cost 110 yuan each. She was surprised by the price, because even during a sale, the price did not change. With a cat-like look, the hero said that this was the last batch he had bought from the manufacturer and that he would not sell them in Zheihai anymore, and then spat and added that he hadn't made much money from it anyway. The girl's friends started shouting that it was still too expensive. But our hero didn't pay attention to her. He continued shouting about the fact that there was a sale on new flared jeans right now, only 3 days left. The day went on. Our hero was surrounded by clients, and he continued to shout about sales. Sometime later, during the day, after eating, he exhaled heavily. He was tired. He thought about how his sales had dropped fourfold, thinking about how some people had already started selling jeans themselves. Moreover, when there is competition in the market, and these competitors sell cheaper than him, then the reputation he has earned will fall sharply. He will not save himself even if he lowers the price, so he must manage to sell everything before it is too late. At this time, Xiaoda's company was playing a board game with great enthusiasm. The main character's best friend screamed that she had finally won. The girl sitting opposite Xiaoda freaked out, saying that she wouldn't play this crap anymore. She was going to go do her makeup. At this time, the protagonist's ex-wife sat silently, looking away. Her face was extremely sad. The girl's best friend asked her what happened because she looked so pale. She replied that her mother said that Liu Rui wanted to take her away, and her best friend, with a smile on her face, responded that he was very straightforward. Xiaoda responded with a heavy breath and said that she felt uncomfortable with him because she felt awkward being around him. She began to justify him by saying that she was much better than Yufen and added that she would go with her, since she had wanted to go for a walk for a long time. On the city streets, our hero continued to engage in his sales. He kept shouting that there were only 3 days left until the end of sales of those very fashionable jeans. A man in a suit approached him and asked how much they cost for one pair. Yufeng replied that one pair cost 110 yuan. Liu Rui immediately replied that he would take one pair. He needed size S. The main character, having packed the jeans in a bag, handed them over to the man in the suit. He went to meet Xiaoda because they had a date today. Seeing his friends with the girl, he immediately greeted them happily, saying that he was Xiaoda's friend. The girl's best friend said that he was not bad because he came to their home personally to pick them up. The man asked if their house was here, adding that he had heard that the people who lived here were either rich or criminals, but he didn't know that her family was so successful. The girl awkwardly grabbed Xiaodu by the shoulder, saying that they were going to go for a walk, but since things had turned out that way, she would leave her for him. Liu laughed awkwardly, saying that they could take a walk together. It would be much more fun that way, and at the same time, they would be able to get to know each other better. The girl didn't like this, but she had no choice but to agree. When they suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting that there were only 3 days left, Xiaoda's friend immediately realized whose voice it was, asking why it was being heard all the way here. Liu replied to the girl that he had heard from others that he had been working there for several days, selling those same fashionable jeans. Suddenly his gaze changed to surprise. He was surprised, because he recognized Cho Yufen. Looking towards the girl, he asked if this was her ex-husband. She began to walk towards the screaming guy, embarrassed. The man in the suit started to yell at the girl, pointing his finger, asking her where she decided to go. She looked angrily in his direction, asking what he was talking about. The man began to loudly ask her why she was looking at him, and she answered him with the same scream, asking why she couldn't look at her ex because she didn't understand what was wrong with her looking in his direction. During their quarrel, a girl came between them and asked them not to quarrel. Because it was complete nonsense, she suggested that they go to the store. The whole company began to move in the opposite direction, so as not to meet the main character. As Xiaoda left, she stopped and looked towards the guy. She wanted to go up to him and talk to him. Liu noticed this behavior of the girl and again began shouting, asking Xiaoda whether she was going with them or not. She, in response, without thinking, out of spite, began to shout at him that she was not going anywhere, asking him why he was giving orders here at all. Clenching her fists, her anger knew no bounds. She continued to shout that she would go wherever she wanted. He had no right to command her. He started shouting in response that he had gone on a date with her against his will, because if it were her father, he would not have humiliated himself so much, because she was just a pathetic librarian. Our hero heard this. He called his ex-wife, saying he shouted at her to come to him. She turned in his direction, her gaze immediately changing to calm. The guy repeated, making a cute face. He waved at the girl, shouting at her to come to him. She, embarrassed and with a blushing face, went towards the main character. He handed her the bag, asking her to put it on herself so that she could hold it. She became even more embarrassed, lowering her gaze. She tried to connect the words, but she failed. She silently grabbed her. And after I put them on, the guy continued to shout. Calling people, he shouted that only he had the best flared jeans and this was the last batch. There would be no more like them. These actions made the man in the suit angry. He looked in her direction with an angry look. He couldn't contain his anger. Heading angrily towards the guy, he was shouting something. Because of his anger, his words were hard to understand. Looking at her, he shouted that she was only capable of chasing poor men like him. He only earned 2 yuan per sale. He began to laugh, adding that she was only capable of a poor life. Our main character laughed, and then shouted at everyone that he only earns 2 yuan per sale, asking them to buy his jeans so that they wouldn't skimp and help him. The woman who was looking at the jeans turned towards Liu and started telling him that this guy works so hard to earn money, and he was making fun of him, calling him a freak. Other passers-by began to join in, asking the man where he worked, why he had such an arrogant opinion. They were interested in what kind of company such behavior was encouraged. The man in the suit immediately fell silent, because he had nothing to answer. One of the women turned towards the main character and asked him to pack her 1 pair, size large. Another girl asked the guy for 2 pairs. She needed sizes S and L. He folded his hands and began to thank the women, telling them that they were very nice. Covering his smile with his hand, he continued to thank them. Taking the jeans in her hands, one woman said that these jeans are of very good quality. She immediately understood this as soon as she saw them, adding that this guy is an honest worker, and the other added that the guy was barely holding back his tears. The guy shouted even louder that there were only a few left and he would not have any more pairs, because this was the last batch from the manufacturer. People began to flock to our hero, discussing that they had heard 2 aunties praising his jeans. The girl's best friend, who was watching all this, asked the former headman when Cho Yufeng became so hardworking, to which the guy replied that perhaps he had changed a lot, adding that he was not very hardworking anyway. As she was leaving, she said that she would go to Pei, inviting the guy to go with her. It was already late in the evening when it got dark that our hero began to make calculations. He thought the girl was surprised that they kept counting and he had so many sales today. Having finished counting, the guy boasted to the girl that he had sold as many as 42 pairs that day. The guy with a smile on his face said that it was already dark enough. Offer to walk her home, she agreed. The girl was glad that the guy offered her this, because she wanted to spend as much time together as possible. Both heroes headed towards the girl's house with satisfied faces. Suddenly, Shia spoke up with an embarrassed face, saying that the man he saw with her during the day was not her boyfriend. She was forced to go on a date with him. She had no choice. Yufeng began to ask the girl what she thought about him, how she felt about him, whether she liked him. He was interested. She immediately replied that she only went on dates so that her mom and dad wouldn't worry, that's all. When he got home, the guy told the girl to go home and go to bed, because it was already very late. Upon entering the house, the mother immediately began to ask the girl how her date went. Shia answered her that everything went well. Going inside the house, she saw her brother and greeted him. He raised his hand and answered the girl that he had come here to discuss something with his father, adding that the girl could go to bed. As soon as the door closed and Shia herself left, a scream was heard, where the guy was shouting at his dad that he was serious about this, that the real price for jeans was 45 yuan, and this guy at the night market was selling them for 110 a pair, because it was a great deal. He also added that Wen has already started selling them. They can't miss this opportunity. The father asked his son if he could really sell them for that much. He told his father not to worry. These people sell them at the night market and in Jiadi Park. Their sales are very high despite the inflated price. After these words, his father thought about it. The son started screaming loudly, yelling at his dad to stop being stubborn, asking him to lend him 5,000 yuan, and he promises to bring him twice as much in a month. After all, the market is changing quickly. They may be late. They need to hurry while there is such an opportunity. He asked his father not to remain silent. He, exhaling heavily, answered his son that this was the last time he was giving him money. He, happily jumping off the sofa, began to thank his father, telling him not to worry. He promised to make him a lot of money this time so that it would be enough for his pension. The departing father added that they had enough problems with Shia, so he asked that the boy not cause them any unnecessary trouble. The son started shouting back that he was earning money for the family, asking what Shia was doing to get back the money that this jerk had taken for them, since Wen at least had a store. The father exhaled heavily. He had nothing to say in response to his son's words. Some time passed, and brother Shia was given funds. In a luxury clothing store, two guys were discussing something heatedly. One of them asked the boss, what about flared jeans? He, looking into the envelope at the huge sum of money, exhaled, saying that there is no need to worry about delivery. They will take them from the port in Guanghan. They are sold for 45 a pair. The guy's interested look spoke for itself. He was interested in how much he would sell them for, and he replied that he would sell them for 40, which would knock everything down. He, with his arms folded, began to joyfully shout that it was simply excellent, shouting words of gratitude. He added that these jeans are being talked about in all the stores, and everyone is only thinking about how to get them cheaper. He told the guy with a smile on his face not to worry. He would sell them to them for 45 apiece, and to some even for 50, because they were not stupid. The guy, joyfully placing his hand on his chest, shouted that he could relax with such enormous support. He shouted that if they tried to compete with them, they would simply lower the price. If they were selling at 110 yuan, they would sell at 100, and so they could lower it to 44 yuan. He laughed loudly, adding that their competitors would not be able to do anything to them with a price war. The man, sitting and looking at his comrade, smiled. He was pleased with himself. Suddenly, a thought struck the man, which shook his whole mood. With folded arms and a defiant smile, he asked his comrade when he could get his goods. He raised his hand with the same smile on his face and answered, "Tomorrow morning." He asked to be patient, because nothing would happen in a couple of days. He convinced his interlocutor that he would be the first in Zhihai to receive them. These words brought the recently screaming guy back into a good mood. At this time, our hero was making his sales in the park. There was a wild silence. You could hear the wind blowing. Standing next to his, our hero thought that there were no more customers in Jiadi Park. He understood that he needed to change the place of sale, considering the option with a shopping center. As he walked with his goods, he thought about how best to act in this situation. Suddenly, two girls left him, asking him if he was the same seller from the night market and the park, to which they heard a positive answer. The girls began to ask him vigorously for a pair of size-large jeans. These words made our hero happy. He smiled. This meant that he would still be able to sell a couple of pairs here. Stopping at this point, he began to shout his chant again, trying to sell as many pairs as possible. Shia, who was passing by, heard a shout through the window that only here were flared jeans straight from the factory, and there were 2 days left until the end of the sale. Looking out the window, she saw people gathering around the man, also shouting loudly about what sizes they needed. She realized that it was Cho Yu-feng, which made her very embarrassed. Her whole face turned red, and she clutched the things she was holding in her hands to her chest. At this time, everyone in the shopping store was working tirelessly. The girls approached one of the points and asked if they sold those same fashionable flared jeans, to which they heard a negative answer. As she was leaving, one of the girls told her friend to go around and look for those same jeans, and she agreed, since she was also interested in buying them. Zhu Wenwen looked at the potential customers leaving and wondered why he hadn't arrived yet. And just a few minutes later, a loud male cry was heard calling Wenwen. The girl immediately started yelling at him, asking where he was wearing it, because so many people had already passed them asking about those same jeans for today, asking him how the deal went. The man began to explain, saying that he had to use connections to find out where the supply was coming from, and the price had risen to 50 yuan a pair. She, in response, kept screaming and asking why she had suddenly grown so big. If he had borrowed money from his father earlier, this would not have happened. The guy began to explain that he had already bought them, reducing everything to the fact that everything would be fine with them. Wiping the sweat from his satisfied face, he said that he had bought 100 pairs for 5,000 yuan. The girl was surprised by this. She asked when they would come to them, to which she heard the answer that they would come to them the day after tomorrow, either at night or in the evening. These words made her even happier. Her face lit up, because they would be able to sell them in 3 days. Adding that she had already done some calculations since they would be able to earn his monthly salary by selling just 2 pairs, they began to discuss it heatedly and joyfully. The man shouted that if things went well, he would quit and work for her. After these words, he laughed loudly. At this time, our hero finished the sales a few hours later, having sold his jeans. This made him happy, because he didn't think he would be able to sell everything so quickly. He walked up to the phone and began to dial the number, whistling happily as he did so. The phone was picked up. Our hero greeted his older brother Shu, who was surprised by the call from Yu Fen. Our hero asked him how things were going at the wholesale market, to which he replied that the price for flared jeans had risen to 50 yuan a pair. To which our hero immediately responded that he thought it would happen, but did not expect it to happen so quickly. Xiong asked our hero how many jeans he had managed to sell so far. The hero, after a short pause, answered him that all those jeans had been sold. These words made Xiong scream in surprise. Still screaming, he asked if it was true that he was able to raise 10,000 yuan, to which he received a positive answer. The guy asked the main character when he would ask for a new pair, to which he heard the answer that never, because if they raise the price, it means that the sellers are already reselling them. Explaining this by the fact that large companies that buy them wholesale can even fight for the best price, if they enter this war, then not everyone will be able to compete with them. Our hero happily hung up the phone and said that he would call him next time, because he still had to help someone. It was already late at night when our hero walked along familiar streets where he had spent quite a lot of time. At this time, Chin was drinking coffee, smoking a cigarette, singing a song, and was in a good mood. But this mood was spoiled by our main character, who called him and answered the hero rudely. Chin asked Yufen what he wanted from him since he came to him again, puffing on a cigarette. Our hero happily told him that he had come to visit him, and also added that he had some cigarettes especially for him, handing them to him. These actions made the sitting guy stand up. Taking them and then starting to toss them, the smoking guy asked Yufen in a rough voice what he had already come up with. He, in response, scratched his head and asked him if he could help him and allow him to set up a tent, arguing that he could not sell them anywhere else. He stood up and started waving his arms, asked him if he was really going to go back, and then laughingly added that the place was reserved for unemployed people who had taken a place in advance. And then, starting to wave his finger and head from side to side, he said that, unfortunately, our hero was not suitable for them. But Yufeng was not going to give up. Putting his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder, he told him about the gift he came to him with this time, adding that these were not just cigarettes. He was ready to tell him about his supplier. These words interested the smoking guy. And then, laughing and taking a cigarette out of his mouth, He answered him that he should have started with this, because they would easily get rich together. When the man found out during his survey how much the purchase actually cost, he screamed in surprise because it paid off in as much as 60 yuan. After all this, our hero replied that he could give him the number of his seller so that he could call him personally. But he had one condition. Qin threw away his half-smoked cigarette and asked Yufen what the condition was. The hero spread his arms out to the side and said that he would need a large area for 6 months. Qin replied that he would arrange this for him without any problems. A little later, our heroes moved to inspect the site. Qin asked the hero if it would suit him, to which he replied that it would be quite enough for him. Looking at Qinyu running to the phone, our hero joyfully shouted words of gratitude to him, giggling maliciously along the way. Our hero, looking at Qinya, who was calling the wholesaler, laughed loudly because he did everything he planned. The very next day, our hero decided to have a bite to eat, going into the first establishment he saw. In it, he asked for a pen and a piece of paper. He was going to send a letter to his relatives. In it, he told Yuna, Yu Yue, and little Zheng that he was doing well in Zhehai, and he wrote it all with a sad face because he missed his little ones. Adding to this, along with Yuna's admission to the university in Zhehai, Yu Yue and little Zheng will also come, because he wants to see them. As he walked, he thought that if they all came here, Yu Yue and Zhen would have problems with housing. He thought about what he should do. He was considering buying a house since renting would be unprofitable for him, thinking that a 70-square-meter apartment would cost 5,000 yuan, including all sorts of small expenses. And if it was an apartment in a townhouse, like those built in the area where Xiaota lived, then the price would be 8,000. But the living area of 120 square meters pleased him much more. He also thought about the fact that he would have to help the kids change schools, because they were still young. Approaching the phone, he began to dial the phone number, calling Khan. Our hero had already thought everything through. He greeted him joyfully, asking our protagonist how he was doing in Zhehai. Our hero began to tell him that everything was great with him, thanking him for being interested in his life. Our hero told him that he was going to return to Lingshui in a couple of days, asking if he needed to bring him anything. He answered in a joyful voice that he didn't need anything. Thanking him for his interest in this, he suggested that Yufen meet him at a restaurant when he arrived, since he hadn't had time to thank him that time. Yufeng happily replied that he was always happy to help him, because he had helped him a lot with compensation for the death of his parents. So it was he who should thank him, not Kong. Kan began to say that he should be grateful to him, adding that he should call him when he arrived in Lingshui. Our hero answered him not to worry, because they would definitely see each other. Putting down the phone, our hero again became lost in thought, falling into his own thoughts. He thought that it would be better to talk to him about transferring Yu Yue and Zheng to new schools. Perhaps he would even need to bring a small gift. A few days later, our hero boarded a train and set off on a long journey, namely to his hometown. Having entered the store, he bought all sorts of sweets for his younger ones, and walking with a satisfied face, he thought about how best to behave. And already approaching the house, he saw 2 boys who were playing and laughing joyfully, which made our hero pay attention to them. One of these guys was Zheng, our hero, and immediately upon seeing him, he called out loudly to him. He threw the stick and rushed towards him with a joyful cry, shouting that his brother had arrived. Running closer and seeing the bags, he drew attention to it. He joyfully shouted that they contained a lot of sweets and goodies. Our hero happily told him that he was a package detective, adding that it was all his. After these words, the heroes went home to their sisters. Entering the house, Zheng shouted throughout the house for his sister to meet her brother. He shouted joyfully several times that their brother had returned and that he had come to them. Both sisters shouted joyfully, greeting their brother. They asked their brother what kind of sudden visit this was to them. He answered them that he wanted to discuss something with them because he had sent them a letter, but apparently it had still managed to reach them. Zheng was eating sweets, and Yufeng suggested that they discuss everything over dinner. He offered to help with its preparation. A few minutes later, a luxurious table was set with different types of dishes, and the whole house was filled with a delicious smell. During dinner, our hero began to talk about how Yuna was also moving to Zhehai to study at the university. He was afraid to leave them here alone. Therefore, he would like to transfer them to a school in Zhehai so that they can be together. He asked his sister and younger brother what they thought about this proposal. The girl replied that she agreed to listen to him, and the baby screamed loudly that they would go to the big city. Yuna asked Yufen if it wasn't difficult to transfer to another school, to which the guy replied that he wasn't sure. He was going to talk to Kang Jinzhong about it today. A few hours later, our hero went to the Lingshui steel factory. Looking at the huge factory, he thought that the end of the shift would soon be here. He was going to wait for it outside. Kan, leaving the factory happily, muttered something to himself, thinking about how he could while away the day. Seeing Kan walking in the distance, our hero called out loudly to him, but he didn't immediately recognize the guy. He looked in the direction of the man calling him. Coming closer, he joyfully put his hand on his shoulder, asking him if he was hungry, offering him a snack, to which our hero replied that he was already full, and also that he had come with souvenirs from Zhihai. After some time, our heroes moved into the building, sat down opposite each other, and our hero began to speak. He planned to transfer his juniors to a new school in Zhihai, which gave the man pause. Taking an envelope out of his inside pocket, our hero asked Kan if he could help him with this. Our hero handed it to him. The man in response drank the coffee and laughed, asking what he wanted. In response, the hero explained that Yuna would continue to study in Zhihai, and he worked there. There would be no one left here to take care of his younger ones, so he came to this conclusion. Having handed him the envelope once, our hero asked Kan to help with this, to which he replied that he would help him with the transfer of the younger ones to a new school, promising that there would be no problems with this, and also waving it off said that he did not need his money. Our hero, coming closer to him, tried to persistently push money onto him, but Kan immediately after this action from the guy yelled at him. He said that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not help him with the translation, because he did not need money from him. He, joyfully placing his hand on his chest, said that he would then simply thank him, adding that if he needed any help in the future, he could rely on him. Enough time has passed. Our hero has already managed to return to Zhihai. Walking through the market, he saw many people walking with jeans. He laughed at their attempts to resell them. As he continued to look at this whole picture, his face changed more and more because it all looked very stupid, because every seller switched to selling these jeans. At this time, screams were also heard in the shopping center, but these were not screams of joy. The running girl screamed at Wenwen that a huge disaster had occurred, and her screams seemed to echo throughout the entire floor. Running up, Wenwen immediately asked the woman what had happened to worry her so much, while the man was hanging up brand new pairs of flared jeans. The girl, pointing her fingers to the side, began to say in a trembling voice that Chien also sells jeans, only on the floor above. She, throwing up her hands, added that the entire shopping center was busy selling these jeans, which didn't surprise Wenwen one bit. But she immediately objected to the girl's words, adding that this was not all after her. But she immediately fell silent, looking away. Vyunevny, laughing, asked what could be the price for all this, but she wanted to start talking about their price, that there was no need to worry, but the girl interrupted her. Reaching closer to the girl and covering her mouth, she said that he was selling them for 44 wan a pair. After these words, the girl and the guy screamed in surprise. They could not believe these words, because this price was much lower than they could even set themselves. The man began to say that the lowest price on the market was 45 wan per pair, and only a few people bought them for that much, adding that he was losing money selling them, and there was alarm in his voice. The girl explained that other sellers were also discussing this, the brand and quality too, but the price was much more different from theirs. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud cry, shouting that flared jeans were straight from the factory for only 44 yuan. The man, looking at Wenwen, suggested that she personally go and check it out. At this time, our hero continued to walk, looking around. Walking through the market, he heard shouts that were calling him furiously and asking him to stop. It was the same smoking guy who gave the platform to our hero. The guy said that he received his order of 50 pairs. In response, our hero told him that he was now a millionaire, adding laughter. Having caught his breath, he began to light a cigarette, saying that this was not so, because he simply borrowed a lot from someone to buy them. The guy asked our main character to teach him how to sell jeans. As he did, because he already had experience, he was interested in what he shouted to attract customers. He spread his arms and said that he would teach him everything now, adding that there were no big secrets in this. Coming closer to him, she said that she could use his old site for sales, and she could also say that he was his boss and began selling himself, because then they should believe him. Already at night at the market, the guy had everything ready for sale. He took a loudspeaker and hung up his jeans. He closed his eyes and rejoiced, thinking that he would finally be able to get rich on his own. He shouted that he was selling flared jeans straight from the factory at a cost price of 110 yuan. A girl passing by asked him if they had closed, to which the guy replied that this was not the case. arguing that the employee had quit and he was his boss. The girl approached him and asked for size S. The guy replied that she would only owe 110 yuan. The girl reached for the money. The guy was happy, thinking that this trick still works, and he only shouted once, but there are already clients. This thought made him happy. Suddenly, another girl approached him and asked if they were still selling them for 110 yuan. Approaching another girl, who was already handing over money, she told her not to buy anything from him because he was a businessman. Chin responded by angrily pointing his finger at her, asking her what she meant by that. The woman told the girl that the same jeans were sold at the mall for 44 yuan a pair, which surprised both the girl and the guy. He asked her in a rough voice how much it cost, adding that that couldn't be true because it was too cheap. And the girl said in surprise that for that money she could buy 2 whole pairs. The guy started shouting that it was a blatant lie, because if they were selling the same flared jeans there for only 44 yuan, then he would give his away for free. Another woman added that she had just bought the same jeans there for that price, adding that the guy could go and see for himself. After taking them out of the bag and unwrapping them, everyone around started shouting that these were the same flared jeans that cost 110 yuan here. The girl who was recently ready to buy them started yelling at the seller that he was a crook because he was selling them for 110 yuan and they could be bought for only 44. Everyone around started shouting that there was a swindler, a cheater. Everyone was blaming the jeans seller. At this time, the standing protagonist was thinking that if they were sold for 44 yuan each, then there was only one option for all of this. He must have found someone higher up the sales chain and is now buying them cheaper than anyone else on the market, our protagonist thought. At this time, the guy, who no longer knew how to get out of this situation, simply continued to shout that it was impossible because he bought them for much more. Behind the entire standing crowd, Shia was looking out, thinking that they were all ganging up on her ex-husband. But when she saw the guy, she thought that it was not Cho Yufeng. The girl looked down sadly because she wanted to see her ex-husband. That's why she came to the market. As she began to leave, she thought about how to meet him, not understanding why she was so drawn to him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the cries that were calling her, and the voice seemed so familiar. It was our main character, who was happily calling the girl, waving at her. She immediately turned around, hearing her familiar voice. She wanted to see him. Her face began to blush. The guy approached her and asked her if she was really returning home from work so late, to which he received a positive answer. Coming up close, he asked her if she was busy. He offered her to take a walk with him, which made Xiaodu smile. She replied that she didn't mind, and our heroes went for a walk, just the two of them. While walking, our hero noticed something that made her ask what was wrong with her. But the girl remained silent and did not answer. She remembered the man her parents sent her on a date with. She didn't answer Yufeng. Our hero, without waiting for an answer, began to tell the girl that his Yuna had passed her exams flawlessly and that she was going to enter Zhehai University. Our hero asked if she had been to Guanghai, telling her that it was famous for selling the latest fashion items, but the girl still didn't react to the guy, looking gloomily at the ground. Yufeng continued to tell the girl everything that had happened to him recently. It was clear from his face that he was very happy about their walk, but the girl still did not answer him, looking at the ground. This behavior made him ask again what was wrong with the girl. She closed her eyes and stopped. She blushed, but did not answer him. Suddenly, she rushed towards him, still saying nothing. Tears began to appear on her face. She asked him why he didn't tell her that he was back, because she thought that he had left this city forever. The guy even opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't immediately understand the whole meaning of the girl's words. And then he suddenly grabbed her hand tenderly. He was glad to hear these words. He ran to the side, which made the girl surprised because the guy ran, smiling, but did not answer her. They continued to run, and the girl cried loudly, repeating that she thought they would never see each other again. Suddenly, out of breath, she screamed loudly the guy's name. She asked him to stop. Still out of breath, she told him that she could not run any longer. She was very tired. Raising her head and looking at the guy, she saw a very pleased smile on his face. And the next action made her not only surprised, but also very embarrassed, because she had not experienced this warmth for a long time. Our hero hugged the girl tenderly but very tightly, and also tenderly said her name. She became even more embarrassed, and her face began to burn. The girl began to raise her hands, and then she hugged the guy, saying that she missed him so much. Our hero smiled even more. He was glad to hear it. The heroes hugged for a long time. Standing right under the lantern, they did not say anything to each other, but each of them understood everything. Suddenly, the guy moved away from her a little to see her face and asked what was bothering her so much. Were her parents really forcing her to do something she didn't like again? The smile disappeared from the girl's face and she looked away with a sad expression. The guy, trying to cheer her up, laughed, saying that he made a lot of money from selling flared jeans, adding that he now had 10,000 yuan. These words surprised the girl very much. She could not even imagine that one could earn so much money selling jeans. She asked if this was true, because she believed him when he said that he only made a few fen from selling them. Yufeng smiled and replied that it was the absolute truth. He was able to earn several times more than he bought them for. Xiaoda began to beam with joy, saying that this was very cool, suggesting that the guy go to a restaurant tomorrow to celebrate, adding that she would treat him to something since she had recently received her salary. Yufeng began to stroke her neck and said that he could buy an apartment for them here and they would no longer have to live in poverty as they had before. Changing his face to a serious one, the guy added that she might not believe what he said, but he really had treated her badly before. But he promised her that this time she would be able to trust him. And then, raising his hands to her face, he added that he would appreciate her. And after a pause, he asked if she would marry him again. These words touched the girl. She was about to cry. Her face began to burn even more than before. Looking away, she asked the guy if he could give her time because it was her family. But without letting her finish, the guy replied that, of course, he would give her this time. He was ready to wait for her. Let's talk a little more. The guy went to walk the girl to her house because it was already too late. Entering the house, she began to hear some screams about 5,000 wen. The screams echoed throughout the house. Her older brother was kneeling in front of their father, telling him not to worry because he would get everything back, adding that it was a minor accident. The girl approached her screaming father and said what was going on. She was going to explain the whole situation that had happened. She explained that the original plan was flawless, but Qian Jinlai appeared out of nowhere and started selling them for 44 yuan a pair. They didn't know where he could get the goods cheaper than them. The kneeling man added that Qian only wanted to attract attention. The girl added that she had secretly interrogated his workers, and they had said that he did not have much goods, and she was sure that he would increase the price back to 110 yuan per pair in a couple of days. The guy started to agree with the girl, adding that they would hide their jeans and start selling them when the price went up again. The father, having listened to both, exhaled heavily and then looked away. As he was leaving, the father told his son to stop messing around and finally find himself a permanent, normal, and stable job. The guy at this moment could barely contain his anger, thinking that they were not the only ones who bought flared jeans. They were not afraid of Qian Jinlai. Our hero was talking to someone on the phone. The interlocutor was angry. Because the main character promised to come to Guanghai for a business meeting, he still angrily asked the hero why he did not come. Yufeng responded that he would arrive tomorrow. This interlocutor was Shu. The main character was interested in where he worked. He got even more angry, saying that he had already told him where he worked. It was the Guanghai International Company. Our hero replied that he had forgotten, adding that as soon as he arrived, they would meet with him. The next hero, our main character, arrived in Guanghan as promised. Shu immediately greeted him joyfully. Yufeng explained his lateness by saying that he was very busy. The guy replied that there was nothing to worry about. Sitting down, Shu began to ask Yufeng, since he said that he would no longer resell flared jeans. He was interested in what he planned to do next. He explained to him that he thought he had heard that in September of 1979, there was an exhibition at the Agricultural Exhibition Center. He replied that he remembered this, because the exhibition was not really about the agricultural industry. Shu added that there were expensive goods there, such as quartz watches and mountain bikes. Spreading his arms out to the side, he said that since they had broken the norm, various exhibitions of fashion, children's products, furniture, and much more had appeared. The hero nodded his head in response, showing that he was thinking correctly, because in the year 89, two toy companies from the capital of Mo and the northern capital of modern times held a toy exhibition. The fat boy noted that although the toys were not big, they were very popular. And the guy with a satisfied face replied that the exhibition would take place again next year. These words surprised the guy because he had not heard about this before. The main character, laughing awkwardly and spreading his arms, said that in fact he was just guessing because he didn't know for sure. Looking at his interlocutor, he thought that, if he remembered correctly, the exhibitions were originally needed to sell off stocks, since this was only the case until the end of the 80s. Exhibitions soon slowly began to display expensive goods, and not just be used for the purpose of selling other things, because people always want something new. The same thing quickly gets boring. So jeans became half stock, although they were very expensive. Clenching his fists, the hero shouted that they could organize an exhibition at the night market in Zheihai since he already had a space. These words left the guy stumped. He asked how the main character sees it because there are a lot of pitfalls there. The guy replied that although this was true, with Shu's connections it would all be much easier than it seemed, because he could visit different factories and make sure they put their goods on display. The purchasing power of Zheihai residents is not small, and factories will not hesitate to take advantage of the opportunity to make a lot of money. He explained that if they could persuade the factories, they could persuade the Zheihai government to pay the required fees, because everyone would get a reprimand. Shu asked the guy how they could make money from this, and he replied that they would order some unsold clothes from factories, and they will put them on display and then use their popularity to sell them. The plump guy didn't understand a single word from the main character's lips. He asked him again what he meant. He began to explain in plain language that they would sell together with the factories, but they would sell other types of goods, so they would not have any competition. Adding that they would then use the popularity of their products to sell their products. This would provide them with a free venue and a way to sell unsold products, and they would make money together. The guy jumped up and slapped his friend. He was happy. He shouted joyfully that this was an awesome plan, the best one he had ever heard in his entire life. The guy added that they would split the profits, giving each plant half the price, and split the rest between themselves, and if they lost money, they would only suffer half the losses. Pouring water into the mug, the guy happily responded with consent. He really liked the idea. He asked his comrade where they should start. Yufeng thought for a moment, then scratched his chin and replied that when he finished the list of the best categories for them, they would come back and he would contact the factories. After drinking coffee, Yufeng continued saying that their original plan was to have women's clothing, so they would be their priority in sales. Shu agreed with this. Time passed. The heroes had fully decided and built their plan. While riding his bicycle, Shu told the protagonist that Lao Shi was a straightforward man and one of the best factory managers he had ever seen, adding that he did not cheat. The guy stopped and said that they had arrived. Pointing towards the vast area and large buildings, he said that this was a toy star factory. Yufeng smiled and looked happily towards the buildings, saying that selling women's clothing and working with the toy factory would attract the necessary customers, and there would be no competition between them. It was the perfect plan. Yu said that in 1982, he signed a contract with his company and developed a batch of toys in the shape of the Monkey King. They invested a lot, but the sales were disappointing, and therefore companies from overseas did not buy from him. After that, he had to break the contract with the toy factory, adding that he still felt sorry for Xu Zhigang, because Shu had promised him a lot when he signed the contract. The guy calmed Shu down, telling him that everything was fine. These words surprised the fat man. He did not understand what the hero meant. Yufeng explained that there was a lack of cultural exchange. People did not understand their culture, because no one would buy toys without a concept. As he walked, he told Shu that the production fees, brokerage fees, transportation fees, all of these were a lot of money, and overseas companies would not buy them because they would lose a lot of money. The protagonist thought that at that time, 4 classic novels had not yet been filmed, and the production industry was not yet very developed. The stupidest decision was to export a toy that only you thought was presentable. The main character continued to think. Shu began to knock loudly on the door, shouting, asking if Lao Shi was there. As he walked, the man replied that he would open the door now, asking them not to knock on it so hard because they would break it now. Opening them, he immediately recognized Shu and asked him how he came to see him, to which the guy introduced our main character, adding that he was responsible for the Jiangshui clothing factory. He, looking at Yufeng, wondered what kind of representative of a clothing factory he was, since he was still very young. And then, smiling, he invited them inside the building, telling them there was no point in standing on the threshold. The man sat down at the table, setting out the cups, and asked what brought Shu here, to which the guy, pointing at our hero, said that he would now explain everything to him. Our hero, putting his hand on his chest with a smile on his face, introduced himself as a sales manager of a clothing factory, saying that he had come here with the head of the department to discuss the possibility of holding an exhibition in Zheihai. He, while drinking coffee, asked if he had heard correctly about the exhibition in Zheihai, to which he received a positive answer. The hero, with the same smile, told the enthusiasts that in order to solve the problem of stagnation in sales of the toy factory, he would like to offer cooperation with several toy factories that also have problems with sales, because the exhibition will be held with the aim of liquidating the factory's stocks and increasing income. The man liked the idea, and holding out 2 cups of coffee, he suggested that they sit down and discuss the idea in more detail without rushing anywhere. He asked Chow's manager if he was organizing the exhibition, adding that he was selling clothes. Yufeng told him that they sell children's clothes, which is very close in concept to their toys, which are also sold to children. He paused, saying that he had heard of exhibitions being held, but they were always held in big cities like Kyoto and Shanghai, so it would be strange to see an exhibition in Zhehai. Raising his cup, the protagonist replied that they wanted to hold an exhibition because no one had held one before. He explained that toy factories from different cities would display their stagnant goods. He added that no factory loses anything from this, but only gains. The man tried to object to Yufeng's words, but as soon as he started speaking, Yufeng immediately interrupted him. He said he couldn't guarantee it, but he also thought he couldn't guarantee it, just like other factories. He explained that the sales arrears of their goods arose solely because of the seller's unwillingness to sell them, asking the old man why. After these words, he thought about it and began to listen to Manager Chow even more attentively. He explained that other people's toys would be much better than theirs, and consumers would have no reason to buy them. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked if they could guarantee sales in Zhehai. Smiling madly, Yufeng replied that he could, because he had lived there all his life and knew the market situation very well. Because Zhehai was a large city with a large electricity production, and its residents had high purchasing power. And then, having fallen silent, he began to pause, sipping coffee, so that the man could understand all the words of the hero. After some time, Lee asked the hero again what else he wanted to add. The guy loudly put the cup on the table. The force with which he put it seemed like it was about to break the walls. The man was covered in sweat, his voice shaking slightly. He said that it all sounded great, but it would be a burden to carry out all this, because what should he do? Their resources have been suffering for a long time, and they cannot take risks. He began to calm him down and replied that the head of the department, Shu, would take care of all of this. Initially, their strategy was to encourage companies to empty their warehouses. When factories work together, cooperate, there's always a solution. Consider the main character. The man, nervously running his finger across his face, replied that he thought exactly the same. But he was afraid. But Yufeng was not going to let him go. He started shouting at Director Shu that they were doing all this for the sake of the factory. After all, their workers had families. They should take the initiative in difficult times to solve the problem. The man looked away and thought. He was thinking that they had already postponed the workers' salaries. If half of the batch of the Monkey King toys were sold, then the problem would be solved. Slowly beginning to extend his hand, the man said he believed in them, adding that he agreed. The heroes shook hands, and the man continued to speak reverently, saying that he was leaving this question to them. Turning towards his comrade at this moment, Yufeng saw him exhaling heavily, because the situation was quite tense right now. Shu said, when Chow told him about it, he was the first person he remembered as their toys. But Shia, without letting the guy finish speaking, began to wave his hand, saying that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since that incident. And besides, it wasn't his problem, since it was his own fault that the toy sales had failed. The heroes laughed, agreeing to discuss the final issues later. Suddenly, the man switched from Shu to the main character and asked him how the negotiations with the other factory directors were going. Yufeng, without the slightest second of delay, replied that everyone had already agreed. He was the last one. These words made the man happy. Every day the heroes went to the factories. The Lishui factory agreed immediately. The director of the Kandai factory had to be persuaded a little, but he also agreed. The last one was a toy flower factory. The hero told him at length about the possibilities of the exhibition. At this time, Xiaoda's company was sitting in a restaurant, and in the middle of the table there was a cake with Happy Birthday Shen Ziran written on it. The man who approached apologized for being late as he was driving 2 foreigners. The girl responded that there was nothing to worry about since they had only just gotten together. The former headman asked Liang how he was doing with his work, to which he replied that he had no news about work yet, since he did not want to return to Lingshui. Suddenly he interrupted his comrade, saying that he had heard that Yufeng had returned to Lingshui, adding that it was no surprise that he hadn't seen him selling for a long time. He began to insult and humiliate him, saying that someone like him would not be able to survive in such a big city. The best friend nodded in agreement with the guy, while Xiaota herself sat with a gloomy face. Xiaota looked away and started to say something about her and Cho Yufan. Suddenly, one of her friends interrupted her, saying that he was a terrible person because he had deceived his classmates. She explained that he said he sold flared jeans for 110 yuan, but the exact same jeans were sold at the mall for only 44 yuan. Shen stood up and shouted that she had bought them at that price. She was unlucky. One of the guys said that judging by this difference, he made a huge amount of money. The other guy replied that it was most likely true. The guy in glasses himself laughed loudly, saying that they were greatly overestimating him because he couldn't, and if he had earned it, he wouldn't have returned to Ling Shui. Xiaota could barely contain her anger. She was at her limit. The headman continued, saying that most likely he gave almost all the money to his boss, adding that he still thought they were selling for 110 yuan. Everyone started laughing loudly, as Yufeng, as usual, turned out to be a laughing stock. The main character's ex-wife got tired of listening to this. She stood up abruptly, rolling her eyes in displeasure. Her best friend asked her anxiously where she was going. Suddenly, the girl screamed that she would marry Yufeng again if they didn't stop talking about her lover like that. Then they may not invite her anywhere else. The girl said a little more quietly. Everyone was surprised by these words. One of the guys even started coughing from surprise. The rest opened their mouths in surprise. They couldn't believe these words. Lian asked Xiaota if she really said that or just to make them laugh. The headman couldn't believe it. His face began to change from surprise to gloomy. The girl's best friend herself started screaming, asking if she really had decided to marry him again. Xiaota replied that she and her love would soon get married again. She screamed even louder, showing her displeasure, asking the girl if she had gone crazy. She explained to her everything that he was playing with her with all his might, so that she would return to her old life with him, since she had managed to get a divorce with such difficulty last time. The girl answered her that he had changed, and now he was not the same as before. She began to remember his actions, the expression on his face, which made her heart beat even faster. Shen held back her fists, and she began to feel the urge to hit the girl. She yelled at her, saying that people like him don't change. He's still the same poor and impudent Cho Yufeng he was before, moving on to the fact that her parents won't like it. But the girl's answer that she didn't care made Shen start calling names and shouting even louder. She started pointing at Xu Jiang, saying that he was a taxi driver, earned a lot, and that she was treating them like this. Xiaota, hearing all this, began to cry, her face covered in tears. Her best friend continued to yell at her, telling her that she felt like she was only worthy of this loser. These words completely finished off the girl. She abruptly took her bag away, and she headed towards the exit without answering the screaming woman. The bespectacled man shouted at Zijan, telling her that if she hadn't intervened then, he definitely wouldn't have let that trash escape, adding that now he had gotten into her head again and was tormenting her. Lai didn't know what to do. Looking from side to side, he said that he would go and see how she was. A man approached the girl and offered her something to eat first, since there was no reason to cancel the celebration. The headman added that today was her birthday, and this day should not be ruined like this. She, with the same rude expression on her face, yelled at him, telling him not to bother her with this birthday. She also headed towards the exit, filled with anger. One of the guys, with a satisfied expression on his face, offered the others something to eat, since they shouldn't have thrown it all away. The bespectacled man with a slightly frightened look told everyone to eat for now, and he would see how things were there. The guys, without any regrets, began to happily discuss something, not paying attention to Zhejiang, who was leaving. At this time, our heroes were vigorously raising something, but their breathing was out of control. They walked up the hill, dragging the bicycle behind them because it was difficult to climb. Yufeng told Xu that it was now his turn to push the bike up the mountain. He was already tired. After some time, the heroes stopped, trying to catch their breath. And the hero, wiping the sweat from his face, told his comrade that they had finally arrived. They were able to reach the last factory that Xu remembered, and the fat man himself was happy. Several hours passed, and our heroes finished the final negotiations closer to night. As he walked, Xu said that he didn't think everything would go so easily. He was glad about it. In response, Yufeng said that all factories do the same thing. If they know they will make a profit, they have no reason to refuse. A real test begins before our heroes. The guy, turning to his friend, added that they had to go to the clothing factory tomorrow to settle the problem of their sales debt for last year. The very next day, the heroes arrived early at the Jiangshui clothing factory. They were met by a man who greeted them joyfully. Shu introduced our protagonist to Mr. Jiang, telling him that he was one of the biggest entrepreneurs in Zhehai and told him about all his exploits. He was surprised that such a young guy could achieve such great success. Our hero responded by telling him that he was flattering him by asking him not to do this. He wondered how many unsold items of clothing they had left over from the winter. He, after thinking for a moment, replied that there were about 6,000 left. Our hero asked how many of them were female. He was also interested in the price. The man in the suit replied that it started from 8 and ended at 10 yuan. Looking to the side, Yufeng thought that he needed to see these clothes. "Go into the warehouse already." The man told the guys to look around, and he was going to make them a cup of tea. Our hero carefully examined and felt the clothes, trying not to miss any detail. He ran his hands along the seams, examining them with the utmost care. He realized what the matter was, because they were selling them from the wrong fabric. The man returned with 2 cups of tea. He invited the heroes to go into his office and talk about everything in a cozy atmosphere. Our hero, turning in his direction, said that he wanted to buy 5,000 pieces of women's clothing from him. Jiang, hearing this, beamed with joy, saying that he would sell them for 7 yuan each. But then he immediately heard a menacing "too expensive." These words instantly cooled all the ardor of the man in the suit. Our hero began to explain that the factory mainly sews from Dekron, and thanks to this, many people wear these clothes for several years. Adding that in addition, the production of cotton in the country has increased over the years, and therefore they began to produce enough textiles to last for everyone. Men in Dakron clothing especially stand out on the contract with their textiles being uncomfortable to wear. Based on this, our hero concluded that their sales were low year after year. The hero asked Mr. Jiang how many times the amount of unsold clothes had increased in the last year compared to the year before. He began to look away nervously and began to speak indistinctly. Smiling, Yufeng said that the situation with Dakron is getting worse every year, as they can judge from their sales in the summer. At this time, the man in the suit thought that he was right, because every year sales were decreasing. Jiang was interested in the protagonist's opinion on this, why it was so. In response, he explained that Dakron had previously sold well because foreign companies understood the market better, but that they subsequently lowered the price. Adding that the most important aspect is that they don't need the product itself. People began to see low quality due to price, which greatly affected the return on investment of the product. He didn't understand what the businessman had just said. Yufeng sold, saying that in December this year, the clothing brand, which had been on the market for more than 30 years, would be closed. These words finished off Mr. Jiang. He couldn't hold back and remain cold-blooded. These words also stunned Shu, who hadn't even thought about it. The man's hands began to shake. He became scared because of these words. He thought that it was true. Sales of this brand would be discontinued this year. At this time, looking at the man's reaction, our main character gave a sign to his friend that everything was going well and he could enter into a dialogue. He immediately began to say that this news came to them from above. Coming close to his ear, the plump boy asked him not to tell anyone about this news because no one should know about it. After a short pause, Yufeng replied that he would not buy anything at his price. The protagonist's colleague added that the number of 5,000 was an impressive figure. He hugged her and began to explain that even a lower price would be beneficial for them. The man thought, and his face began to sweat from nerves. He poured himself a glass of water, thinking about everything the guys had said. He realized that all the words were the purest truth. He turned to Manager Chow, asking him how much he was willing to pay for one copy. Without thinking twice, he showed 4 fingers, saying that their price was 4 yuan. Jiang was surprised by the price, saying it was too cheap. The main character's partner himself was also surprised that he had lowered the price so much. The guy threw up his hands and said that the cost price of the goods was 2 plus or minus yuan, not including the labor of the workers, rent, and so on. However, he asked them to keep in mind that these goods simply cannot be sold. He's only suggesting that they reduce their losses. After listening to the end and remaining silent for several minutes, Jiang exhaled heavily, saying that he would agree to their price, asking to pay immediately. Yufeng smiled and replied in agreement, adding that it was a great deal. The plump boy stood in shock at his friend's negotiating skills. Sometime later, the heroes left the factory and headed home. As he walked, the protagonist's face showed contentment, while his comrade walked in thought, thinking that 5,000 pieces of women's clothing cost them 20,000 yuan, thinking that there was no turning back. Taking Yufeng by the shirt and pulling, he addressed him, saying that their plan was a bit utopian. He asked him if he was sure they would be able to sell all these clothes if they couldn't sell them. In response, he heard that it was too late to worry, because the most important thing was to get permission to hold the exhibition from Mr. Wang. After these words, the guy's mood improved. He was glad that Yufeng believed in the sale. He began to pat me on the back and said that he would obey him in everything. The very next day, Shu headed to the International Trading Company. He thanked Mr. Wang in advance on behalf of all the factories. He replied that he could not refuse such a good offer. At this time, there was silence in the Zheihai shopping center. One of the girls looked up at the floor above, laughing. Thinking that he had finally stopped dumping, since he had most likely raised the price, she did not understand what he was thinking about. At this time, one of the girls approached the counter and asked the price of flared jeans. The man began to praise them, saying that this was their newest model and that the price was 110 yuan. She responded by saying that she was ready to buy them for 100 yuan, adding that she would not have 110. At this time, the girl, looking around, said in a quiet voice that they were ready to give it to them for 100. The main thing was that she didn't tell anyone. Smiling, the girl said that she would not tell anyone about this. Having handed over the money, she took her goods and headed off to the side. The man's eyes were shining as he was able to raise a whopping 50 yuan for one sale. The girl tried to calm his ardor because they had only made one sale. At this time, Xiaoda was at home, having come home from work early. She promised to help her mother with cleaning and cooking because they would have guests today. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and from Xiaoda's reaction, it was clear that she was not happy to have guests. The girl's mother turned to her with a smile on her face and said that it must be Liu Rui, and she sent her daughter to open the door. She slowly walked towards the door, hoping that it wasn't him who had arrived. Approaching the doors, she stopped in front of them, thinking that this would be a good chance to tell my parents everything if it was Mr. Liu who came. Another loud knock on the door pulled her out of her thoughts. She opened the door. Liu Rui and her best friend stood at the threshold, both smiling. Xiaoda was surprised that Ziran came with the man. She immediately began to say that she had met Liu downstairs by pure chance. Xiaoda herself was silent, remembering all the words the girl had said during their last meeting. Zijan asked Xiaoda if she was not happy to see her, to which the girl extended her hand and said, "Welcome." Xiaoda's mother was glad that Zijan also came to see them, telling her to help herself to some fruit while she set the table. The father came out of the room and asked the girl how her father was doing. She, with a smile on her face, replied that he was doing well, and at work, as usual, if they were really lucky, they managed to see each other. In Xiaoda's house, everyone wished each other bon appetit. Father kept pestering Jiang, telling him to try this, try that. The best friend turned to the head of the family and said that she needed to tell him something. He immediately switched from Jiang to the girl and asked what she wanted to tell him. She started from afar, saying that Xiaoda was like a sister to her, and it ended with her being worried because she wanted to marry Chou Yufen again. These words made the man furious. He asked her again if he had understood her correctly. These words simply killed Xiaodu because she herself was going to say this. But first, she needed to prepare her parents. Her mother was also surprised by what she heard and told her father that he had understood everything correctly. Xiaoda thought that she initially thought that her friend came to apologize. The man sitting next to her was smiling. The girl continued, saying that Xiaoda herself said this on her birthday. The father started pointing towards his daughter and asked her what the hell. The guest sitting next to her also said that she had something to tell him. He told how he saw Chou Yufeng selling jeans there and Zhang Xiaodo flirting with him in front of him. These words finished off the father. He could not contain his anger. It overwhelmed him. He yelled at his daughter, asking her why she wanted to go back in this piece of shit because when they took her away, she cried. She jumped up from her chair and answered her father that he did not understand anything because Yufeng had changed and earned a lot of money. And looking towards Liu Rui, she added that she was not comfortable with him, which surprised the man. The father, after thinking for a moment, hit the girl in the face with all his might. She couldn't even stand on her feet. Falling to the ground and hitting her back, she screamed in pain. Recently, the girl who was telling the story couldn't believe her eyes when her father hit Xiaodu. She immediately rushed towards her because she didn't know that something like this could happen. Xiaoda herself sat on the floor silently, and her lip was split. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, which brought the girl's father back to the real world. Even the girl's best friend stopped, noticing this. The girl's mother lay on the ground, groaning in pain, having lost her life. Xiaoda was shocked by what she saw, forgetting about the pain from her father's blow. She was the first to rush towards her lying mother, screaming. The man shouted for someone to call an ambulance as quickly as possible. After some time, an ambulance arrived and took the girl's mother to the intensive care unit. The family sat in the hallway waiting. The girl's brother asked Xiaoda why she needed him. Did she really want to finish off her mother completely? She didn't answer, but listened silently. He shouted loudly to her to answer him, because it was because of her that her mother had had a stroke. Out of anger, his body began to tremble again, saying that this was all very serious for her mother's health. The girl's father asked her not to marry Cho Yufen for the sake of her mother. She couldn't help but shout that he had changed a lot. The father, with the same cry, began to ask whether he really needed to beg on his knees so that she would listen to him. The girl tried to object to her father, but he did not let her. Approaching the girl abruptly, Xiaoda asked not to force her. The father asked if he was forcing her. Sitting up, he shouted that it was she who was forcing them all, adding that she should see what was wrong with their mother. Tears began to appear in the girl's eyes. She cried. Her whole body began to tremble. The girl agreed with her father. Loudly, sobbing, she said that she promised. The father hugged his daughter. The girl promised that she would never meet him again. At this time, our heroes were relaxing in the bar, drinking, because they had finished with most of their business. Already walking from it, they sang a song. Their joy did not fade. Shu praised the boy for his singing skills. Yufeng replied that he only knew this song. The plump boy added that in a little while the toy factory would deliver their goods to them, and he asked Yufen to stay in his city for at least one more day. But he refused, saying that he absolutely had to see someone, adding that he was so eager for his love because he missed her so much. The guy laughed in response, saying that he was just too drunk. Drunk, he told his friend that he was coming back. He missed someone. Shu continued pedaling for a couple more minutes, swinging the handlebars of the bicycle from right to left due to his drunken state. And then he said that he immediately thought that he was talking complete nonsense because he was drunk. He asked again if he really wanted to come back, to which he heard laughter in response. Time passed. Our main character came to a night store. He greeted the guy who was sitting and counting his jeans, who was clearly not happy to see him. Turning in his direction, he loudly shouted the main character's name in an angry voice. Grabbing him by the shirt, he shouted that he should warn him not to come. He asked Yufen if he was tired of living. In response, our hero, smiling, asked him to calm down, because that was not what he had come for. But he continued to shout. He was angry. He shouted that he shouldn't fool him because he knew that he had fooled him. Our hero realized that it was useless to engage in any kind of dialogue, and with a quick movement of his hands, he kicked him, pushing him away from himself. He, not expecting this, began to fall, screaming in pain. He did not think that he would be able to hit him, because before this he had never shown himself. He fell to the ground with a loud scream and a crash. He felt uncomfortable. When he got up, he was still angry, and through gnashing of teeth, he said the name of our main character. Starting to point in his direction, he shouted, asking if he knew who he was running into. He told him that he would drag him through the courts if he showed up here again. In response, our hero replied that he had paid for the rent, his name was on the list, and he had every right to be here. Standing up, Chin shouted that he would not let him sell anything here today, continuing to threaten to sue. Smiling, our Yufeng told him that this was great. This is what he wanted to hear from his lips. He had been waiting for this for so long. He shouted loudly, asking if everyone heard it, because he paid for the rent for the place to sell, and he is not allowed to sell here. Our main character continued to shout throughout the entire store. Chin responded by shouting that our hero should go to hell because he had many connections, and they were such that he had never even dreamed of them. Our hero turned around, still giggling as he walked away, hearing insults from the evil guy in response. As he was leaving, he waved to him, saying that he felt sorry for him because he had worked for him before, and at the end he loudly added that he no longer wanted to talk to him, wishing his business prosperity. These words made Chin even more angry. He shouted, asking what kind of prosperity there could be, adding that he was not his worker. Later, our main character reached the destination he was going to come to. He was thinking about his next steps. He was not going to retreat. He needed to go only forward, so as not to extinguish the flame in the eyes of his loved ones and Xiaoda. Looking at the large building, he thought that he had finally arrived here. Smiling, he said that everything would be arranged now, continuing to look into the distance with the same smile. Trying to go further, he was stopped by a man in uniform who asked him what he wanted there. In response, our hero showed a piece of paper and said that he came here personally by invitation. The man in uniform took the personal recommendation and began to read it, making sure that this guy really had come at the invitation. After reading to the end, the man in uniform said that if he was recommended by the Guanghai clothing factory, then he was a very big shot, and he responded by saying that he simply provided them with a place for their unit. Already inside, a man with a mustache was drinking coffee, muttering something under his breath. It was Mr. Liu, who was working leisurely, reading the documentation, all the while muttering under his breath. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and he loudly said that they could come in. It was our hero, who immediately apologized for the disturbance, saying that he was Xu Guotao's cousin, adding that he was the organizer of the exhibition. He immediately began to smile, telling him that he could sit down, then adding that Director Zhang would be here soon. He explained that he would take him to the night market and discuss the details, asking our hero not to worry too much. He was interested in how long the exhibition would last. But our hero did not give an answer, bending down a little and with an incomprehensible face thanked him for everything. Mr. Liu asked Yufan what was wrong, adding that it was written all over his face. He responded by saying that he had some minor problems. He began to explain that he provides the sellers with his own sales space, and, starting to scratch his head awkwardly, asked if he could be exempted from paying the exhibition fee. He asked again in a rougher voice, saying, "Free." The hero, bending down a little, said that it was so, adding that the manager of the night market had already collected money from him because he had told him that he would have to pay 20 yuan every day for the exhibition. Mr. Liu began to cough loudly after these words, asking if he had understood everything correctly. Yufeng continued, saying that he had already paid the rent for 6 months in advance, and he tried to explain the situation to him, but he didn't want to listen to him at all. He said that he would take money from our hero until he was removed from his position. The man listened to him attentively, and our hero understood this from the expression on his face. The guy added that the man says that all the money he gets will eventually go to Mr. Liu. The old man's face broke out in sweat, asking if he really said that. Yufeng responded by shouting that this was so, adding that he, as an ordinary citizen and a simple organizer, immediately refused, and in response, he beat him. He began to wipe away his tears and said that this was the life of ordinary workers in the market. He took advantage of them, hiding behind his connections, so he was Mr. Liu's cousin. The old man immediately after these words hit the table with all his might, asking again. He asked if he really said that he was his cousin, starting to approach our main character. At this time, there was a knock at the door. The man was a little shocked and came to his senses. But still, with an angry voice, he allowed them to enter, exhaling heavily. The guy who came in approached Mr. Liu and said that he had called him. The old man immediately attacked Zhang, asking who Qin Yigu thought he was, and he replied that he was just an ordinary night market manager. Mr. Liu began waving his arms angrily, shouting that he should be fired immediately. And then he added that he should ask the sellers at the night market how much he was taking from them and add it up. The old man was not going to spare him. Mr. Zhang, having answered that he understood, headed towards the exit, followed by our hero, who said goodbye to Liu. Already at night, our hero arrived at the night market holding some kind of box in his hands. He happily greeted Chief Qin, who asked him in an angry voice why he had come again. Qin immediately started shouting that he said to get the hell out of here. Yufeng asked if he couldn't see and started spinning clockwise. Qin did not understand these actions and began to examine our main character. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Qin's arms were grabbed, causing him to start kicking. He screamed, and in response, he heard people shouting at him not to move. They were people in uniform. Qin loudly asked why they were arresting him. The man in uniform asked the boy not to resist arrest, otherwise they would resort to force. The others, seeing the guy being taken away, discussed the fact that he had finally been arrested, and one of those discussing added that he had heard that someone had reported him. Our hero, giggling, asked Chief Qin if he needed a pair of flared jeans, asking if he could keep them for now. In response, he saw only a malicious look. Our hero even felt a thirst for blood. After some time, having collected his jeans, our hero left the market. Along the way, he stopped by the store and bought some groceries, whistling happily because no one could ruin today. As he walked, he thought about Xiaode, thinking that she should be home by now. The girl herself, holding a delicious-smelling container in her hands, was walking somewhere. There was sadness on her face. She walked thoughtfully, not paying attention to those around her. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the back, which pulled her out of her thoughts. That someone was our main character, who shouted joyfully at her and then hugged her, which made the girl embarrassed. With a smile on his face, our hero said that he was already back, continuing to hug the girl. She responded with a rough voice asking him what he was doing, which even made Yufen open his mouth in surprise. Stepping aside, she screamed at him that she almost dropped everything she was holding in her hands. She suddenly began to run away to the side, without saying anything more to our hero, which made our hero even more surprised, because recently everything was different. Grabbing a bag of groceries, he rushed after her, starting to shout at her to stop. Realizing that the girl was not going to stop, he offered to at least help her, but heard in response that she did not need any help from him. Our hero did not understand what was going on, because he had done nothing wrong, and recently everything had been just perfect. Thoughts tormented him. He asked the girl if she was going to the hospital, asking if something had happened to one of her relatives. In response, Shia replied in a rude voice that it was none of his business and that it shouldn't bother him at all. The guy asked her to tell him if something happened because he wanted to help. She responded by silently continuing to move away, heading towards the hospital. The protagonist was not going to leave things like that. He rushed after her, intending to stop her and talk to her. Grabbing her hand, he shouted loudly, asking Xiaodu to tell him everything about what happened, because he had every right to know. These actions surprised the girl, because before this, the guy had never been so persistent. She thought that this behavior of hers would be enough for him to distance himself from her. But she, without losing her composure, immediately jerked her hand with all her might, shouting for him to let her go. Our hero tried to talk to the girl, continuing to talk so that she would tell him. Xiaoda responded with a rude look, looked at him in the direction, remained silent, and then turned away and began to walk towards the hospital. As she was leaving, she told him not to follow her, but to wait here because she would be back soon. The guy stood in one place without moving, continuing to look in the direction of the leaving girl. He stood there with his mouth open, asking himself what he could have done to make her attitude towards him change so drastically and suddenly. And the girl herself thoughtfully went to the hospital where her mother was lying. The girl was bringing her something to eat. All this time she walked, trying not to show her true emotions, so that our hero would not understand anything. Suddenly she stopped abruptly, still thinking about something, not paying attention to the real world. She wondered why her ex-husband was so curious, why he asked so many questions. She was angry with him, because he immediately understood her condition and began to pester her with her questions. Her face began to turn red, and then tears started flowing down her cheeks. She called the guy names in her thoughts, thinking that she just didn't want to tell him directly that they were breaking up. It hurt her. Sometime later, the girl calmed down. She went into room number 3, where her mother was lying, and when she entered, she said that she had brought her porridge. She happily took it and began to eat it, while simultaneously saying how delicious it was. Xiaoda asked her mother to eat slowly, adding that she would come to see her again tomorrow afternoon. The woman, without finishing her meal, slowly placed the container on a nearby nightstand. Starting to wave her hand, the woman asked her daughter to sit next to her because she wanted to talk. Xiaoda, with a smile on his face, told his mother that she should go to bed early since it was almost 10 o'clock and the hospital would be closing soon. She responded by saying that she would not keep her for long. She reminded the girl of the promise she had made. It was a communication that she would not meet with Cho Yufen. She started making excuses and ended up saying that she would never contact him again. The yellow-haired woman continued, saying that she was very glad to hear this, because her heart began to ache, as she remembered how they lived together, because the guy treated her very badly and she always forgave him. The daughter approached her mother and began to cover her with a blanket, telling her to go to bed. The mother, in response, began to smile and asked the girl to take care of herself. She was pleased to hear all this. Our main character headed toward the door and then loudly slammed it shut because she could barely contain her emotions. As soon as she walked out the door, tears appeared on her face and her whole body began to tremble. The girl began to sob loudly. Leaning against the wall, she began to slide down it. Because of the emotions that overwhelmed her, she could not stand on her feet and began to slide down it. The girl curled up. It hurt because she loved Yufen, but everyone was against it. It was very hard for her. At this time, our main character was thinking about the girl, trying to understand what caused her cold behavior, because recently everything was fine. Our main character continued to stand and look at this all the time, thinking about it, and the girl headed towards the toilet to wash her face. After leaving the hospital, our hero immediately attacked the girl with questions, asking if she had visited her mother, to which Xiaoda passed by, saying that they would talk on the way home. Walking in front, she did not turn towards the guy, and when she started speaking first, she addressed him by name. With a cold voice, she asked him if he was a fool, adding that what normal person would run after his ex after a divorce and everything he did to her. These words seemed to simply kill the guy. He didn't know what to answer her. And after some time, without waiting for an answer, Shia told the guy not to come near her again and never talk to her again. To which the guy immediately caught up with the girl and grabbed her tightly by the hand, shouting no. He started asking the girl loudly why she was behaving like that. He wanted to know what happened. She closed her eyes and answered that her family was against the marriage, and her mother had heart problems. It hurt just from his name, because the guy treated her daughter badly. The girl continued in the same cold voice. And then turning around, she asked in a trembling voice how they could be together after all this. Yufeng started shouting back that he now had a huge capital. He had recently made another deal, and now he was making much more money. He wondered if she had told them all this. The girl didn't answer, but the guy continued to scream. He screamed that he had completely changed. He had changed for her. Shia, unable to bear it and without waiting for the end of the guy's words, pulled out her hand, turning away from him, telling him to stop, and then adding that he simply doesn't even have a home. Our main character didn't know how to respond to these words or what he should say in such a situation. He fell into his thoughts, thinking about what he had said to the girl. It seemed like the guy had lost the real world, and the ground had gone out from under his feet. He couldn't even move. Shia began to rapidly move away from Yufeng without even looking back in his direction. And having moved to a decent state, her face was covered with tears. Mentally, she asked to forgive her, thinking about how worthless she was. The very next day, early in the morning, our hero was standing with some joyful man. Yufeng handed him a sum of money, and he smiled happily, showing his satisfaction with his whole appearance. He immediately began to count the money, and after wrapping up the last bill, he said that everything was correct. Having taken out the documents, he began to hand them over with words of congratulations, because now this house was our main hero's. As he left, he continued to smile and wave happily, shouting that if he ever wanted to buy real estate again, he knew who to contact. Yufeng reread the title deeds in his hands, recalling yesterday's conversation with his ex-wife. He also thought about his younger children, because now they would have a place to live, adding mentally that it was time for him to do this a long time ago. And then, looking away with displeasure, he thought that if he had more money, he would be able to buy a house not far from Xiaoda's house. Sometime later, our hero headed towards the center. He headed towards the station, where he was obviously waiting for someone, constantly glancing at his watch. But just a minute later, a large number of people began to approach him. He, taking the ice cream stick out of his mouth, began to smile, thinking that they had finally arrived. It was Shu with representatives of the factories who would work with him on sales. Our hero immediately greeted them, saying that they had done a good job. And then he switched to his old friend, asking when the goods would arrive, and he answered that they would arrive at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hero began to smile, and spreading his hands said, "Dear colleagues, now we will go to Mr. Zhang from the business department, and after filling out the paperwork, they will go to the night market, inspect the place, and clean up." An hour later, the heroes arrived at the business department with a huge amount of paperwork. Mr. Zhang carefully read the report, rereading each sheet, and then he joyfully approached the fat boy and wished him luck at the exhibition. Our hero spent a long time telling factory representatives about the night market, and after they arrived at that place, Yufeng turned to his colleagues and said that this was the place he had spoken about. Everyone was surprised by this place because it was a very large sales area. Yufeng moved away towards some red pillar as it seemed at first glance to Shu. The main character asked his friend to help him turn it around. When he unfolded it, it said exhibition. The fat man was wondering if his friend had done it himself. Yufeng didn't answer, saying that as soon as the time came, they would arrange everything immediately because he had already thought of everything. Some time passed. Early in the morning, the streets of the city were filled with cries about the sale of handicrafts directly from the manufacturer, adding that the exhibition would be held at the night market. They carried a poster and goods with them, and the heroes themselves shouted about the exhibition. The people around who were walking with children stopped because their children were concentrating on the toys. All the children in the area became interested because the number of different, colorful, bright toys attracted their attention. The parents stood in shock, and the children continued to scream in surprise about it. Even the parents themselves were shocked because the toys were really cute. They had never seen anything like them in stores before. The children started screaming for their parents to buy them for them, and those who were walking without them started to run away, continuing to run home screaming and telling everyone around them. Already in the evening, a huge crowd of parents walked among themselves, discussing that they were going to look at the toys that their children liked. At this time, Shu happily told his comrade that a huge crowd was already going to the exhibition with them. The one with the inscription exhibition seemed to stand out more and began to shine. The children kept asking their parents to buy them at least one. Adults were interested in the entrance price, as well as what else would be at the exhibition besides toys. Our hero, having climbed a little higher to stand out, began to shout, "The entrance is free. They can buy whatever they like, because everything is sold very cheaply here. They will sell whatever those who want it want." Zhu looked at the crowd and was happy that so many people had come. Thinking about the effect of publicity, he was happy that it was working. Yufeng turned to his colleagues with a smile on his face and said that there were clients. Now everything was on them. They stood there, perplexed, looking at him, not immediately understanding what was required of them. Suddenly, Shu shouted that clothes from the largest factory in Shia were sold right here. The girls started discussing the price among themselves, and they decided to come and have a look, which interested them. Our hero took out one and said that this was a very limited edition and would never be on the shelves again, and that its price was 20 yuan, and he agitated that if they didn't buy it now, they would never buy it. One of the women asked our main character if the prices would really not go lower, to which he, with all the confidence he could muster, replied that no, because they were already being sold at a loss to the manufacturer. After these words, it seemed like a war for clothes began. Everyone wanted to snatch at least one copy. The other sellers, noticing the actions of the main characters, began to pick up on their method. They headed to the side as quickly as possible, thinking that they also needed to shout, telling about their product. One of the men demonstrated how his toy worked, shouting loudly about it. He talked about how it was a bamboo dragonfly, and the price for it was 50 fens apiece. And then, remembering how our main character ended up, he added that the manufacturer almost went bankrupt in order to sell it profitably to people. Children were interested in flying toys, and parents were interested in the low price. Clients began to approach him, buying what seemed to them to be a cheap toy for their children. Another man shouted about the Monkey King, adding that they were sold in the States themselves. The next man talked about tin toys that came straight from the factory, adding that they moved on their own. Our main character stood and shouted for people to come to him as quickly as possible because he was selling Dacron jackets at a big discount. Instead of 50 yuan, they were sold for only 20. The girls had a real fight among themselves for a place in the queue because they all understood perfectly well that the number was very limited. 30 minutes later, our main character's chant hadn't changed. He was still shouting about a big discount and a limited edition. The rest of his colleagues supported the same principle, but among themselves they discussed that their boss used the word exhibition to sell his goods. One of the men said it made no difference. He was giving them a place to sell for free and a place to stay overnight. It was an opportunity to spend nothing, so he yelled at everyone to keep working. Shu was equally enthusiastic as he escorted customers out, telling them to wear the jackets in good health and adding that they would be seen again. Looking around, the plump boy thought that they had already sold several boxes. Not counting the cost of gasoline and labor, they had already managed to earn 1,000 yuan. This meant that Shu and Yufeng would each receive 500 yuan, which was several of Shu's monthly salaries. One of the men forcibly pulled him out of his thoughts by kicking him in the arm with his elbow. The bearded man asked if they sold children's clothes, to which Shu stuttered and searched for an answer. Looking around, he added to talk about the fact that no matter how much he looked, they were not selling children's clothing, but some kind of Dacron women's clothing. The main character with ears on his head approached and explained that he did not understand that they had a united economy, which made the bearded man surprised. It was clear from his face that he didn't understand at all what they were talking about, what kind of united economy this was. Taking a breath, the main character began to explain again that children want toys, and mothers may not want to just go and buy toys, and since they sell women's clothing, they have no reason not to come to them. Starting to smile, he began to shout louder and with a smile on his face that, simply put, they killed two birds with one stone. Mothers and children buy toys and clothes for themselves, and his colleagues get money. The bearded man, sweating from his boss's story, replied that he hadn't even thought about it and began telling our protagonist how brilliant he was at sales. The first day of the exhibition had passed, and late at night a loud company could already be heard on the streets, joyfully shouting about something. These were our heroes praising our heroes, saying that they were simply the most genuine business geniuses. One of the men turned to Shu and asked him how he liked the idea of consolidating their success with a nighttime dinner, repeating it several times so that everyone around could hear. In response, Shu said with a smile on his face that it was a very good idea, because today was indeed a difficult day. A bearded man standing in the background turned to Mr. Chow, asking why he was so silent. He answered with an awkward expression that his throat had simply been dry all day. The man began to grab the bearded man by the back and began to tell him that he had shouted a little quieter today. Shu encouraged him, saying that everyone in the area had heard him, laughingly adding that he had shouted down everyone with his loud voice. The walking company laughed loudly, starting to discuss each other. They were all in a great mood, because today everyone sold quite a lot. A little later, our heroes returned home. They could not wait for one event, which they would do first thing when entering the house. A few minutes later, Shu entered the room and asked Yufan how he was doing, to which he replied that he had already finished. Mr. Chow replied that he had calculated and it was 5,020 yen, a smile never leaving his face. Zhu replied that he had more. He had 6,980 yuan. Starting to smile even more, he said that it was just great. He was happy with this day. Shu responded by starting to put his hand into his bag and shouted loudly for him to stop praising him because he was going to count it again so as not to make a mistake. Time passed. The plump young man counted the bills one by one, and towards the very end, he fell silent. At the end, he raised his finger and said that everything was correct. It was almost 7,000. Only 20 yen was missing. In response, scratching his beard, our hero said that together they would have 12,000 yuan, which meant that they had sold 600 pieces of clothing today. A plump boy started to climb on the table, asking if they would continue sales tomorrow, to which Chow replied that everything was correct, because the exhibition had just begun, and as soon as the news spread, even more people would come to them. During a long discussion, our main character got tired and started yawning loudly. Today was a difficult day. He went to his room, saying that he would go to bed early because tomorrow was another hard and new working day. Our hero's friend wished him good night. Early in the morning, our hero stood near a large building. The sun was rising. Its rays began to illuminate the city. Zhu ran out of the building, shouting to the hero that he was finished, and also asked him not to lose it, starting to pass the paper, on which it was written that our main character's balance was 6,000 yuan. Looking at her, his eyes lit up. He was glad that things were going well for him. He was going to continue in the same spirit. When he suddenly shouted loudly across the street that they needed to sell as many copies as possible, Shu supported the guy's mood, starting to shout agreement in response. Our hero's colleagues heard Chow shouting about some kind of jump discounts. These words interested them. They were going to try to shout the same way. They ran to their stalls with goods, thinking that they also wanted to earn as much money as possible. At this time, the shopping center seemed to be silent. The building was different from the others. The girl standing behind the counter asked the guy hanging up his jeans why he hadn't gone to work today, to which the guy replied that he needed to see how things were going in their store. "What kind of work could we be talking about?" the same guy asked. The girl raised her hand to her face and asked him if he hadn't heard about the exhibition at the night market where they were selling Dacron, adding that once they left, everything would go back to normal. The man asked her if this was the same Dacron from the factory that was closing down, wondering if he should buy it for them too, to which the girl replied that it was too uncomfortable and too warm. And after a short silence, the girl added that she almost forgot to tell him something. The boy immediately began asking her what she meant, asking her to tell him as quickly as possible if it was important. Coming closer, the girl walked right up to the guy's ear, saying that she found out how to buy flared jeans for only 44 yuan, which left the guy shocked. At this time, Xiaoda was working at work, namely at the Zhehai library. A girl who came up to her with a smile on her face told her that she had heard about some kind of free exhibition nearby. In response, the unsuspecting Xiaoda replied that she had not heard anything about her. The girl's colleague began to ask her to go with him and take a look, because she had been told that a factory producing Dacron jackets had recently closed, and now they were selling them at the exhibition for only 20 yuan instead of 50. These words interested the girl. The girl's colleague began to continue telling her, saying that they are suitable for cold weather and she wants to buy one for the winter. There was a wild noise in the night market. Cho kept shouting that for only 20 yuan they could buy everything they had here, and today was the last day of sales. The girls from the library who came to the exhibition began to walk towards the end of the line, surprised at how long the line was. The main character's friend continued, saying that this was the last batch for sale, while Xiaoda herself tried to maintain the dialogue, showing her interest. Sometime later it was their turn. The girl's friend immediately started talking about size S, asking if there was a brighter color. Shu responded by showing her the color pink, asking if this would work, to which she replied with delight on her face that it would. After he finished the sale, he turned to our main character and asked what she wanted to buy. She replied with a smile on her face that she wanted the same thing, size S, color pink. She liked the jacket. At this time, our main character was laying out jackets with a smile on his face. Shu shouted to Yufen that he needed 2 S jackets, pink. Having taken them out, he began to approach the counter with a smile on his face, saying that here are those same 2 pink jackets. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically. The smile disappeared from his face, and his eyes seemed to be about to burn out. They were looking at one point. Like Xiaota herself, she was wildly surprised, because she didn't expect to see our main character here. She didn't expect to see her ex-husband here. While handing over the jackets, he did not take his eyes off the girl. The girl's friend thanked the seller. After coming to his senses, he picked up the jacket for Xiaota. With a smile on his face, he pretended not to know her as he began to hand her the jacket. The girl also came to her senses after this appeal. She screamed in surprise, awkwardly beginning to answer in a trembling voice. As she was leaving, the girl looked back, and her friend praised the price, because they were very lucky to buy at a low price. But her friend did not answer. She only looked back thoughtfully, although she did not want to see her ex-husband again. A man approached the gathering heroes, turning to Shu. He said that their business was going well. He suggested that they have some noodles for breakfast tomorrow because they were all wildly tired. The guy who turned around was pleased and replied that it was a great idea, adding that he would buy eggs for everyone. But standing up, he added that, to tell the truth, he had not made much money since he only received 2 fin for each sale. The bearded man was shocked by these words and told him to stop lying because he was clearly getting more than 2 finya per sale. He began to press the plump man, telling him that he was trying to cheat him because he was not the first year in this business. This assertiveness made Shu nervous. The man continued to insist, saying that he would not come to Zhehai for such a small salary. This persistence even confused our main character, and the boy was completely at a loss, not knowing what to answer him. Shu hugged the bearded man, laughed, and then in a quiet voice, whispering in his ear, suggested leaving it between them. He, in response, also laughed and replied that tomorrow he wanted noodles with 2 eggs. 2 hours later, the heroes parted ways and headed home, where they immediately began to count their earnings. Sitting at the table, Shu said that he only had 10,100 yuan. Yufeng replied that he had 14,100. The main character noted that today they sold 1,210 copies, and in total, with yesterday's sales, it comes to 1,810 copies of jackets. Shu was delighted. He shouted that only 2 days had passed, and they had already managed to sell so much they needed to continue. The main character responded positively. Chu told Shu to go to bed, because he still had to cook noodles for everyone for breakfast tomorrow, and he responded with the same pleasure that everything would be better tomorrow. The very next morning, Shu set to work, starting to prepare breakfast by making egg noodles. And sometime later, he shouted throughout the house that breakfast was ready, putting a bowl of food on the table. The main character at the exhibition kept shouting about the jump discounts, shouting about the lowest price possible because it was only 20 yuan. The bearded man continued to sell his toys. It was the Monkey King, saying that he had come to them straight from abroad. The children were delighted with this. The rest of our main character's colleagues were not going to slow down, continuing to shout loudly about their product. Sometime later, our heroes were at home. Shu repeated and shouted throughout the house several times that he had 13,100 yuan. Cho replied that he had exactly 18,000. These words made the guy happy, because their profit was growing every day. He began to shout to Yufen that he was a real genius. At this time, our main character sat with a smile on his face, thinking that they had about 1,700 copies of the jackets left. According to his calculations, they should have sold them in 2 days. The next day of sales was also over. Our hero bought himself some ice cream, approaching his colleagues. He approached one of the companies and asked if they had sold everything so quickly, seeing how they were getting ready. They responded with a smile on their face, saying that they had a little left, but they sold the rest at a cheap price to Jiangming and Old Man Xin, so they would have to return to Guanghai. Our hero headed towards Old Man Xin, seeing several boxes near his place of sale. The bearded old man sat, slowly smoking a cigarette. Yufeng asked him why he was resting. Had he really already managed to sell everything? To which he, throwing up his hands, replied that he had no need to rush, since he had a few goods left, which he would quickly get rid of. Old Man Shai began waving at the fat man, asking him to come over, telling him that he could just give the leftovers to the factory. But before he could answer, he noticed a group approaching them. He apologized to his friends, saying that they had customers coming up to them, so he told them to chat without him. Xiaoda's best friend explained to a girl walking next to her that Dacron was not in season now because it was uncomfortable and very hot. She replied that it would keep her warm in winter and that she was going to buy it for her mother when she visited her for Chinese New Year. The group approached the guy behind the counter and asked what the price was for one Dacron. Zhu replied with a smile on his face that everything was priced at 20 yuan each and that they would stop selling it tomorrow, so he suggested that they not miss this opportunity to buy. The headman, turning his head and looking around, noticed our main character sitting nearby, eating ice cream. He turned to him, asking what he was doing here and what he was doing here at all. His voice was rough. He was clearly not in a positive mood. Chewing his ice cream without any emotion, he replied that he was just selling clothes here. The former headman had a grin on his face, asking again if he really sells clothes here, adding that he is a real hard worker, laughing, adding, "Tell him that you organized this exhibition yourself." Smiling, Yufeng thought that if it were the first day of the exhibition, he would have to lie and say that he was working for someone, but there was no point in that now. Standing up and starting to approach the bespectacled man, he replied, "Who else do you think?" giggling a little. The girl's best friend, having heard the conversation, asked if a poor seller like him had the means and connections to organize an exhibition. He, throwing up his hands, stood in front of the huge posters and shouted loudly that they should not underestimate individual entrepreneurs, adding that if they did not believe them, they could ask the other sellers. The vendors started shouting back that Boss Chow needed to prepare something for the last day of his exhibition, and also added that he should let them know when he would be organizing an exhibition next time. The former headman almost dropped his glasses in surprise, because he could never believe that he would hear Cho Yufen called boss. Throwing down the bag she had recently been examining, the girl rudely said that no one would wear their Dacron, telling her company that they were leaving here because it smelled like cheapskates. Xiaoda's best friend yelled at her friend walking next to her, telling her never to invite her or take her to such places again. A few hours later, the guys finished selling and were getting ready to go home. The main character, carrying a hot plate, said that there were Zuyan noodles here. In response, the guy, counting the money, said that he would eat after he counted all the money. Yufeng, with a smile on his face, replied that he was not forcing him, and began to tell him a little about how great they were. And then he asked his friend if he could help him with the recount, to which Shu replied that he would do everything himself. With each bill that was moved, Shu began to scream more and more. He was happy, and his face began to shine. Stars appeared in his eyes. The guy was in 7th place from happiness. At the end of the counting, he shouted that they had earned a record amount. They were able to earn 32,680 yuan. Chow responded by telling the guy not to forget to make a deposit at the bank tomorrow, and the hero sitting opposite him responded that he shouldn't worry, he wouldn't forget about that. Suddenly, Shu jumped up sharply, hitting the table hard. He shouted our main character's name throughout the entire house, which left Yufen quite surprised. He shouted words of gratitude even louder, because he had never dreamed of earning so much in his life. He repeated the words of gratitude several more times. In response, the main character began waving his hands, asking him to stop and be silent for at least a second. Yufeng said that without him, he would not have been able to organize this exhibition, so he asked not to thank him. And after these words, his face immediately darkened. With a gloomy expression on his face, he began to talk about what, in the end. And then, still abruptly changing his face to a positive one, he began to say that in this situation it was precisely him who needed to be thanked. He began to congratulate him on successful sales, because he was waiting for the opportunity to cooperate with him next time. After shaking hands, Shu said that there was no other way, because they were obliged to work together again in the future. And then the fat man asked the main character if they bought more Dacron from other factories. Would they be able to sell it further by organizing another exhibition? But he immediately answered negatively with a smile on his face, continuing to smile. These words surprised Shu. He didn't understand why, so he asked his friend why. Our hero explained that the risks were too high. They could not guarantee that buyers would be interested in their Dacron, mainly because Dacron was starting to lose its popularity. He added to the explanation that even if they try in another city, they will drown in the fact that they do not yet know what the demand is there, and they also have no connections there. Their strategy may not work, so the risks are too high to pay off, adding in the end that they should not continue. After thinking for a moment, Shu replied that he hadn't thought about it at all, starting to scratch his chin while looking at different corners of the room. The guy, smiling, asked Yufen to share his tips on how to make money quickly. If he finds out, then he needs to tell him in the future. In response, our main character smiled. He was glad to hear this, thinking about the guy's words. He thought that it would be easier for him if they did business alone, because it would be easier for him, and it would be easier to cope with the risks, because in his past life he had already been betrayed. There is no place for feelings in business. The most profitable method of cooperation is to receive benefits from each other and other assets. Our main character continued to reflect. The very next day, our hero saw off his new comrades to Zheihai Station. Everyone shouted words of gratitude, asking to write to them if he would arrange any new projects. They were glad to work with him. In response, our hero, waving his hand, shouted that he should be grateful to them, wishing them a good trip home. Looking towards the already departing old group of colleagues with a smile on his face, he thought that it was time for him to plan a new plan while they were gone. After some time, he approached the telephone and began to dial the number. As soon as it was picked up, he asked the person who picked it up if it was Brother Kang, introducing himself. The bald man was glad to hear from Yufen, happily asking how he was doing. The boy replied that he was doing well, and he also said that he was going to go to the capital of Mo tomorrow, saying that he was leaving Yu Yue and Yu Zheng in his care. Mr. Kang responded by telling Yufeng not to worry and to calmly go about his business, and our main character thanked the man in return. The very next day, our main character arrived in the capital of Mo. The first thing he did was to gain strength, so he went to have some noodles in one of the nearby buildings. Sitting in it, he looked out the window, in front of which a huge building was visible. Our hero asked himself if this was really the same fashion house of the capital of Mo. He thought about how he remembered that this company was the first to organize a fashion show in China in the 80s, and along the way, he recalled how everything went. He also thought that this show attracted the public to the beauty of the body and greatly influenced the fashion industry. And already in 1984, the fashion house of the capital Mo organized a large model show in Jingbei. There were rumors that the clothes the models wore were selling for triple-digit prices, a thought that made the protagonist frown. Since then, the fashion house of the capital Mo soon became a major player in the fashion industry. It became a leading firm. One year, people were buying at the same rate, so it wouldn't be a problem for our hero if he moved it up a year. The 50,000 yuan he earned would be enough to pay for the venue, models, and costumes. He started to smile and thought that he should definitely try to do this, because this business smelled like a huge amount of money. And after all these thoughts, he continued to eat, still with the same sly smile on his face. At this time, the shopping center was still silent. A man wearing a cap standing next to the counter assured the girl and the man not to worry, because they were the only ones who bought his flared jeans at a cheap price, and after this batch, he would sell them again for 50 yuan a pair. The man said anxiously, "Did they really have to pay 10,000 yuan in advance because it was a lot of money? They couldn't give it to him right away." To which the man, taking out a cigarette, told them that they were really rich people. They couldn't help but have an extra 10,000 lying around and started laughing. As soon as he finished laughing, he said that if they were really tight, they could buy jeans for 5,000 yuan, only the price would be 46 yuan a pair, that is 2 yuan more. The man turned to the girl standing next to him and asked her if they should first order jeans for 5,000, but she stood there silently. Wenwen paused for a moment and then rudely replied that they had no need for that. She shouted that they would order jeans for 10,000, which greatly surprised the guy standing next to her. He immediately started yelling at her, asking where they could get such a large sum of money since they didn't have 10,000 yuan. She approached him and asked him to calm down and think, because the price there was 2 yuan, and in the end they would miss the opportunity to earn an extra 400 yuan. The man responded by explaining that he understood everything, but they had no way to get such a huge sum of money because they simply didn't have it. She asked in response whether he could borrow from his father again, adding that they could not miss such an opportunity. He immediately started waving it off, saying that it wouldn't work, because his father said that he wouldn't give him any more money. He couldn't be so selfish, because the rest of his family also needed money. She began to press the man in response, asking if she was selfish, adding in a serious voice that she wanted to help him earn more money. The guy in response asked how he could ask his father for another 10. Wenwen started laughing in response, which greatly surprised the man, who asked why she was laughing like that and if she had gone crazy. In response, she explained that the exhibition was over, and now their business would definitely go uphill. She asked the anxiously standing guy if he really didn't mind missing such an opportunity. And then she added that his mother was still in the hospital. He could avoid all the quarrels by taking the money secretly, and then they would return it secretly after the sales. These words made the man surprised, and then he fell into thought, pondering everything he had heard. But she continued to persuade her friend, asking him to believe her, because they would get rich very easily. Already in the evening, the guy and the girl returned home, and his whole family began to eat. Xiaoda's father asked the girl to eat, because she had become very thin, and the girl's mother repeated her husband's request. After the requests, our main character began to eat, thoughtfully experiencing each bite. The father turned to his girlfriend. They will no longer have anything to do with Liu Rui, because he found out what a nasty person he really is. These words made Xiaodu very happy, causing a bright smile to appear on her face. Xiaoda responded by turning to her parents and saying that she would soon get a full-time job, which surprised her mother first. She even burst into tears of joy. The woman said that this was simply wonderful news that brought joy to her soul. Time passed. The heroes ate and each began to do his own thing. The parents went for a walk, and Xiaoda wanted to start washing the dishes. But Wenwen approached her and said that the girl had just made peace with her parents, so she needed to go for a walk with them right now. She began to forcefully push her out of the house, telling her not to worry about the dishes, since she was going to clean up herself. Xiaoda was grateful for this. And then she still pushed her out the door, thinking that there shouldn't be anyone at home, that their plan had worked. As soon as Xiaoda closed the door, she started shouting at Mingming to act faster, as they would be back soon. In response, Minmin asked her to be quiet and stand guard, and he would find and take the money. Entering his parents' room, he thought that this was a pretty good idea, because this was the only way he could get rich, and then he would definitely thank his father. After rummaging through his things for a bit, he found what he was looking for and called out to Wenwen. He took out a piece of paper on which the balance was written in the form of 9,000 yuan. His hands began to shake. He was nervous, but Minmin continued to reassure himself that he would definitely return everything and even more than he took. The next day, our hero went to inspect his new apartment, which he wanted to rent for living. When he entered, he saw a little girl who immediately asked him if he had come to rent, to which he received a positive answer. Our protagonist asked if her parents were nearby because he wanted to stay for a long time, so they needed to discuss the price. The girl immediately turned towards the room and began calling her mother. A few seconds later, a woman with a smile on her face began to approach them. Walking out into the hallway, she asked the same question as her daughter, to which Yufeng immediately asked how much money she wanted if he stayed here for a long time, since the hotel across the street charged 2 yuan per night. He threw up his hands and said that if she offered him a good price, he was ready to stay. She proudly replied that she would take only 1.5 yuan for the night, and then added that he would not find a lower price anywhere. Our hero liked this. He replied that the deal would live. The woman asked the guy standing opposite her how many days he was planning to stay. Yufeng replied that for now, he was going to stay here for a week. In response, the girl replied that a week was not a long period, so she would rent it to him for a little more, and the daughter began to smile from behind her mother's back. The protagonist was surprised by these words, thinking that this woman was good at bargaining, but he had no reason to refuse, because the price was still lower than in hotels. It was late night. Our hero was very tired, and the next day was going to be difficult. Falling onto the bed, he closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep, although he was going to think through a plan of action for the next day. The next morning, he got up very early because he had a lot to do. At the bus stop, he saw a huge number of people. Until the last moment, he hoped that his bus would not be full. But he was unlucky. A huge number of people were crowded into the bus. He wondered if there were really so many people on the bus every morning. When he came out of it, it seemed to him that every bone in his body was broken. His whole body was shaking with pain. But he had no intention of stopping, for he had arrived at his destination. He arrived at the fashion house of the capital Mo, stopping in front of the building. He looked at it, thinking about his plan of action. With a smile on his face, he was going to start right here. He already had a whole plan in his head. Approaching the gate, the man from the security building greeted the young man, asking who he was looking for. Yufeng responded by saying that he was a salesman from another city and was wondering where he could buy their goods here. The man explained to him that if it was for resale, then he needed to turn right and go straight to the end, pointing his finger to the side. The departing protagonist waved to the man, thanking him for his help, because he wouldn't have figured it out here without help. The territory is too big. Continuing to drink coffee, he thought about how even young people had become salespeople, and he liked it. Seeing the huge line, he heard a man shouting that he could go next. He realized that this was the place for him. Chow approached one of the men and asked if he could buy goods here, to which the man replied in the affirmative, adding that it was only in turn. In response, our main character thanked the man with a smile on his face and went to the end of the line. Sometime later, it was our main character's turn. He thought that he had spent too much time in line, so he needed to act faster. Coming up in front of him, Feng Bao sat down and immediately asked the boy what he wanted to buy. Yu Feng asked what they had, explaining that he was not from here, so he did not know much about what they had. The man answered from above that they had white dresses with black bows, sleeveless blouses, white skirts with. But our hero was no longer listening to him. He was looking inside the building, examining the goods from afar. These actions made the guy sitting there angry, who had recently looked down on our protagonist. Out of anger, he began to hit the table with his pen, trying to make him pay attention to him. He yelled at Yu Feng, asking if he was going to buy anything, since he wasn't the only one there, and there was a huge line behind him, which made our main character break away and pay attention to the guy. After these actions, Yu Feng immediately took out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and began to take out cigarettes. He handed them to the man, starting to apologize, saying that he didn't know what the goods he offered him looked like. He asked to inspect them first. He immediately started yelling at the guy because it was forbidden to smoke here. Because the clothes were flammable, no one would buy ashes if everything burned. The hero stood disappointed, a little lost, because he did not expect such an answer. He immediately started laughing, turning the point towards the fact that he wasn't going to smoke here, awkwardly starting to laugh. With his arms folded and slightly bent over, he said, "Brother, I want to buy a large quantity of goods. Can I at least see what you have?" He asked to have mercy on the individual entrepreneur. He began to turn the handle and agreed, saying that he could look around, but only when everyone had finished. Our main character started to smile. He liked these words. He agreed to wait. He stepped aside and leaned against one of the buildings, standing in anticipation of the new product. Time passed. The line became smaller and smaller with every few minutes, and our hero stood there in thought. But a scream forced him out of his thoughts. He saw how the man dropped some of the goods he was holding in his hands. He started to approach this man, saying to him, "Big brother, let me help you." He responded with joy and gratitude, because he could use some help. He had collected too much. A few minutes later, the two heroes were walking, getting to know each other. Yu Feng asked his older brother what the name of the guy at the checkout was, to which the man replied that his name was Feng Bao. Lu Pu's elder brother immediately realized that he was from out of town, asking if this was his first time here. Chow replied that he was from Jindu, adding that it was his first time here, so he didn't know anything yet. Lu Pu told the guy that it was obvious, adding that it was good that he hadn't offended him by accident, because he was very straightforward, and his dad was the director of logistics. So if he had offended him, it would have been difficult for him. Approaching the cart, they loaded the goods into it. Yu Feng answered him that he was really lucky, expressing words of gratitude for the warning from his elder brother. He sat on it and went off, shouting words of gratitude to his new little brother for his help. Our main character headed back towards the cash register with wholesale goods. As he walked, he thought that he would soon be finished with everything, so he needed to hurry. He was sure that he would say something like, "I have lunch, come back later." And then there would be a huge line again, and he would make him wait again. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that in this case, his only option was bribery. As soon as Bao noticed the protagonist approaching, he glared at him. And after he came closer, he said that he was having lunch now, so he needed to come later. It was clear from the main character's face that he knew that everything would happen exactly like this. He watched as Bao stood up and began to walk away, thinking about how he could best express his thoughts. He looked towards the guy, continuing to think about everything, when suddenly he heard a cry that he couldn't reach it. It was opened too high. Yu Feng realized that this was his chance, and shouting that he would help now, rushed towards Bao. Together they managed to close it, breathing heavily because it didn't work right away. Bao looked towards the main character with a not very pleased face, thinking about the guy. Chow responded by apologizing for causing him so much trouble in the morning. The guy responded by saying that he had to worry about the other customers. They were from out of town after all, explaining that it would be hard for him if he didn't give them a break. Our hero at this time thought that he knew that he was from out of town, but still refused him. But of course he didn't say it out loud, but said, "Big brother Feng, you're right. Thank you for sharing. Wouldn't you like to eat together?" The guy responded that he wouldn't be against it, adding that right now he wanted something spicy. Later, the heroes headed into the building to eat. While eating, the hero asked Brother Feng if he could let him look at his goods at the factory. Bao Bao responded by asking how much he planned to buy, as this played a big role. In response, Yufeng, without any pause, immediately replied that he was going to buy goods worth about 40,000 yuan, which made the guy sitting opposite him look surprised, because he thought that a rather rich buyer was sitting in front of him. The main character responded by saying that he highly praised him. Because he buys in bulk, he was wondering if he could lower his price, to which he received a positive answer. However, he added that some things will be cheaper by a couple of yuan, and some by just a couple of fens, since they also cannot go into the negative. Yufeng replied that he understood everything perfectly, smiling and agreeing. He also asked why they didn't go to the factory later so he could look at the quality of the goods and then discuss everything else. Bao Bao changed his shoes and responded with consent. He was going to personally take him to show him all the goods. In the evening, after all the buyers, Chao entered the building to inspect all the goods. He needed to choose the best ones. The man explained that the designs and supplies were here and he could inspect everything personally. Approaching one of the goods, he began to examine it carefully. And then, having started to feel it, he was going to check the quality because it had to be excellent. He thought that it was all very curious because there was a factory here that produced high quality and beautiful clothes, and it made him smile. The impatient guy asked if he liked everything, if the product would suit him, if he had already chosen something for himself. Turning to his new comrade, our hero replied with a smile on his face that the style was very honorable, but also added that he suggested discussing the price in the evening. The cashier didn't quite like this answer, which our main character noticed from his facial expression. The guy immediately began to explain to Brother Feng that he really wanted to buy it, asking him not to worry. He added that the quantity was considerable, and he needed to discuss the issue with the quantity in the company, because everything was not so simple. Lost in thought, the guy began to scratch his chin, giving in to his thoughts. He answered him, "Okay, then go. I'll finish at 6:30 in the evening. After that, come and find me." Our hero, of course, agreed, but he needed to take a break and think everything over. As he walked, he thought that the clothes sold there were really fashionable and of good quality. The price of one piece would definitely be no less than 15 yuan. He knew he had to get it down to 14 because he was going to spend 10 grand on the venue, models, and maintenance, and the other 40 grand was going to be on clothes. Even if you sell everything for 50 yuan, after deducting all the costs, the maximum profit will be 120,000 yuan. This is the best case. But Feng cannot be trusted, so the risks are high. The protagonist continued to think. He also understood that even an ordinary fan could not be abandoned under any circumstances. After walking and thinking for a while, he returned towards Bao Bao because the time had already come. As he approached, he saw that the last customer was already finishing his purchase. Having waited until the end, he greeted his new comrade, starting to call him. The cashier was glad to see him because he was a big fish that could not be missed under any circumstances. The heroes went to eat again. Each of them was hungry. Inside the building, the protagonist was serving Bao Bao, asking him if his company's model team could go to Kyoto for the exhibition. He drank some sake, exhaled heavily, and answered after thinking for a bit. What can they do? They will go anywhere if you pay them. What if he can go to Kyoto and have an event there and then hire models? The main character began to think. He thought about who he should turn to and when the models would arrive, how much the entrance tickets would cost. If the public did not buy them, then all the money would be wasted. The boy had already managed to get drunk, and in a cheerful voice he asked whether our hero had already discussed the issue of quantity with his colleagues, to which he immediately heard a positive answer. The guy said, 100 dark checkered tops, 100 long dresses with black flowers, both priced at 15 yuan each, and 100 women's red V-neck tops priced at 15. With a surprised expression, apparently distorted by the alcohol, the guy said that these were all products for women at high prices. Putting the glass down loudly on the table, he shouted that he could lower the price to 14, especially for him, but he had never sold lower to anyone. And then he started smiling, as if he had some evil plans in his head. His facial expression said it all for the guy. He wasn't finished yet. As our protagonist expected, the guy added that for each copy he would give him 2 fen. Initially, he would have spent 40,000, but with him he would save 3,000, and for this so-called discount, he would take 500 yuan. To which Yu Feng, with an extremely calm expression on his face, began waving his arms, asking Brother Feng how many times he had met big clients like him. This question made the drunk guy surprised, and then fell into a stupor. He did not know what to answer him to this. Yu Feng smiled after this, and then added that he were talking about business right now. He jumped up and began to angrily and shout, asking what business he was talking about now. Our main character tried to calm the guy down, saying that he would explain everything to him now. Our hero spread his arms and began to speak loudly, saying that he worked very hard in the capital of Mo until he became who he is. He is not lucky. He just knows the capital of Mo very well. He understands what people want to wear, and he knows the market well, which made his interlocutor very nervous. And then, having calmed down in a calm voice, Yu Feng added that he had come to talk to him not about some few thousand yuan, and began to pierce the guy with his gaze. This made the guy very surprised. He didn't understand what he meant, because he had never had to enter into such dialogues before. Our hero continued, saying that even if he met 4 more clients like him and received 2,000 yuan, what was the point of it, since he could use his connections and organize a show with models in the capital of Missouri? And then, in the quietest voice possible, whispering, he added that, of course, he would pay the models and the venue, and in addition, he would sign an agreement with you. Yu Feng said that for every item sold, he would receive 5 yuan, and for every item sold that was purchased for 40,000 yuan, he would receive no less than 15,000 yuan. He immediately started pointing his fingers, starting to count. He couldn't believe that for each piece he could get as much as 5 yuan. Our hero was not going to let go of the guy's interest, adding that the boy should think about it, and regarding the 500 yuan, he could give it to him tomorrow. But after a pause, he asked what was more profitable for him. He, pouring more alcohol, replied that it was not so easy to organize an exhibition in the capital of Mo. He thought that you just wanted to ask. Taking hold of his glass, he added that in that case he would need to sign the factory manager, and the factory only provides a team of models when it is necessary to show new clothes. And after drinking, he said that the most important thing is that he is a self-employed person, even though he bought a lot of clothes. But it will not be enough. It is difficult to talk about it. Yu Feng responded by saying that they had a small amount of goods, so they would sell more to compensate for it. The goal of organizing the show was simply to increase income, and as long as there was a profit, then it would be possible to discuss this issue with the factory. Taking a serious attitude, Brother Feng asked, "And how much extra sales do you make? How can you bring high profits to the factory?" Yu Feng said with a satisfied face that the income would be the same as he had indicated earlier. He could sign an agreement with the clothing factory. For each piece sold, he would receive a rebate of 14 yuan, which is about the number of orders. And after these words, he offered to sign a contract. He was ready to pay 40,000 yuan in advance, even if only 1 copy was sold during the show. Leaning slightly, he assured the guy that he wouldn't have to return the 40,000 yuan, that it could be included in the contract, and that what was written with a pen couldn't be cut out with an axe. That's how the main character finished his speech. It seemed that Brother Feng had already sobered up from all this mental stress, and with a satisfied expression on his face, he asked how much money he had earned from the show. To which our hero, with the same satisfied face, explained that it was profitable. But of course, there were risks, and one had to be able to withstand the consequences, even if it was a waste of 40,000 yuan. He didn't understand what our hero had. It was clear from his face. He poked himself on the cheek and asked what the point was then. Our hero stood up, walked up to the guy, hugged him, laughing loudly. Chu, still with the same satisfied expression on his face, said that he would give him 500 yuan for his hard work, but he again didn't understand anything and asked again what kind of hard work. And the guy explained that if Brother Feng could prepare a team of models for the exhibition, he would pay him 500 yuan for it. Our heroes left the diner late at night. The moon was illuminating the night city. Yu Feng persistently asked the guy to think carefully about everything they had talked about today, to which Feng replied that he would definitely think everything over. The whole way home, the guy thought about every word said by his new friend. He couldn't get the amounts of money out of his head. At this time, Feng Hilai was shouting loudly throughout the house, holding a child in his arms. The man was beaming with joy. The boy himself, having entered the house as soon as he opened the doors, shouted to his father that he had returned home. The father immediately pounced on the boy, asking him if he had been drinking, which made the boy a little scared. The father continued by saying that he had already told him several times not to mess with Xie, so that he would not get involved with him again. He explained that he wasn't messing around with him and his boys. He was talking to one salesman who seemed very interesting to him. Hearing this, the father seemed to get even more angry, starting to shout and ask what kind of salesman he was talking to, since he had told him not to take any more money from anyone in his name, since he had fired everyone who did that. But the son was not going to back down. Raising his voice, he said that he came to talk to him about business. These words greatly surprised the guy. The son realized that these words interested his father, and he began to tell him everything, going into maximum detail. The man, having started to rock the baby, asked what kind of nonsense he had just told him. What kind of idiot would spend so much money to sell the products of their factory? The boy's whole face was already covered in sweat. He tried to explain to his father that he was telling him the truth, but he was also skeptical about it. But after thinking about it, the father stood up and told him not to think about it for now, and also told the boy to mind his own business, and then began to leave. The guy sat down on the sofa to think it over again and began to think, but the alcohol took over, causing Feng to pass out, though on the sofa in the hallway. Waking up in the morning, he thought that yesterday he was able to eat and drink absolutely free, and he also managed to earn some money. Yufen's words that he would receive 5 yuan for every copy he sold did not let him go. After washing and eating, Feng Jr. went to work, sitting at the cash register again. And after some time, he noticed his interlocutor from yesterday approaching him. He immediately began to greet the guy, shouting at him and waving, offering him some food to start with. This reaction of the guy made our main character smile, because he understood that half the job was already done. Arriving at the diner, the heroes ordered food and began to eat it. Feng told Yufen that he was treating him today, since it would be rude for him to always order food, which made our hero surprised. The boy raised his hands and explained that he would take him to his father that day, asking him not to tell him about their agreement with his father. Our main character answered him in the affirmative with a smile on his face. Already in the director's office, after some time, Ours was standing in front of Feng's father. Time passed, and our hero continued to talk about his plans, going into all the details. In the end, the director asked, because he still did not understand his intentions, the 40,000 that he sent to the factory is not considered the price for the goods in the end. Yufeng, with a smile on his face but a serious expression, replied that they didn't count. He spread his hands and explained, saying that the director should present, an event would be held and only 1 copy would be sold. 40,000 yuan would be sent to the factory anyway, and the goods sent to Kyoto would be returned. The man began to scratch his chin and thought, once again thinking over every word the guy had said. The boy's father asked again what the name of the boy opposite him was, to which he heard a confident response. Chu Yufeng. The man explained that he had to talk to Director Liu about this matter. He would decide the venue himself. If they couldn't find a place in Kyoto, there would be nothing to talk about. After chatting a little more, the heroes agreed that their next meeting would be tomorrow morning. The father also said that both guys should come. The next day, from early morning, salespeople were already walking around the factory grounds, and workers quietly began to fill the factory grounds. The boy fussed around, turning in different directions, looking at everything around him. He was worried. All he could think about was why Cho Yufen still hadn't come, and his face began to sweat. He was torn from these thoughts by one of the men who turned to him. He asked if the guy had written down 5 colored skirts in his name, which made the guy angry. Due to his nervous state, he yelled at the man, telling him to pay first, and he didn't have to worry about that, because now he would write everything down on him. At this time, our main character, who was also lost in his thoughts, approached him with a satisfied expression on his face. Seeing the protagonist approaching, Brother Feng was happy, because he was very nervous that he might not come. He jumped up from his workplace and ran towards him, joyfully beginning to greet him. Brother Feng immediately started shouting at the guy that he absolutely needed to tell him something right now. After all, yesterday when he left, he specially went to his father and said that he was his brother, so he was obliged to help you. And when he returned from work, his father said that Director Liu wanted to discuss all the details. These words made our hero happy, and he began to pat the guy on the shoulder and told him not to worry about his promise because he would never break it. A few minutes later, the heroes headed to Director Liu's office, Feng's mouth not shutting. He still couldn't anticipate what they would talk about. He couldn't wait for this conversation, happily saying that everything would go well. Entering the office, they met with Feng's father. Our protagonist immediately apologized for disturbing Director Feng, to which the man immediately replied that Director Liu had recently finished a meeting, so he suggested that they go straight to his office. The man, entering the office, immediately introduced our main character. saying that this was the same independent salesman he had spoken about yesterday. The director of the fashion house, Molu Daeguang, looked at our main character with a smile, examining him from head to toe. Our hero immediately bowed, saying that he was glad to meet him personally, and also added that he was from Jindu. He immediately approached him, put his hand on the young guy's shoulder, said that he was a promising person. They told him about his plan. He was interested in what exactly he was going to do, asking if he was really going to pay the factory to sell their goods. The boy immediately began to open the bag and replied that everything was correct, because he had already brought the money. Director Liu, in turn, told him not to take it as an offense, but he could not even think that he was a real rich man. He asked again what the guy's name was, asking why he had come to their factory with such a proposal for cooperation. The main character, smiling, replied, obviously wanting to make money. And then, making a very serious face and looking piercingly at the director, he added that he proposed this plan so that the fashion house of the capital Mo could organize the same exhibition in the future. After these words, the man almost dropped the cup of tea from his hands in surprise. Still with the same surprised face, he asked, "Really?" The guy immediately started explaining, saying that the 40,000 he brought was money for the franchise. He was paying this money to use their nonsense in Shanghai, so he was paying for it. And also, since he paid for it, he will have every right to sell their company's clothes, and in this regard, he is now not an individual entrepreneur, but their company. These words of the young man surprised absolutely everyone. The son and father who came with the hero even opened their mouths in surprise. Although the younger Feng clearly did not fully understand everything. Our hero spoke for a long time, explained his actions, and in the end added that these are all the same risks, which Director Liu did not understand. The young man continued to explain, saying that other clothing companies may attract more distributors, which will cause their company's value to fall, and it will also matter who can meet consumer demands earlier. Now he pays 40,000 for the franchise, using it to reduce the risk of competition in the market. Director Liu himself listened carefully to every word the guy said. And then, with shining eyes, he said that this is the whole point of cooperation, finishing his long speech. These arguments and explanations completely threw the man off his stride. His surprise knew no bounds, and as soon as he came to his senses, he immediately turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. He thought about every word the young man said, trying to understand the meaning. Suddenly he began to smile, thinking, wasn't this the business model they had needed for so long? Stopping and turning towards the hero, he asked him how this idea came to him. But our hero didn't answer, and with a smile on his face, he suggested continuing the discussion of their joint work. At this time, Feng's father stood there smiling, and Director Liu stood there in surprise, amused by the young man standing right in front of him. And then, after a short pause, he laughed loudly, and Elder Feng put his hand on Yufen's shoulder. Director Liu asked with a smile on his face where he thought the best place was to hold a modeling show. After these words, our main character clenched his fist with all his might. His eyes lit up. It seemed like he was about to start jumping for joy. All he could think about was that he had succeeded. The director had taken the bait. But out loud, he said something else, saying that in the shopping center, he rented enough space on the ground floor in the center of the hall. The seats would be arranged in long rows, so the show would also be seen by visitors from above. Having already left the office, our main character handed the envelope to the younger Feng, saying that this was the promised 1,000 yuan. Having started to count the money, the guy could not contain his joy, saying words of gratitude. His whole face was red. Scratching his head, he tried to say something, but he couldn't put together a sentence. Our protagonist interrupted him, saying that he had earned so much, why not treat him to a restaurant? Junior Feng immediately smiled, saying that this was a very good idea, and then added that from now on, he could skip all formalities with him. The departing heroes discussed why they shouldn't tell Feng's father about the agreements. The protagonist learned that the elder Feng is a terribly stuffy person when it comes to his money, because if he finds out, he will take everything from him. Already in the restaurant, our heroes ordered a full table of food. Both guys wished each other bon appetit and then began to eat. As he ate, Yufeng thought that in their world, holding a modeling show was a great success for the capital's clothing factories. The costumes for the show were completely sold out. Even after an additional batch was announced, everything was sold out again. If the main character manages to organize exactly the same show, their sales will exceed millions of yuan. But Liu Deguang would definitely not believe him if he told him about the future success of the factory, which made our hero a little sad, because if the goods were of poor quality, then make a new order, and who would benefit from that? Cho asked himself. The contract doesn't say anything about it, so the idea is completely unclear. Yufeng could take a risk, but the clothing factory could also take a risk because Director Liu wouldn't agree to explain such complex issues in contact, our hero reasoned. If he wanted to make a profit from the second order, he would have to rely solely on Feng Xilai, who had the final say in the delivery, so it would be wise for him to agree to the second story. Now the protagonist and Feng only want to get involved in the community of interests. Who could have suspected that the 5 yuan discount he gave him would become the key? Our hero continued to think with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by the guy sitting opposite him, who had already managed to get drunk. He offered our main character a drink, raising his glass. But there was no reason to refuse. So Cho Yufeng took his own and hit his new comrade's glass. And then, without even starting to drink, he suddenly stood up and began to approach the guy sitting opposite him. As he approached, he addressed Brother Feng, sitting down next to him. Leaning towards his ear, he whispered that he would come to his house today, and after but without finishing, he fell silent. What made the recently happy guy wary, he suddenly became serious, having listened to the second part of the sentence. After some time, having finished everything, the heroes went to the guy's home. Entering, he opened the door as wide as possible, and a joyful Feng shouted to his father that he was home. The father immediately attacked his son, shouting and asking if he had been drinking again, after which the smile immediately disappeared from the boy's face, and our main character came in after him, greeting Director Feng. The man's mood immediately changed. He didn't expect to see Cho Yufeng, telling the guy to come in and make himself at home. Standing up, he pointed out where they should sit, asking the guy not to be shy. But the son interrupted his father, saying that they had come to discuss something important. These words surprised the man. Time passed. The man listened to our main character and then took the contract. He began to study it carefully, reading every line. He reread some lines several times, sometimes even scratching his chin in his thoughtfulness. Junior Feng, seeing that his father had begun to look away, asked him how he felt about this idea. The father looked at his son and said, "Bao Bao, you are fired from tomorrow." The boy immediately screamed, asking his father what he had just said. And our main character was smiling at this time. He understood what his father was about to say. And the man himself, throwing up his hands, said that the factory does not allow secret dealings with its clients. When they find out about this, he will be fired. Bao Bao tried to object to his father's words by starting to shout, to which the man, with a smile on his face, asked his son to calm down, telling him that there was nothing to worry about here. He was sending the boy to go and earn money with Yufeng. His second deal with them would be considered an accompanying benefit. He would deal with official matters officially. Having finished speaking, our main character went home, saying goodbye to everyone. The next day, screams were heard in the shopping center. One of the sellers, holding a pair of flared jeans, shouted, "Flare-bottom jeans at incredibly low prices, only 43 yuan." These words confused the man and the girl who were hanging up their jeans for 110 yuan. And the man continued to shout that they were throwing away the goods, selling them at a loss, adding a sweet price at the end, which greatly attracted buyers. The other sellers were indignant. They shouted that he was completely out of his mind because he was selling these jeans at a loss to himself. One of them was Xiaoda's elder brother, who insulted the shouting Qian, asking him what he was doing. One of the men took a light sip of hot coffee, and then, as he started approaching the screaming sellers, he laughed. Holding a mug in his hands with a satisfied face, he asked why they were yelling so loudly. Xiaoda's elder brother couldn't calm down. He shouted and asked Mingming what they should do, while Wenwen tried to calm the boy down. The guy understood that if he continued to lower prices, they would not be able to make money, and he would not be able to repay his debt to his father. At this time, the sellers continued to shout offensive words. They were furious. The guy holding the cup asked why they cared how much he sold them for. For him, it was a matter of honor not to fleece his customers, and he told Xiaoda's brother to shut up because he was selling them for 110 yuan apiece. The girls behind him began to shout in support of their boss. These words made Brother Xiaoda even more angry, and his entire body began to tremble with anger. He ran towards him with a scream, shouting offensive words. Wenwen tried to stop the guy, but she failed. The guy approached Chen with a shout. These actions surprised the calmly standing man. Turning towards him with a smile on his face, he said that he had only told the truth, and he was so furious because he would not allow villains like them to make money off of people. These words made the man even more angry. The guy began to clench his teeth in anger. The man just wanted to ask the right guy what he would do for him. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. The coffee cup fell to the ground, breaking, the sound echoing throughout the mall, and the screams died down. The guy, in anger, hit the rather tall man right in the face with all his might. He, not expecting the blow, fell to the ground with a loud cry of pain. The guy was not going to hold back. He continued shouting, calling the man names, and he smiled in response. And it was clear from his face that he was deliberately trying to provoke the guy's emotions. And then he suddenly screamed that he had hit him, continuing to scream that he was going to beat him now. These actions stopped all the guy's ardor because he did not expect such actions from a man. Customers standing nearby started shouting for someone to call security as soon as possible. The men who ran up started trying to grab the guy, asking him what he was doing. Xiaoda's elder brother tried to explain, but no one listened to him anymore. The man continued to escalate the situation, shouting that he was outrageous and asking them to call the police so that they could teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the guy understood everything. These words pierced him straight in the chest. Wenwen followed the crowd, asking them to let her husband go, but they did not listen to her. They were going to take him to the police station. Recently, a man screaming in pain stood with a malicious smile on his face, thinking that there was no point in competing with him, because everyone around him was so naive. After some time, a loud scream was heard in Xiaoda's house. The boy's father couldn't believe that his son was arrested for assault. He shouted that he would be fired. Wenwen explained that he was simply taken to the station and asked what they should do now. The man almost fainted when he heard that his son had been taken to the police station, and Xiaoda held his trembling father upright. He couldn't believe these words. His whole body was shaking. The man said in a trembling voice that they needed to go to him right now. He walked towards the door, swaying from side to side, the words hitting him hard. Xiaoda stood with a pale face and looked towards her father as he left. She asked Wenwen what happened, and she told her that Mingming lost his temper and attacked Jiang Jinglai. These words made the man stop right at the door. The man said that they were very unlucky, because it would be extremely difficult to come to an agreement with this guy. A few hours later, our heroes arrived at the police station, and one of the police officers asked him how he could help them. To which the man said that his son had recently been detained by mistake after introducing himself. The policeman asked what their son's name was, showing his indifference. But Minmin's father did not back down. He said the boy's name. The officer immediately jumped up, asking what kind of mistake could have occurred. After all, he personally carried out this arrest. He shouted loudly that there could be no mistake there. He explained that the guy had beaten up a person, and that the victim of the beating was now in the hospital. There were many witnesses at the crime scene. Xiaoda's father immediately grabbed the officer with both hands, squeezing them tightly. He explained in a sad, lost voice that he knew his son very well, because he was a good boy, and began to talk about situations. But the officer was not going to listen to him. Hitting the man on the hands, he asked if he really considered him a boy of 30 years old. Coming out of the table, he asked if they really had no shame at all. Wenwen asked the man what they should do, because of this, Minmin could lose his job. Turning to the girl, he asked where Qian Jinlai was now, to which he was told that he should now be in the hospital. At that time, there was a guy in the hospital who, for some reason, asked for a bandage to be brought to him. With a laugh and a smile on his face, he began to wrap it around his head, his face looking pleased. The nurse herself, who brought this bandage, told the guy that his head was completely fine, he didn't need a bandage. Closer to night, our worried heroes arrived at the hospital to talk to the beaten man. The father, entering the ward, saw a guy lying on the bed. He immediately asked Mr. Cheyenne if everything was okay with him. He started shouting in response, asking who had come to him now and why. He had had enough adventures today. The man replied that he was Jiang Mingming's father, which calmed the boy down and his eyes lit up. He grabbed his head sharply and started screaming loudly, pretending that his head hurt very badly. He screamed that his head was splitting and his whole body was aching. He could not even imagine that the son of such a respectable man could turn out to be such a barbarian. These words made the man shudder. The father began to explain, trying to justify his son, saying that he was really wrong. He asked to forgive him, adding that he was still very young and did not understand all the consequences. But these words did not please the lying Jiang. He shouted that the man was brazenly lying to him. He started shouting and asking if he really thought he could hit him because his father worked in a hospital. The man, hanging his head, wanted to start making excuses and continue to justify his son. But the beaten guy didn't let this happen, starting to scream again that his head hurt really badly. Minmin's father, with folded hands, began to bow, asking to forgive his son again, adding that they would take all the costs of the treatment upon themselves. With a smile on his face, but with a sad face, he asked how much money he wanted, and they would tell the police that they were just fooling around. He immediately stopped simulating, saying that, in his opinion, he had a concussion and did not have a stable income like they had in the government. He chuckled a little and asked what his family would do if he suddenly died one day because of this. The man raised one finger at first and said he could offer him 100 yuan, but seeing his less than pleased face, he immediately offered 200. But even this amount did not please the guy. Having stopped screaming from imaginary pain, he began to scream, asking why he attacked him. The father, realizing that the beaten man did not like this amount, asked what amount of money would suit him for this incident. The guy immediately fell silent, bent down a little and began to smile, and after a pause, he said that he was satisfied with the amount of 2,000 yuan. And raising his face, still with the same smile, he added that otherwise he would never recover. These words first surprised the two standing heroes, and then killed them. They screamed in one voice in surprise. Wenwen immediately began to attack the patient, shouting at him that he had completely gone crazy. He, spreading his hands and still with the same satisfied face, explained that he did not insist, because otherwise Jiang Mingming would be put in prison. The man lowered his head. His whole body began to tremble again from nerves, and in a sad voice he agreed to the guy's conditions. Through gnashing of teeth, he said that he would pay him 2,000 yuan for this incident, but he had to drop all charges against his son. After leaving the hospital, Wenwen screamed at her husband's father, asking how he could agree to such disgusting conditions. And he explained that they couldn't do it any other way. There was no point in worrying anymore. He said that he had a stash at home, and he would take the money from there. After these words, the girl immediately grabbed the man's sleeve and began to stop him. She said with a sad, lost face that he had no money, he had no stash, which the father did not understand. Wenwen asked the man to calm down and not to be too angry with them, explaining that Mingming stole 2,000 from under his bed to buy more jeans. The man's face turned blue. He asked the girl again if he had heard everything correctly, but she remained silent. He immediately started shouting, how could they? This money was saved for a rainy day. He was very disappointed with their irresponsibility and the fact that they did not leave anything for Xiaohua and Liang Liang. She began to apologize in response, falling to the ground and kneeling, her eyes beginning to fill with tears. Kneeling, she said she didn't understand what they were thinking at the time, explaining that they were in a difficult situation at the time. Wenwen said that they needed to somehow get money, otherwise Mingming would be fired from his job. The man, unable to contain his anger, pulled his hand away, shouting at the girl to get out of his sight. As he left, he shouted at her how she was going to find 2,000 yuan, since it wasn't as easy as she thought. Wenwen responded with tears in her eyes that he was his son, because he would not survive in the zone. Her voice trembled with fear that her husband might go to prison. The father stopped, clenching his fist. He began to squeeze it with all his might, and then he exhaled heavily. At this time, Wenwen was sobbing loudly. Turning around, he told the girl to get up, because they were now going back to the hospital. She responded by asking if he was going to lend them the money, because then why would they go back to the hospital? He began to nervously bite his lips, asking what to borrow, trying to contain his emotions as much as possible. But he couldn't do it. He started shouting. He shouted, and with all his hatred asked who in their right mind would lend 2,000 yuan, because money doesn't grow on trees, and he also asked who, in her opinion, had an extra 2 pieces. She responded by starting to cry even more, becoming hysterical, and asking the screaming man what else they could do. He, leaving with a depressed face, exhaling heavily, said that they would leave him a bill with the debt. When he returned to the hospital, the man explained everything to the man lying on the bed. The guy with the bandaged head didn't quite understand about the bill of exchange and asked about it again. But without waiting for an answer, he understood everything, asking why he needed a bill, because what should he do if they refused to give him money? The man waved his hands dejectedly, promising that they would definitely pay him every last penny. Taking out a piece of paper with a work permit, he said that he would not refuse. He promises they will not have to worry that he will not return his money, because they will be able to easily find him on any issue. He began to read carefully and read that the man was the head of the Department of Culture, which greatly surprised him. He folded his arms and thought for a moment before agreeing, adding that if they didn't pay him right away, they would be charged huge interest. After a short pause, He added with a satisfied face that the interest would be 500 yuan. These words seemed to kill the man 10 times over. He understood that he would have to give him 2,500 yuan. Wenwen, hearing this and not waiting for her relative's answer, began to shout that Qian had completely lost his mind, because this was a huge amount. But he was not going to give in. Throwing up his hands, he said that if they did not like the conditions, then he had no choice but to imprison Minmin. After these words, the man immediately replied that he would definitely pay him such a sum, adding that he would rewrite the bill right then and there. Taking the paper in his hands, he began to rewrite it, adding a clause about the debt of 500 wen. And then the satisfied guy holding the bill in his hands rejoiced, telling the man that it was a pleasure to deal with him. Mingming's father himself could barely hold back his tears, but he did not show this weakness, expressing a smile on his face. At this time, our protagonist walked out of the main office with two men, Yufeng with a smile on his face telling director Jiang that he remembered everything. The director himself answered that the guy should take Bao Bao with him, because they were now partners, so they should work together. Cho hugged his new comrade and agreed, saying that he had just wanted to suggest this idea, and Feng himself stood there satisfied. Our main character asked the director if he would allow him to look at their models and choose the most famous ones among them, because this is a very important component. He laughed and then asked how famous they were, since they were all former workers at the factory. But at these words, Yufeng immediately asked the director if he knew Niu Dandan and Ninana. Director Jiang stood there, his expression showing that he didn't understand who they were talking about. The heroes headed to the building where the modeling hall was located. Yufeng was going to choose the most graceful girls. At this time, the girls, dressed in their outfits, were practicing in the hall. Holding a long stick in their hands, they practiced their gait, and the stick itself served as a limiter so that they did not overtake each other. At this time, our hero, already dressed, headed into the hall. He was accompanied by a girl who, stopping in front of one of the many doors, said that the hall for models was located here. Having opened it, she told the young man that their girls, who are supposed to be in the shows, are studying here. They immediately paid attention to the guy entering. They were immediately surprised to see the main character. At this time, the accompanying girl began to point her finger, saying that the one with the braid was Niu Dan, and the one with the square was Ni Nan. In response, Yufeng thanked her for her help. At this time, the models themselves began to vigorously discuss the guy that the manager had brought. Yufeng began to look at the girls, thinking that he had found the ones he was looking for. He was satisfied. He remembered from his past life that Niu Dandan and Ninana were the top models. He was sure that everything would turn out great if they participated in his show. After all, they are future stars, and he must leave a good impression on them. Trying to stand out and show himself as a rich man, he said, "Hello, girls." They were surprised, because they were expecting different words, and their faces gradually began to turn red. And some began to cough, starting to close their mouths. But they couldn't hold back their laughter, starting to laugh loudly, saying that he was very funny. This reaction made the main character surprised, because he expected a different reaction. The manager said they were laughing because they were happy to see him, but these words did not cheer the guy up one bit. The models continued to laugh loudly at this time, without stopping even for a second. Yufen's face began to turn red, because he felt awkward and didn't understand why they were laughing at him. Suddenly, one of the girls fell silent, starting to clear her throat from laughing for too long. Coming a little closer, she said that she was glad to see Mr. Chow, introducing herself as their group leader. And after her, the others stopped laughing and, with folded hands, they greeted the guy, smiling. Chow thanked the models for their hospitality in an awkward voice, trying to formulate a sentence but unable to do so due to his nervousness. At this point, he was interrupted by a girl standing next to him, who said that in 3 days their company was organizing a fashion show at the Jingdu shopping center, and 12 models would go there. And then she singled out the 2 that our main character definitely wanted to see, telling them to find 10 more people. He, looking at the escort, thought that she was rummaging. She knows that he wanted these 2, so she told them to choose the rest. The models immediately agreed, saying that they would now choose. At this time, the green-haired girl was thinking why she was forced to choose. Was she really going to Jingdu? And then she realized that Cho Yufeng was looking straight at her without looking away. The guy himself, thinking about how cheerful Dandan was and how graceful Nina was, compared them to queens, and his face turned a little red. These actions on the part of the main character made the girls embarrassed. They asked Mr. Chow why he was looking at them like that. In response, he began to laugh awkwardly, because he himself did not notice how he was piercing them with his gaze. Everyone, also awkwardly looking away, he thought that it was all because of his habit of flying in the clouds. The girls themselves began to look at him suspiciously. And then, having come to his senses, he asked the headman New to take this seriously, because the selection had to be good, and then added that it was time for him to go. The manager at this time tried to stop the guy, saying that they still had so much to discuss. But he, without letting her finish, began to say goodbye to the girls, and then headed towards the door. Nana told her friend that this guy was clearly a pervert, and her friend agreed with her friend's opinion, adding that he was too weird. The red-haired woman also added that he clearly fell in love with Nana because she saw how he looked at her, and she even opened her mouth in surprise. And then she loudly yelled at her friend because she was talking complete nonsense. Dandan continued to laugh at her friend for a long time, making fun of her, and she squealed with displeasure, trying to say that this was not so. Our hero, sitting in the truck as usual, was thinking about his plans, building the entire chain of actions in his head. And then, thinking that it was almost 12 o'clock, I thought that it was time to enter the city. Arriving at the fashion house, he shouted for them to start putting the boxes in place and to do it as quickly as possible. And then, taking a paper check, he began to sign it because every work must be paid for. Li Gaosheng stood next to him, also urging the workers on, shouting that this was the last delivery. Our main character turned to his older brother Li with a satisfied face. He said that when they finished, they needed to bring another batch from the factory. He replied that they could just ask Director Feng to sign when he checked the goods, so they could bring this check to the warehouse and get the goods. And he awkwardly began to stroke his neck and said that he had completely forgotten about these formalities, because he had been told about them. Li himself was interested in whether Mr. Chow really needed that many goods, asking if he had made a mistake in his calculations, to which the young man replied with a smile on his face that there was no mistake here, because Director Fen had approved everything. He asked not to worry about his older brother. After these words, Gusheng loudly shouted for everyone to get ready, because it was time for them to go. At this time, a man quickly approached the standing heroes. It was Zi Jinghong who approached Mr. Chow and asked him if all the goods had arrived. The guy responded that everything was correct, and that the goods themselves were already being unloaded. Coming closer, he praised the guy, saying that he was still so young but so ambitious. Because they had started such a grand show, the young man himself thanked him for the praise. Yufeng asked for a minute because he needed to give instructions to Mr. Li now. And then, starting to approach Gusheng, he shouted to him to be careful on his way back. Taking a red box out of his pocket with a satisfied expression on his face, he said that he only had 1 pack of cigarettes left, and he asked her to share it with the workers. And then he began to hand it over along with several yuan, which he held with his thumb. This was noticed by the man, who was surprised by these actions, because it was the factory that was supposed to pay him, not the guy. Taking her hands and squeezing them with both of his, he began to thank the guy, telling him that he was a wonderful person. Leaning towards the guy, he said that regarding the batch that required the director's signature, they would try to bring it to them within 4 days. Hearing this, the guy's face became even happier. Turning around and starting to approach the director of the show, Yufeng addressed him, saying that they now needed to check the goods. As they left, the heroes continued to discuss tomorrow. The very next morning, Yufeng arrived at the building early in the morning, where the director met him. He told the boy that the stage was prepared, but that rehearsals could only be done at night when the other shops were closed, which was what Chow himself was counting on. The director was curious to see if the models were ready for training and began looking around. Chow raised his hand in response and said that they were ready. He sent them to rest because there was a long work ahead. The man, hearing this, turned around, saying that he still had a lot of work, so it was time for him to go. Yufeng thanked the man. He thought about how in his past life, both girls only became popular in 1984. He wasn't sure how much he would notice the butterfly effect if he did it a year earlier. As he started walking, he continued to think about everything. His head began to boil from the huge number of thoughts. He thought that he had no more savings left after paying for the stage, transportation, and other things. He hoped that there would be no unexpected expenses. Having gone inside and looked around, he promised himself that he would definitely succeed. Some time passed, and screams and the sound of work began to be heard inside the building. Yufeng looked at the men working and asked them to be careful when correcting the defects in their work. He carefully examined every little detail, thinking that everything should go perfectly and the picture should look excellent. The company that came in asked Mr. Chow if he had already arrived here. He immediately greeted them, and they did the same in return. He asked them with a smile, "You are both MCs," to which he saw smiles on their faces. The girl began to say that she was glad to see him, and the man standing next to him smiled. Yufeng took out a piece of paper and began to hand it over, saying that this was a new script, and he earnestly asked them to look at it and prepare. They were surprised by this, because they did not expect a new scenario. The young man apologized in response that he had changed everything. The girl with the haircut, seeing Bao Bao, thought that he had been fired from the factory. She wondered what he was doing here. The boy was torn from his thoughts by shouts that the lighting was ready, and Chow responded by praising the workers. Looking in different directions, he said that everything was ready, now it was time for the models. After a while, girls appeared and walked towards the waving Mr. Chow. He explained to them that he had picked out clothes for them all for the fashion show, and now he would give them everything. The red-haired girl asked if he had personally selected everything, since Chen Yu was supposed to do that. She responded that this time Mr. Chow personally took care of everything. He himself organized everything in terms of clothing. The girls immediately fell silent after these words. They were surprised by this, but Dandan was not discouraged. Spreading her hands and telling them to command, she was not going to argue with their decisions. The guy led the girls to the clothes and started taking them out one by one. Taking out one of them, he asked Dandan to try it on and tell him if it was too small for her. Once all the girls had received their clothes, they began to discuss among themselves that this man had good taste in choosing clothes. The main character himself was breathing heavily at this time, thinking that he had finally finished, because it was not easy to choose outfits for models with different body types. But he was distracted from his thoughts by the actions of the models, who were running around the stage, laughing loudly. He thought about how best to act in this situation, because there was a lot at stake, and they were one of the main trump cards. He shouted at them in a menacing voice, asking what they were being paid for, to coo at each other or to work. The head of the models was surprised, because she did not expect such a reaction from Mr. Chow. Yufen's scream drew the attention of everyone in the area, as no one could have even imagined that the guy could get so angry. He responded by pointing his finger and shouting that this show was organized with his money. He paid for the clothes, the place for the show. He asked them why they were disrespecting him. He tries to promote them and their company to the masses, all with the same shout. He asked them to realize this and remember the conditions they are in. They lowered their faces in response, stopped laughing, and stood silently and listened to every word the guy said. But Yufeng himself had no intention of stopping, shouting that whoever didn't work could pack their things and go back home. He asked them what they were staring at, since they only had one night to rehearse, and tomorrow was the event itself. He was interested in why they weren't rehearsing yet. The red-haired leader caught the last words and immediately shuddered, coming to her senses. She started yelling for everyone to stand up because the rehearsal was starting right now. Turning to the recently arrived man and girl, our hero said that it was now their turn. The presenters' faces broke out in cold sweat. They were scared, and with trembling voices they answered in agreement. The next day the event began. Everything was ready. The hosts greeted their dear guests, who stood out against the backdrop of good lighting. A huge crowd of people began to gather around them. The man started first, saying that on this wonderful hot day, they had gathered together to escape the bustle of the city and to cool off. The girl picked up the conversation and added that today they were holding a special show with models to please the eyes of their dear guests. Her partner continued, adding that this day would be an unforgettable show, the result of which would light a fire in their hearts. They asked to greet their beautiful models with applause, and by the time they came out and showed the clothes, a huge crowd of people had gathered around the stage. They stood and listened with surprised faces, because they had never seen anything like this before. The presenters continued, asking people to greet the models with thunderous applause. The girls began to come out in bright dresses, which seemed to shine due to the bright lighting. The faces of the people near the stage turned red with excitement because they saw something beautiful. One by one, the girls came out and spun around, showing off their bodies and outfits from different angles. The crowd cheered, calling the girls the most beautiful thing they had seen in a long time, because these were real cuties. At this time, our main character, who was watching all this, was happy. He was satisfied with the work. His eyes were shining because the atmosphere was exactly what he wanted to see. He gave a sign to the presenters, showing some hand gestures, which meant that they were moving on to the next stage. At this time, the boys' eyes were sparkling. They were asking for more, Their screams did not subside for a second. The presenter, coming out on stage, began asking people to calm down a little, laughing. Smiling, he said that the best part of the show was saved for last. He added that the fashion company of the capital Mo had prepared a special surprise for them, and the presenter standing nearby was heating up the public's interest. The men's ardor died down. They wondered what kind of surprise might await them. The man turned to his partner and said that their audience had the chance to buy the outfits that their models were wearing today. The girl continued to stir up the public's interest with her surprise, asking if these outfits were really brand new. And he responded with consent, because these outfits are worn by one of the very famous designers of the capital. He shouted into the microphone that they could buy them today and right now. The girl asked her partner about the price, adding that it was most likely incredibly high, and he laughed loudly in response, saying that they would never figure it out on their own. This intrigue made those around nervous. They couldn't wait to hear the price of these beautiful outfits. And he raised his hand and said that they were only paying 100 yuan for each outfit, shouting the price several times. The girl, the presenter, asked her partner if it was really only 100 yuan for these designer outfits, because what kind of factory profited from this? At this time, the crowd began to discuss that all the outfits were amazing, but 100 yuan was a steep price. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard that drowned out even the presenters, and everyone turned their attention to them. A man in the crowd was shouting that the price was wrong. This man was our main character. He began to quickly approach the stage, starting to climb onto it. These actions made those around him stand in confusion. He shouted to the hosts that the price for these outfits was no less than 110 yuan. With an angry face, he continued to shout about the wrong price because they would not earn anything. At this time, the host said into the microphone that they were told that they were selling the goods at a good price and getting benefits for themselves. Yufeng continued to shout at this time. Speaking awkwardly into the microphone, he said that he had already named the price, so they would sell them for 100 yuan. But Chao was not about to give in, insistently shouting for the price to be announced at 110 yuan. Suddenly another voice was heard, asking everyone to stop. The man coming out said that the presenters had already announced the price, so they would have to stick to it. Yufeng tried to object, trying to put together some kind of sentence to convince his partner, but he couldn't. And he continued that they couldn't change the price. It would be unfair to the viewers. They had to maintain the factory's image. Walking up to the guy and hugging him, Bao Bao added that they shouldn't worry and sell at 100, and he would take the losses on himself. Our main character exhaled heavily, and the crowd began to shout. These were loud cries of joy. The hosts continued to warm up the crowd, and our hero, still breathing heavily, began to leave the stage. The man, shouting into the microphone, asked those who wanted to buy these designer outfits to line up, and the girl continued to say the price. The crowd wouldn't shut up, shouting that the price was really interesting, since the factory itself was going into the red. The girls immediately started shouting out the product numbers, screaming and trying to snatch them as quickly as possible. At this time, the main character's partner looked out and thought that things were going well. He would get 5 yuan for each item sold. He was happy. And the sales continued without stopping. The sellers continued to shout that they were selling each of these outfits for only 100 yuan. And Cho Yufeng himself, seeing this picture, laughed with a menacing smile. This was all his plan. The red-haired girl stood in surprise and looked at this wild excitement. She couldn't believe that there could be so many buyers in one place. Looking towards the contented protagonist, she began to smile. She understood that this was not an ordinary person standing in front of them, because an ordinary person could not have organized and played out everything exactly like that. And the fight for clothes did not stop. Each girl wanted to snatch at least one. Some threw money at the front. They were afraid that the goods would run out. At this time, Yufeng, looking at all this, thought that he expected that everything would be sold out very soon, and the second batch was already on the way. It would arrive in 2 days. He looked around with a satisfied face, thinking that it wasn't the factory that had offered him the clothes, but he had pre-ordered them. 2 hours later, a loud scream was heard, which tore Bao Bao away from his smoking. A man ran into the warehouse shouting that they were out of stock and that customers were complaining, asking what they should do. He dropped the cigarette from his mouth in surprise and asked if everything had already been sold. He ran towards the stage. He needed to somehow stop these fights over outfits. Standing on stage, he shouted at the top of his voice that they were out of stock, telling people to disperse. They started yelling at him in response, because they had stood in line for so long to buy it, and the situation was getting more and more heated with each passing second. They weren't going to stop. They were demanding an explanation, because they had wasted a lot of time in line. The guy himself asked everyone to calm down because a new batch was already on the way. He asked them to come in 3 days if they still wanted to buy their goods. With a trembling voice, he tried to calm everyone down, guaranteeing them that the design and quality would remain the same as today. They began to shout in response, asking about the price. They demanded that he promise them a good price. And he, no longer knowing what to answer them, asked them not to worry, because the price would be the same. They wouldn't even raise the price. He assured them that the price would remain the same. It would be 100 yuan. It was late at night. The moon was illuminating the night city. The cries of the shoppers had died down. The main character, having found the warehouse, thanked everyone for their work, praising each one. They responded that these were their works, but they never expected that everything would sell so quickly. Yufeng turned to his elder brother Feng and asked if he had finished getting ready, since they would later calculate the money and find out the proceeds. The one with a huge bag clutched to his chest with a smile on his face replied that he was already on his way. At this time, the models discussed among themselves that they never expected to be invited to an interview. They also discussed quite a bit that Dandan and Nana would be on TV. They never imagined that Mr. Chow would be so responsible. At this time, our protagonist asked someone to call manager Shui. One of the guys, with a satisfied face, said that he had immediately fulfilled the boss's request. The red-haired girl approached her burning friend and asked what she was thinking about, and she started screaming in response that her friend had scared her to death because she didn't expect to see her here. Dandan started teasing Nana, asking if she liked Mr. Chow, to which Nana asked her what it mattered. The head of the models realized that she would not receive an answer, so she said goodbye to the girl because they had to leave early in the morning, and she still had to get ready. At this time, our main character was already in the office and asked if everyone was here. There were 3 huge bags on the table in front of the man. Yufeng suggested getting down to business. When they opened each one, they found huge sums of money which seemed to sparkle. Each of them immediately began to carefully count each bill. The money shimmered in the light, standing out brightly against the background of their hands. Counting each wad of money, they stacked them on the table in piles so as not to get confused. After finishing the count, one of the men said that the figure was correct because each bag contained the same amount, and the total came to 500,000 yuan. Looking at the huge amount of money laid out, our main character was pleased. Bao Bao cried out. He couldn't believe that they were able to earn 500,000 yuan in just one day. Xue Tialong held a piece of paper in his hand and addressed Mr. Chow, saying that he had to pay their factory 70,000 yuan. And he, with a smile on his face, said that the payment would be much greater than what he had just named. He didn't understand what the guy meant when he said that another party was coming here, and they would also receive a portion of the proceeds from this, as stated in the contact. The guy took out a piece of paper and asked if it was true that a new batch was already on its way. He said in surprise that he had contacted Director Feng first. His face began to break out in cold sweat from surprise and fear. And our main character said that a new shipment was already on the way. It should arrive the day after tomorrow. It was planned to sell them early in the morning the day after tomorrow. He said that he would call them again when the goods arrived, and that they would be busy for a few more days. In response, the man could not connect the words from surprise. And then, falling silent, he began to scratch his face, lost in his thoughts. At this time, in the director's office, he was shouting loudly, almost dropping his mug of water. The man, hearing the report on the phone, could not believe that 500,000 yuan worth of goods had been sold in one night. He shouted that this was some kind of miracle. He asked if they understood how popular they were for one daughter, adding that they were even offered to participate on television. The man said in a low voice that Mr. Chow was a very smart guy. And after these words, he immediately began to nervously look around, so that no one would hear him. He whispered into the phone that he had some business with Director Liu, since Cho Yufeng had ordered another batch of 5,000 copies signed by Director Feng. He asked the man if Director Liu knew about this. He was surprised to hear this. And then he shouted back, asking when Director Feng had put his signature, and he even jumped up in surprise. He replied that in his thoughts it was late yesterday evening. He said that their clothes were selling like hot cakes. They could take advantage of this and start selling them themselves, without Yufeng. At this time, the director himself stood silently and listened, and the man continued, saying that if the papers were signed yesterday, then the guy did not sign them personally, which means that Cho Yufeng was not actually involved in the contract, so they can intercept the delivery. But in response, there was complete silence. The man asked Director Liu again if he was still there, if he heard everything he said. After a short pause and some thought, the director, biting his lips from nervousness, replied that Yu Feng was very careful with everyone. He had probably already thought of everything and was able to get the second batch. Because of this, he slammed his fist on the table with all his might, which even made the phone jump. The director nervously turned his angry gaze to the side, thinking, "Oh, this Feng Shilai." The very next day, our main character was called by a man. He said that someone was calling him. The guy slowly began to approach the phone. The man who called him said that Director Liu was on the line. The guy picked up the phone, and the man who had been standing next to him recently went about his business, asking him to wait for him. Cho Yufeng exhaled heavily, because he knew what the conversation would be about now. He began to bring the phone receiver to his ear. At this time, the man who had been talking on the phone yesterday stood at the door, starting to eavesdrop, and our main character answered the call. Director Liu began to congratulate the protagonist on his success in a joyful voice, because they had sold so much in one night. The guy with the same voice replied that it was all thanks to their team of models and the influence of their company. Having begun to thank them for their help, he asked permission to treat his work team to a restaurant when he returned. At this time, a smile appeared on Director Liu's face, but it was clearly not a happy one. He responded with a chuckle in agreement. He began to say if they had already finished with the sales. Whether they needed another batch of clothing supplies was a selfish smile. At this time, our protagonist frowned, thinking that he knew that he and Director Feng were in a deal. In response, Liu continued by saying that they were partners, adding that they could share the profits under the same terms as stated in the contract. The protagonist thought that he was trying to test his attitude to decide how to punish Feng Shilai. The guy responded with a loud yes, but he immediately began to speak, but he thanked Director Liu for his offer. But our main character spent a long time telling his interlocutor on the phone. Liu himself looked away and replied, "I didn't think you had already managed to order another batch." In response, Yu Feng justified Director Feng Shilai by saying that when he told Feng Sr. this, he agreed, but he was a little drunk. Liu thanked the guy for his honest answer, and then added that if the guy had any suggestions in the future, he could call him directly, and also that they would soon have a staff rotation, so Director Feng might end up in a different position. Our protagonist responded with gratitude and then said goodbye, immediately putting down the phone and ending the conversation. With a satisfied face, he thought that he was cunning. Even though they had some contradictions, their common priority would be money. The main character thought that they were very similar. They were both interested in money and each understood how to earn it. Late one evening recently, the eavesdropping man was talking to someone on the phone. Taking the phone away from his ear, he said something about how he knew about something, and then ended the conversation by hanging up. Time passed, the fashion show continued, and the new supply was also in great demand. On television, they showed models invited by the main character. The main focus was on the beauties Nana and Dandan. And after the second batch was sold, our heroes counted the money they had earned. Bao Bao replied that 5,000 copies had been sold from the second batch, and now they had 500,000 yuan in their hands, and a smile never left his face. In response, the protagonist praised Director Shui for their great contribution with a satisfied face. He calmly replied that it was just their job, and began to spread his arms in different directions. But he was interested in the question of when they would return to the factory, because they still needed to transfer the money. At this time, Cho Yufeng looked at him and smiled, thinking that Director Shui was very loyal to his business and his company. Turning to Bao Bao, he said to ask if the letter of recommendation was ready, they should leave the money and go. At that very second, the guy shouted his agreement and ran towards the door. At this time, the protagonist, with a sly face, thought that when he returned, he would still need to deal with something. On TV, on almost every possible channel, there was a show where they interviewed models. These models were our heroines. They looked at the TV screen with embarrassment, and the girls around them shouted that their friends were being shown on TV. The girls couldn't calm down, asking if their salaries had been raised after this. But one of the girls interrupted everyone, asking if they really were able to sell all 10,000 copies, to which Dandan answered positively. The girl added that she heard that they sold them for 100 yuan, and because of that amount, they didn't make any money. Dandan lowered her head and replied that it was a whole 1,000,000 yuan. The girls' eyes, mouths, and faces widened at this amount. They could not believe that such sums existed. One of the girls even got excited because of this amount, asking Dandan if this was even possible. The girl, lost in thought, lowered her head, lost in her thoughts, not answering her friend. But she was not going to leave Dandan alone. She asked again and again, wanting to hear the answer. The red-haired girl had no choice but to answer. She replied that it was quite possible. Switching to Nana, she shouted at her that she was very lucky because a millionaire fell in love with her. These words made the green-haired girl's face blush. Coming closer to her, she repeated several more times that he clearly liked the girl last time. But Nana yelled at them, telling them not to talk nonsense, but her face was the same. She was still embarrassed. Dandan watched all this with her mouth open, lost in her thoughts. And then, exhaling heavily, she turned around and began to leave the office. Our heroes did not sleep late at night. They discussed successful sales for a long time while drinking coffee. Coming out onto the balcony, Bao Bao turned to the main character, who turned in his direction with a tired face. And Junior Feng continued, saying that time flies so quickly, and during this time they had already become like brothers. Awkwardly closing his eyes, our main character replied that he really thought the same thing. Bao Bao asked the guy standing next to him what his plans were for the future, and he raised his head, thinking. And after some time, he replied that he wanted to open his own fashion company in Zhehai, like the fashion company of the capital of Mo, adding that there would be some difficulties, so it was all difficult to explain. But Junior Feng didn't understand why in Zhehai, because in Jingdu the market was much more developed and flourished faster, so he asked the young man about it. And he explained to him that it would be cheaper, because in that region there was much less manual labor due to the poor development of infrastructure. He started to beam. He had a smile on his whole face. He replied that he would keep his fingers crossed for him and believe in him. But suddenly, having looked into my face, he began to feel sad, turning his same sad gaze to the side. Yu Feng came closer, put his hand. With a satisfied face, he told him that he would always be glad to have him work in his company. If he needed a job, he could safely call him. After these words, the guy's mood changed, and then he suddenly shouted that he remembered. He said that Mr. Chow lied to him because he was not from Jingdu but from Zhehai, asking if this was correct. The protagonist replied that it was so because he could not trust him with his character. In response, the younger Feng began to laugh, calling his new comrade a little names. Already at the factory, our main character went to count the checks. He wanted to finish work as quickly as possible and go home. But Director Liu called him, and when he entered the office, he asked why he had called him, adding that he had finished counting the checks with Director Shui. He, having drunk coffee, joyfully greeted the guy, standing up and starting to walk towards him. He spoke words of congratulations to the guy because now he is a real rich man. And Chow himself, with folded hands, replied that without their help he would not have succeeded in anything. They really helped him out, adding that words alone are not enough to express gratitude. The man asked the guy to stop, inviting him to sit down at the table. He explained with a smile on his face that he had called him to discuss the cooperation proposal he had spoken about. Time passed. The heroes discussed every detail. Quite a lot of time passed. At this time, the girls were standing near the man asking if they would finish soon, because the discussions were taking a very long time. And the man answered that they were discussing a big project. It was not a matter of 5 minutes. At this time, the heroes left the office, the director, laughing, said that he could not believe that it was enough for him that they were a simple franchise. He stopped and looked towards Liu and replied that he had plans to earn a lot of money with them in the future. Approaching the waiting company, the model girls immediately greeted Director Liu. He, putting his arm around our main character, who was standing next to him, introduced him as a new business partner, saying that now for them he is Mr. Chow. He explained that the guy would treat them all to dinner at the hotel restaurant today as thanks for their great performance, while Yu Feng stood there with a smile on his face. The model's eyes lit up because this is an international hotel that only accepts foreign currency. Turning around, he suggested that they take a walk, since he was relatively close. The girls began to loudly thank Mr. Chow, shouting over each other. Dandan overheard the girls discussing among themselves whether Mr. Chow would take Nana's phone number. She immediately turned her lost gaze to the departing guy, looking at his back. Sometime later, all the heroes arrived at the restaurant of the International Hotel. The entire table was covered with expensive food. The girls began to wish each other bon appetit and thank the main character. He, holding a glass of wine in his hands, answered them that there was nothing to thank him for. After eating, they went outside, saying words of gratitude to their young business partner several more times. Director Liu and Mr. Chow said goodbye, wishing each other good luck in their future work. Arriving at the station, he waited for the bus to go home because he had not been there for a long time. Standing on the street, he exhaled heavily because these few days had been quite difficult. Stretching out his arms, he was glad that he could finally return to Zheihai. Suddenly, he was torn away from his thoughts because someone put their hand on his shoulder. Turning around in bewilderment, he did not understand who could grab him like that. He had no acquaintances in this city. The red-haired dandan greeted Mr. Chow, and the guy was surprised to see her here. He asked the girl what was wrong, and she responded with incoherent words, trying to squeeze out a sentence. She was so nervous that she even started to clench her hands. Her face turned red. The girl gathered her courage and was just about to speak. Suddenly, a yellow bus headed to Zheihai pulled up to the heroes. Noticing this, our main character stopped listening to the girl, looking in his direction. And the guy's next action simply killed the girl, causing the ground to collapse right under her as it seemed to her. He started running towards him, shouting at her that they would talk to her the next time they saw each other. Having boarded the bus, the main character disappeared from the girl's horizon, and she still stood there lost and looked towards the yellow car driving away. She thought about how she needed to gather her courage and say it faster. It was already late at night. The guy came to his friend. In front of them lay 2 checks. The first was for 20,000 yuan, and the second for 50,000. They looked at each other silently, not saying anything to each other, because each was in their own thoughts. The man standing next to him thought that he had been breaking his back at work for many years and had never earned so much. But now, in just a couple of days, he was able to earn 50,000 yuan. Looking towards the young man who was already sitting on the sofa at that moment, he thought that this guy was far from being a simpleton in his business. This acquaintance was Feng's father, who began to approach the boy. As he approached, he told him that his son had told him about his future plans to open a fashion house in Zheihai, and the guy stood up and said that everything was exactly like that, adding that that's why he came to him, to discuss everything and talk about it. He said that he was inexperienced in opening his own business, the ratio of workers in the factory, the proportion of mechanized labor to the entire production process, and there were numerous other lists, and then added that he needed help in preparation. With a smile on his face, he said that he needed an experienced person. He asked, "Uncle Feng, do you know a suitable person for this job?" He began to stroke his chin, thought about it, and then asked if Zheihai was open for trade, asking if private enterprises were closing there. The main character, raising his head with a smile on his face, answered negatively. He explained that the driving force of Zheihai's economy is industry, and the economy there is too underdeveloped, so it is difficult to start a business there. He also said that the state had already tried to solve this problem, but it was not even half solved, and if he opened his own business there to develop the economy, the state would definitely provide him with subsidies. He was 100% sure because he was helping the state, Yu Feng claimed, and at that time, Director Feng himself listened to him attentively. After standing there in silence for a while, he suddenly shouted out his agreement. Hugging him, he invited him to come to him in order to discuss all the details. The guy naturally agreed. After some time, the heroes came out. They discussed everything for quite a long time until the morning. After leaving, they said goodbye to each other. Both heroes left satisfied. The man, waving after the hero, told the guy in a high voice not to forget about their plans, and he also expected positive news from him. Looking at the sign where his city was written, he thought that now he could definitely go home, because there was no better place than home. The main character was overwhelmed with joy. He brought everything he had planned to life to life. At this time, the main character's relatives arrived. They were surprised, because the city was very big. They compared it to the capital. The bald man with the bicycle called out to Yuna, starting to wave at the newly arrived family. They turned their attention to the guy, turned in his direction, and looked at him suspiciously. The guy approached them and asked if they remembered him. He introduced himself as Yu Fen's former classmate. His name was Liang. They replied that they remembered him. The guy was happy, because he would not have to prove that their older brother asked him to meet them. He offered to take them home so that they would not get lost. The guys headed towards home. Yuna was interested in where their older brother was, to which the guy replied that he had gone to the capital of Mo to do business, and also said that he was supposed to arrive tomorrow. Yuna thanked the guy walking next to her, and he responded by saying that there was nothing to thank him for, since he and their brother were very close friends. Liang also added that he had the letters of recommendation and was going to take them to school tomorrow when they were done with the arrangements. The younger ones stood with smiles on their faces. They were happy about this, because now they would live in a big city. As they walked, They discussed their elder brother for a long time, and they also learned many good things about him that Yufeng himself did not tell them. Suddenly they stopped, noticing the protagonist's ex-wife, Xiaodu, walking towards them. They froze, because they didn't expect to see her, and the girl herself didn't notice them right away. They stood silently and looked at her. Yuna was thinking about what to say to her at such a moment. Liang was also surprised by this meeting. When Xiaoda raised her head, she saw her ex-husband's juniors. She also stopped. Liang greeted the girl, asking her where she was coming from. Xiaoda replied that she was coming from work. The girl's face was sad. But turning towards Yun, she smiled, asking if they had all come to Zhihai. Yun replied that they had only just arrived. Xiaoda reached into her bag to get her wallet. She began to open it and take out the money. And then she handed her elder sister 10 yuan, telling her to buy food for her family. This action surprised Yuna. And as soon as she came to her senses, she immediately began to brush off the money, saying that they didn't need money because they already had it. And then they started to leave, saying that they were in a hurry. Yuna said goodbye to Xiaoda as she left, telling her that they would see each other very soon. The girl watched the departing company for a long time. She missed these children. Liang turned back and looked towards Xiaoda, wondering whether he had imagined it or not. And Xiaoda herself stood with her head down, not moving. Her face was sad. She turned around and went home, thinking for a long time about Yuna's last words. The next day, our main character arrived home, and the first thing he did was go to the store. He walked out of the store with a satisfied face, still thoughtfully considering his next plan of action. Suddenly he saw Yuna, who was cleaning the door. She happily called out to her older brother. She started waving at him, calling everyone to her little sister and brother. The kid was immediately distracted from his game and started running towards the door. The younger sister also immediately dropped what she was doing and went to see her brother at the meeting. They all missed him very much. At this time, Yuna ran up to her older brother with cries of joy that he had finally arrived. A few seconds later, the family surrounded the guy. He asked them when they managed to arrive, to which they unanimously answered that yesterday afternoon. They asked him if he was tired from the journey, to which the guy replied that everything was fine, offering to go into the house. The first thing Yufeng asked Yu Yue was whether they had taken the documents to the new school. The girl replied that they had done so during the day and that they would go to classes tomorrow. The boy was sewing with joy. He was very pleased with this, and also said that he bought them a new uniform for school. There were shouts of joy. They were very happy that they finally had new clothes for school. The house seemed to become much more lively and cozier. The boy asked his older brother if he had bought them some treats. Chao bent down and began to wipe his little brother's nose, telling him that he only had one thing on his mind. And he, with folded arms and raised his head, replied that he needed to eat a lot in order to become big and strong and protect his brother and his sisters. Yufeng began to laugh loudly, stroking little Jen's head, telling him that he was thinking correctly. Turning to Yuna, he said that he had bought this house so they could settle here for good, apologizing for not having time to write about it. These words shocked the girl, because this house was really expensive. She screamed and asked if she understood everything correctly. In response, the older brother raised his hand and said that he had simply saved up money, and also asked them not to ask where he got the money from and how he earned it, since they were still small, and earning money was the job of the elders. He asked them to feel at home in the new place, and also said that money would no longer be a problem, but also asked them to continue studying hard. Pointing his finger at Yuna and Jen, these actions even made the couple shudder. And after another short conversation, the guy began to yawn over and over again. He said that he was very tired. Going into another room, he told them to try on the new clothes he had bought them. He asked them not to wait for him for dinner because he had gone to sleep. They unanimously wished their older brother to get some sleep. The main character, having just taken off his socks, jumped onto his soft bed. He finally screamed. Finally, he could rest and get some sleep. With a smile on his face, he fell asleep thinking that he had been waiting for a long time for the moment when he could get a good night's sleep. After all, there is no better place in the world than in bed in your own home. The next morning, the guy woke up quite early and went to wash himself. As he applied toothpaste to his brush, he considered his actions, as there was still plenty of work to do. Just as he was starting to brush his teeth, Yuna, who was bringing a towel to her older brother, called out to him. He was still tired. The last few days had been quite difficult for him. He had slept very little for several days. She also said that she met his ex-wife yesterday, and he immediately spat the toothpaste out of his mouth. Turning to his younger sister, he asked where she met her, and she answered that she didn't remember. The only thing was that it was not far from the library. Yufeng shrugged and replied that she worked there, so it was no surprise. No surprise that she met her there. Yuna also said that the girl offered to take some money from them so that they could buy food for themselves. The guy immediately asked again if they had taken the money. These words really hurt the young man. The girl answered negatively, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief after his sister's answer, saying that she had done everything right. He said that, so, they were in great debt to her. He was unable to provide her with the quality of life that she deserved. Naturally, Yuna understood all this. She was going to say something to her older brother, but suddenly fell silent, slightly embarrassed. And then, plucking up her courage, she asked him if he was going to marry her again. These words surprised the guy. He asked her why she was so interested in this. He did not expect such a question from his younger sister in any version. And she, in response, explained that he could not provide her with a quality life. But since he had money, she asked why he didn't marry her again and fix the situation. Our main character smiled and started laughing. He looked at his sister, thinking how to explain this to her so that she would understand. After thinking for a moment, he said that everything was not so simple. She would understand everything when she entered the university. He asked if she remembered the bastard Lian Qiang. The girl's face immediately began to turn red. She was surprised to hear this name. Embarrassed, she began to shout, asking why he was talking about him, because how could he be connected with this? And the guy's face changed. He stood there with a stern face, asking if she still loved him. He asked her to answer as honestly as possible. Yuna replied that he was a complete freak and behaved like a bandit. She asked why she would love such a person. And the older brother, in response, began to laugh awkwardly, saying that between him and Xiaota there was approximately the same situation, because she probably didn't love him just like she did, because he behaved like a freak. The younger sister didn't answer, and our main character turned around. As he left, he told the girl that marrying her again would not be as easy as she thought. Some time passed, the hero went about his business. He was going to meet with Liang Liang. At this time, Liang Liang ran up to the trio, who asked what kind of disrespect for his woman. The man asked why he always made her wait. The bald guy, scratching his head, awkwardly apologized for this. A girl standing nearby yelled at the guy, saying that there was no reason to quarrel since she had just arrived. Chun said that today was payday. He suggested that everyone go and eat at a restaurant, adding that they treat the girls. No one was against this proposal. Liang Liang answered with a smile that it was a very good idea. At this time, our main character approached the departing company. He called out to the bald guy. He immediately stopped, because he recognized that voice. It was the voice of his friend. Turning around, he greeted him joyfully. He was glad to see his old friend. And our main character greeted him in return, raising his hand in response. Liang Liang asked him when he arrived with a smile on his face. They moved closer. Both boys were very happy to see each other. Yufeng replied that he had only arrived yesterday, but because he was very tired, he was unable to meet the guy. He handed him some green packaging, saying that it was for him. He took it and began to examine it carefully, asking the main character what it was. He replied that these were clothes. He had brought them from the capital of Mo itself, adding that if they did not fit him, he would need to go to a studio to have them adjusted to his size. The bald guy in response began to thank his friend. Smiling, our hero said that he heard them getting ready to go to a restaurant. He was also going to offer the guy to go there. But since it came to that, he suggested that they all go together. Liang Liang's wife took the initiative and started to approach them closer. She said that it was a good idea because it would be much more fun. Chun asked his friend where this guy came from, to which his comrade replied that he had no idea. After some time, the heroes were sitting in a restaurant, seated at a table. Each of them received a menu. They chose what to eat today, comparing prices. Our protagonist ordered a plate of fish, as well as 5 pork trotters, while the waitress wrote down the young man's order with a smile on her face. And later, the hero added that he almost forgot. He also wanted soup with mamortica and pork ribs. Chun, who was sitting opposite him, changed his face at every word the guy said. Suddenly, unable to bear it any longer, he hit the table with his hand. The sound from the blow was quite loud, and everyone paid attention to it. He shouted at the whole restaurant, saying that he had ordered so many dishes, and it was no less than 7 or 8 yuan because they were paying for it. He asked them to show at least some modesty. His mouth wouldn't shut. He shouted at Cho Yufen, asking if he understood how hard it was to earn money. Embarrassed, Liang Liang said it was okay, he was going to pay for his friend himself. Yufeng began to smile, and after giggling a little, a good idea ripened in his head. Turning towards the waitress, he added that they should remove the pork rib soup from his order and instead add turtle soup. The waitress was very surprised to hear this. Even Liang Liang was surprised by this, shuddering. He did not expect such an order. After all, this is the most expensive soup. The guys who were sitting opposite our heroes were also surprised by this order. Chun got angry again, starting to shout that he was completely insolent to order such expensive food. And our main character sat with a smile on his face, waiting for the guy to calm down. He said that he hadn't gone crazy at all. Hugging Liang Liang, he explained with a satisfied face that Liang Liang had helped him out a lot, so he was treating him today. The guys immediately changed. They sat depressed the whole evening because they did not expect that the guy was rich. After leaving the restaurant, Liang Liang told his friends that he would walk Yufeng home, telling them that they would see each other again. In response, the trio replied that they would also go, and the heroes began to disperse to different sides of the street. Walking through the streets of the night city, the heroes started a dialogue about the capital of Mo. Liang Liang was interested in what our main character did, but he answered that he simply sold clothes, adding that there was nothing interesting about it. Suddenly, the main character took the initiative in the conversation. He asked the guy what kind of girl was with them. He also asked if she was interested in the guy, to which the guy was quite surprised. He sheepishly asked not to worry about it, saying that the guy should tell him more about Xiaode. His face changed to serious. He began to ask our main character what happened between him and the girl, because the last time he saw her, it was an accidental meeting. The walking protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, saying that they had divorced and gone their separate ways. But separately, the bald boy could not believe it. He said that he heard that she wanted to marry him again. He asked the guy not to tell him that he stopped thinking about her when he got rich. Our main character screamed with a questioning emotion because it was not so, to which Liang Liang was even scared for a second because of such an insistent reaction of the guy. He awkwardly answered him that he was joking. It was an ordinary joke. And Yufeng raised his finger and said that he didn't mean the joke about wealth, but about what he said before. Liang repeated the words about Xiaode wanting to marry the guy again. With a sad face, our main character began to ask the guy about it. He was interested in when she said it. And he replied that it was on her best friend Ziran's birthday, because she told everyone then that she was going to do it, which surprised many. The protagonist stood silently, listening to his friend. Cold sweat began to run down his face. And the bald guy continued, telling that the guys did not support her, referring to her past. The guy also added that he was going to protect the main character, but did not have time, since Xiaode left. Our main character started asking about the incident where his ex-wife left. And the guy explained that that time, he and Shen Ziran had a big fight with her because of Yufeng. He told in great detail what happened on that very day, on Zijan's birthday. And our main character listened attentively, trying to connect the whole sequence, as well as Xiaoda's actions. The guy put his hand on the hero's shoulder and asked him if he was okay because he was worried about them. These actions of the bald guy pulled Chao out of his thoughts, and he began to smile and answered him that he was fine. He also asked the guy if anything had happened to her family, because he had seen her go to the hospital half a month ago, and he told him that her mother had been hospitalized, but she had been discharged almost immediately. Liang leaned sharply towards the guy, saying that he didn't understand just one thing, adding that they say that Jiang Xiaoda had quarreled with Ran again, and then they finally stopped being friends. At this point, our main character began to exhale heavily. His face was angry. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and started walking in the opposite direction. Still with the same sullen face, he said in a low tone that they needed to go. Sometime later, Liang Liang told the guy that it was time for him to return to the factory, at which point our heroes said goodbye. Left alone, he was completely immersed in his thoughts, thinking about this girl. A couple was walking towards him, calling each other affectionately. Our main character noticed this, looked back and glanced in their direction, and it seemed he became even more despondent. Exhaling heavily, he mentally called himself all sorts of insults. He thought that Xiaoda wouldn't fall in love with him after he started to treat her a little better and wash her, and he also understood that she wouldn't give up her family and friends for him. Stopping and looking at the sky, he asked himself why he thought he was so cool since he came from the future. He insulted himself greatly, clenching his fists in anger. He was angry. The guy told himself that he couldn't give her anything because she suffered so much because of him. The next morning, Yufeng came to the director's office and started knocking on the door. As soon as he heard the knock, he immediately told them to come in, opening the door carefully because the handle was broken. The hero who came in greeted Director Zhang, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time. The director was glad to see the guy, and also happily greeted the guy in return. Standing up and starting to approach the guy, he asked if he really wanted to organize another exhibition. Our hero laughed, and then said that he had already been to the capital of Missouri. The main character took out some yellow box and put it on the table. The hero suggested sitting down and discussing everything, because he needed to talk to him, and the elder brother Zhang immediately agreed. He asked the guy if he had really been to the capital of Mo, since he had already been almost everywhere, and he replied that he was simply trying to earn a living, adding that it was much easier for him, since at such a young age he had reached the position of director of the business department. Director Zhang also asked the guy if he was the one selling Dacron at the exhibition, adding that he heard that the factory had closed and he had to sell everything at a loss. Yufeng explained with a satisfied face that it was a liquidation of goods. It is true, but the factory did not close. They tried to remake it into a fashion factory, adding the main character. He started to get up and said that it was incredible, because individual entrepreneurs are smart and cunning. Taking the thermos, he began to pour boiling water into the mug, muttering something under his breath. Turning to the main character, he said that he understood that he had come to him for a reason, because he most likely needed something from him. Taking the yellow bag, he said that he just wanted to bring him souvenirs from the capital of Mo, since he helped him a lot last time. In response, Director Zhang said that he could not accept his gift because he was simply doing his job last time. But the main character was not going to back down so easily. He said that there were just sweets for his children, adding that it was purely out of friendship. But Zhang again began to make excuses. Zhou Yufeng interrupted him, asking if perhaps it would be better to take him to a restaurant in that case. These words surprised the director, who immediately asked again whether he had understood the hero correctly. And then, having started laughing, he answered with consent. Still laughing, he asked his younger brother Cho to tell him directly what he needed. The guy's face changed. He said that he had nothing to hide from his interlocutor. After all, he just wants to open a fashion factory in Zhahai and start smiling. The director asked again if it was really like in the capital of Mo, to which the guy replied that everything was exactly like that. While sipping coffee, he said that you can't just open a fashion factory because you need permission from the head of the department, and in that case, he can't help in any way. Putting on an innocent face, the hero explained that he wanted to contact Director Liu. And then, starting to smile even more, he added, "But his fashion factory will solve the problem of unemployment." This interested Director Zhang because the unemployment problem was quite extensive. He asked if he could ask Director Liu when he would be free so that he could talk to him about it in person. The man agreed, but said that it would not be before tomorrow's lunch since they had a meeting in the morning. In response, the main character thanked the man. The director said that there was no need to thank him because he was helping his friend, and also this was his direct job. A little later, the main character left the office and began to think through a plan of action. He thought that now he could just take a walk since he had time for it. Suddenly he stopped, starting to look at a building that was quite familiar to him. Raising his head, he saw a huge sign that there was a library here. It was the same building where Shia works. Smiling, he thought it was time to act, starting to walk towards the door. At this time, the girl was standing by the bookshelves, holding one of the books in her hands. She exhaled heavily as she looked at each shelf. She couldn't remember where this book was, and from her nervous state, a drop of sweat even started to run down her face. The main character, looking at her, smiled, thinking that it was no wonder that she earned so little. And then he began to approach the girl standing with her back to him. He apologized, asking where the books on finance were, adding that he would like to borrow some to read. Xiaota turned towards the sound, thinking that they weren't talking to her. Seeing our main character, her face turned red. She was very embarrassed when she saw her ex-husband. At this time, the guy stood and smiled, looking towards the girl. Embarrassed, she tried to say something, but it didn't work the first time, and she began to look away. And then, lowering her head, she said that the books on finance were in that section, pointing with a finger trembling with embarrassment. The guy came closer, leaning right up to her face, asked what books were in this section, addressing the girl as you. She continued to be embarrassed, and with each passing second, her face became redder and redder. She looked away, trying to calm down. She thought she needed to come to her senses. And then, stepping back, she exhaled heavily, pulling herself together. She screamed loudly and asked what he was doing here. And the main character replied that he just wanted to take a book and read, because he needs to constantly learn something new. The words that he needed to study something surprised the guy's ex-wife quite a lot, because before that she had never noticed such actions from the guy. And then she answered, still embarrassed, that she didn't have anything like that here, but the main character wasn't going to give in, asking what she had here. Shia told the guy that she didn't have anything like that in her department, because there were only light novels and short novels there. The guy answered with a satisfied face that he would take one. In response, the girl asked if he wanted to take the book with him or read it here, to which she heard the answer that it didn't matter to him. She was surprised by the guy's answer, because if he takes her with him, he will need to make a deposit, and if he doesn't need to, then he doesn't need to. The guy replied that he will read it here. The girl turned around and thought that she needed to come to her senses right now. She said she wanted to remind them of the rules, starting by explaining that making noise in the library was prohibited. Reading books was only allowed at tables, and the girl also said that books should be handled with care so as not to spoil them. The guy answered with a smile on his face that he understood all these rules perfectly well. She immediately began to sort through the books, thinking that she was not here. Looking in the other direction, she already said out loud that she wasn't here either, stupidly looking towards the bookshelf. At this time, the main character stood with an incomprehensible face. He liked to watch the girl's sluggishness. Sweat started to run down her face. She felt a little ashamed. She asked the guy to wait another minute. Yufeng answered his ex-wife with a smile on his face that he was in no hurry, and after a short pause, he added that he would always wait for her. The girl's face had already begun to turn blue with shame. She was asking herself where it could stand, because she had personally placed it on this shelf. The main character himself, having carefully examined the entire shelf, noticed her. Thinking that even he had already found her, he began to awkwardly scratch his cheek. Approaching the girl from behind, he began to reach for the top shelf, which was located directly above the girl's head. She, seeing a hand from behind her back, turned around sharply because it seemed to her that they were going to hug her. But noticing that Yufeng was standing behind her, she relaxed. The guy explained his actions, asking if this was the book she was looking for. The girl asked what he was talking about, to which the guy took it out and showed it to Xiaode. She nervously began to look around, asking where he could find her, and the guy, with the same awkward face, answered that she was right next to her. The girl became very embarrassed, apologizing. Her face began to turn very red. Time passed. The main character looked at books, and the girl did her work. A little later, the main character approached his ex-wife, who was sitting on a chair, and asked if she wanted to go have lunch together. She even jerked her hand at this question, slightly ruining the sheet she was filling out. With a menacing face and a low tone, she replied with a refusal, saying that she needed to go home. Taking the book in her hands, the girl replied that she had finished filling out his personal card. She asked him to take care of the book and the receipt like the apple of his eye, because they would be needed when he decided to return them. Taking the book and starting to smile, Yufeng told the girl that they would see each other another time. He also told her that his family had moved to this city, so she could visit them whenever she wanted. After these words, the guy began to move away from the girl, and she, in response, followed him with her eyes. In her mind, she asked him to forgive her for her behavior, because she really didn't want to behave like that. But she understood that it would be much better this way. Already in the evening, the main character met Yuna from school. They went to the store together. And after leaving it, the main character lectured the girl about how she should devote all her efforts to her studies, and she agreed. The girl told her older brother that Lin Nan had also entered the university, and she was supposed to come here tomorrow. The older brother responded by saying that she could invite the girl to stay with them, and he was not against it. And the girl also added. But since Lin Chang would still arrive, the guy asked the girl not to tell him that he had also entered the university. And smiling a little, she said that no, because only she and Lin Chiang from all their classmates entered the university, and the guy himself came to look for a job. The girl asked her brother for permission if the guy could stay with them for a couple of days. The main character began to smile, saying he didn't mind, but he asked if they were dating. This question stumped the girl. She began to feel really embarrassed. Hysterically embarrassed, she began to scream that it was not true, and also asked her older brother not to talk nonsense. Yufeng, still smiling, told her to study well and not date anyone until she received her diploma. She, standing all red and pouting, looked away, thinking that she had said that they weren't dating. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the office again, entering the director's office. He apologized, saying that he was very busy at work in the morning. This man was the head of the business department, Liu Jintang. The protagonist immediately folded his hands and bent down to greet Director Liu. Director Liu pointed to the chairs and suggested that they sit down and discuss all future plans and details. The hero agreed. The man with the mustache said that Director Zhang told him that he wanted to open a factory, to which he received a positive response from the young man. Mr. Liu was in a good mood. Our protagonist saw this. Seeing on the man's face, the director asked if the guy had thought about how big he would be. In response, Cho Yufeng clarified what Mr. Liu had in mind, asking whether he was talking about the size of the plant and the number of workers there. And he clarified that he meant how big a contribution he would make to the fight against unemployment. The protagonist began to explain that he wanted to hire at least 60 people, and he was also going to buy 60 sewing machines. Hearing this, Director Liu Jintang began to smile as he began to raise his cup. He exhaled heavily and stood there, deep in thought, sipping his coffee. Our main character watched this scene for a few more minutes, and in the office itself there was deathly silence. The director began to say that he did not doubt him, but he could not sign the papers and take them upstairs if he had so many jobs. The protagonist tried to object to Director Liu, but he did not let him, interrupting him. He said that Secretary Shen would come to inspect this afternoon and he would lobby him for his idea. After these words, our main character folded his hands, bowed, and thanked the man. He, looking towards the departing protagonist, told him that they were not saying goodbye. Mr. Liu began to ponder the young man's words, scratching his chin. And as soon as the main character walked out the door, a loud noise was heard in the office. It was Director Liu's laugh. He liked this young and ambitious guy. The main character, walking along the city streets, thought about what the director might not like, convincing himself that 60 jobs is already a good result. After all, it would be very inconvenient for him if he had to promise more jobs because he only had 810,000 yuan for startup capital. At this time, the former headman and Xiaoda's best friend were walking together. Noticing the approaching company, our main character stopped, looking in their direction. They were discussing something heatedly, with smiles on their faces. They were happy with the day because the walk had been fun. They also noticed their former classmate. The former classmate began to laugh. He asked the guy what he was doing there. The guy was holding some kind of envelope with papers in his hands. Looking at them, our protagonist thought that they had offended Xiaodu that day, which made him very angry. He slapped the guy who was pointing at him on the arm and yelled at them, asking why they cared what he was doing there. The envelope fell to the ground with a loud slap. The guy was yelling at the bespectacled guy, asking him why he was acting like an idiot when he saw him, asking if he really had nothing better to do. In response, the former headman stood silently and listened in surprise. A friend standing next to him stood up for him, asking what it all meant, and also asking if he was high. He started yelling at her in response, telling her that he was busy with his own business here, and they were pointing their fingers at him. Those around noticed the company scolding each other, telling each other that they definitely needed to see it. The main character noticed a crowd forming around them. He thought about how to get out of this situation dry. The girl's best friend also started shouting and asking if there were any problems. And he suddenly changed his mood and started shouting, "What kind of world is this, where it is heard that people mock the common people just because they work for the state?" These actions on the part of the guy who had recently attacked them surprised the group of former classmates to the maximum. And the main character continued, shouting for people to look, because an ordinary citizen was being mocked by employees from the tax department. The guys standing nearby started to encourage the others, saying that it was all true, because they also looked at them askance when they paid taxes. The headman, noticing the tense situation around him, grabbed his friend by the hand. Telling Ziran not to pay attention, they need to go because there is too much attention around them. The company began to leave. Xiaoda's best friend turned towards the main character and shouted at him that he was a real goat. And the main character was pleased, with a smile on his face. He thought that this was for that situation with Xiaoda. After moving away a little, the company stopped and began to discuss. The village headman cursed Cho Yufen and began to insult him, while the girl herself stood silently in thought. And the bespectacled man continued, saying that he was a real goat, and also added that they all needed to stay as far away from him as possible. She shut the guy up, telling him to stop talking about him because she found him disgusting. They started walking further, and the guy's mouth wouldn't shut up because he was very angry with him. At this time, in the office, Director Liu, as agreed, met with the man he had told our main character about. He, reading the business notes, said that this was even very good. That man was Shen Yuping, who said that individual entrepreneurship had greatly boosted Zheihai's economy. He also added that all that was left was to wait for the tax department to arrive, and everything would be much clearer when they looked at the taxes collected in the first 2 quarters. Mr. Shen continued to say with a smile. Suddenly, Director Liu turned to the secretary, saying that this was not all, because individual entrepreneurs were also increasing the number of jobs. They began to discuss how citizens themselves would then solve the unemployment problem, and Director Liu added that they should encourage people to start their own businesses. As soon as they finished discussing this, the mustachioed man, after a short pause, began to talk about how a young man had come to him today who wanted to open a fashion factory in their city. The secretary smiled in response and said that this was a very wonderful idea. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud knock on the front door, which both men noticed. Secretary Shen guessed that they were people from the tax department. He began to smile as he waited for Director Liu to open the doors, and he turned towards the door and answered that it was open, inviting them to come in. The bespectacled man and the girl's best friend entered the office. Their faces were serious. The secretary thanked them for their work, and also for bringing such an important document. The girl responded to the man by saying that it was just their job. She introduced her colleague to her uncle as Zhu Qiuzhen, saying that they had known each other since school. The former headman standing nearby did not expect this and began to nervously turn his head in different directions. And then immediately bending down, he greeted Secretary Shen with a trembling voice. The old man greeted the boy, telling him that he shouldn't bow so much. He suggested they get down to business, adding that they could also go to dinner when they were finished. At this time, the bespectacled man, looking towards his girlfriend, thought that he could not even imagine that her uncle was Secretary Shen. And then, delving further into his thoughts, he began to smile maliciously. At this time, the main character was in the library, reading the very book that the girl gave him. Exhaling heavily, he closed it, placing his hand on the book. And then, starting to raise his hands, straining his muscles, he thought he had finally read her completely. Turning to the side, he wanted to find his ex-wife with his gaze. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face. He wondered if she hadn't finished putting away the books yet. Standing up, he began to walk towards her, calling out to her. Coming closer, he suggested having dinner because he was going to discuss something with her. But the girl stood silently and looked at the shelf. Our main character did not understand her facial expression. Yufeng turned to the girl again, thinking that she had not heard his proposal because she was fixated on searching for the shelf. But she, turning her back to him, replied that she would not go because she was very tired every day, so she wanted to go home and rest. The guy, unable to bear it, began asking in a raised voice what had happened in her family and why she didn't want to tell him about it. But she wasn't going to tell him anything, calmly answering that nothing. Turning towards the guy, she asked him what he wanted from her, and then insistently told him to speak right now. The guy responded to her that Yuna and Jung missed her. He asked if she wanted to visit them in her free time, to which he received a positive answer. Xiaoda lowered her head and asked the guy to go home since her shift was almost over. These words surprised the guy. He didn't even know what to answer her, so he just kept silent. And then he showed an awkward expression on his face and answered the girl with consent, starting to leave. Already in the center of the hall, he loudly shouted to the girl that they would see each other soon, starting to wave his hand. A man with some kind of angry expression on his face was approaching the guy. He walked past the main character, who was heading towards the door, brushing against him with his shoulder. He shouted angrily the name of the protagonist's ex-wife, adding that she should look at him. She was surprised to hear this evil voice and began to turn towards him. And the man continued to shout, asking where his money was, because they had promised to return everything half a month ago. He shouted at the girl, telling her to go to her father right now, and people around them began to notice them, starting to gather around them. The girl, noticing this, nervously began to ask the guy to go out and talk outside, because you can't make noise in the library. The guy looked around and agreed to the girl's request, and the heroes went outside. But he was bursting with anger. He couldn't contain it. So he again began to ask the girl in a very loud and angry shout when she would return his money. At this time, our main character decided to have a snack, buying himself a bun with a sweet filling which was sold near the library. Noticing the shouts while chewing a bun, he asked himself who had decided to scold right in the middle of the street. As he began to look closely, he saw Xiaodu standing with some guy yelling at her. His face changed in an instant. He couldn't understand what was happening there. Throwing the bun on the ground, he rushed towards the crowd, intending to sort things out himself. And the guy himself continued shouting, saying that he would now go to Director Zhang's office and sue them, the government workers, for misleading the common people. He asked the girl whether she was going with him or not, but without waiting for an answer, he suddenly reached out to her. These actions greatly frightened the girl, who stood silently, and our main character tried with all his might to run to the aid of his ex-wife as quickly as possible. He stood right in front of Shia, starting to shout, asking, "You say it's just the people?" He continued shouting, asking, "Is it really just the people who wear such clothes?" In response, the man asked in the same raised tone who he was and what he was doing here. And Cho Yufeng replied that he was the very representative of the common people. Shia herself calmed down, but she was surprised to see the guy here. She tried to pull the guy away, but he continued to yell at the man, telling him that she had attacked a defenseless girl. The main character was not going to calm down. He was very angry. He continued to yell at the man. In response, the recently dominant man was at a loss because he did not understand what the guy standing opposite was saying. Finally, Yufeng finished shouting. The girl started pulling him again, asking him to leave right now. Cho had no intention of contradicting Shia, and as he started to leave, he shouted at the guy, "Well, to hell with him," which greatly surprised him. His face was covered in sweat. He asked who he was, but never received an answer. Having already moved a sufficient distance, our main character stopped and asked Shia who it was, but she did not answer. Then Yufeng raised his voice, demanding to explain to the girl what happened and why he was so angry, what kind of money he demanded. She, lowering her head, answered in a trembling voice that she would explain and tell him everything on the way. Both of our heroes headed towards the girl's house. Placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, Yufeng repeated his questions, adding that he had the right to know. Shia realized that Yufeng would not leave her alone, so she began to tell him that her elder brother was in debt to people because his business had failed, adding that he had borrowed money from this man. To which the main character asked a logical question: why in that case he doesn't look for her older brother, because her brother's wife also works there. The main character asked why he can't find him, to which the girl replied that he doesn't know where her older brother is. The guy asked the girl how much money her older brother owed him, but she didn't understand why the guy asked this. Turning around and starting to walk away, she remained silent, not answering this question. And then turning around, she asked him why he was so interested in this, since it was none of his business. But our main character was not going to let the girl go so easily. He rushed towards her, loudly shouting her name.